Hello, should be going live now. And there we are, I think. Yes. Twitch, yes. YouTube, yes. 250 bonus bits every 10 subs. What? God, my hair is all... I really need a haircut. Ah. Sticking up in the back over my headphones. Alright, we're extra super close to 14,000 followers. We're at 13,994. So that would be great if we could hit that. And I also need like 4 subs to stay at 100 Partner Plus subs for this month on Twitch. So we'll see what we can do there. Let's see. Should be live over on YouTube. Yes. And make an announcement on Twitch or on Discord. Lots of TTL and Stronghold Frenzy matches today. If we have time, we'll get to Doubt. I'm sure we all love Doubt. I'll have to make a video about, like, overall my thoughts on the new the water balance now that I saw that show match. And Dagul, hello. Hello. Right, I should start Capture Age and I should start AoE 2. It's really cold outside today. I guess we're going to have lots of that. It's the winter soon. Okay, that's the launch DE. Launch is a Capture Age. Did I swap a patch? I hope I did. And Ray, hello Ray, how you doing? I didn't start my Python server. Have a mouse cursor for Capture Age, that's always useful. Py mouse.py. Boom. Python OP. Capture Age. The TTL logo up. Good. Alright, we're all ready here. And, oh, Gauntlet Wizard, thank you for gifting out 5 subs. Hello, way to start the stream with some gifties. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a lovely day, and thank you for the gifties. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna do a chicken cosplay tomorrow for Halloween. And I'm live-ish. Live-ish, Gauntlet. What do you mean ish? What's the ish? Another 3-0 for Wean, you bet? We'll see. The wizard has thrown the gauntlet. Oh, Majestic. Thank you, Majestic. 49 months. Are we going to London? I have no idea. No one from Red Bull has asked me about casting. And from what I've heard, T90 hasn't been contacted either, so I don't know. I might be going to Brazil next summer. I would like to go to the Brazil land. I've never been to Brazil before. I've been to London before. I've never been to Brazil, so I'd love to go there. But from what I've heard, they're still finding a venue for the land. So, or at least that's what we said when we talked about the other day. Pushable or non-pushable? Funnelable, Nahuel. Funnelable. Funnelable chicken. You can't spell chicken without funnel, and you can't spell funnel without fun. Do I know where? As I said, they are still figuring that out. They are figuring that out. They said that they had a venue, but it didn't work out because it burned down in a fire. So they're finding another spot. Does it have an optional gate geog? What is a JOE? Oh, JPEG. JPEG. Okay. I mean, you could probably Google for a JPEG or ask an AI to generate a JPEG of a gate. T90's basement. T90's basement cup. This is where we make an announcement to stay hydrated. It will be in Sao Paulo. That is where I believe it's going to be, but I don't know. I don't think they have an exact location in Sao Paulo. But I've never actually been there. I wonder what flights are like to go there. Just Google flights From Newark to Sao Paulo. And $500-ish. That's not that bad. Let's check for next June. $500 like all the time. Oh, $800. $500 until you get to the summer, and then it's $1,500. All right. Yeah, they're looking for a place in Sao Paulo. They had a place for their land the other day, but I think that was a bit too small for the size of event they're planning. A progress bar appeared out of nowhere. Wait, a progress bar? For what? YouTube was way behind when you said that. Oh, wait, what? Okay, I think we're live. I think we're live. We're good. Hello, Will. How you doing? All right. So we have a draft. Do we have a draft dashboard? Draft round of 64. Nahuel, Wean, Dinchester. Yes, we do. Bronze and Civs. And let's just swap this scene and show you the draft. So here we are. It'll be Shoals for game 1. Nahuel will have Pacific Islands and Cross as his home maps. Wean Dinchester will be a bit more exciting with evacuation and fortified clearing. This is what I want to avoid next season for TTL. Out of the 5 maps, 4 of them are water maps. I feel like that's way too many water maps. And then for the Civs, yeah, it's hybrid Civs. Japanese, Koreans, Vikings, Malians, Bengalis. And then Kumans, presumably for fortified clearing. And then Huns, Georgians, Khmer, Portuguese, Burgundians, Lithuanians. So hybrid maps up to wazoo. Hybrid Civs everywhere. And looks like they got started on Shoals. Let's see, I might be able to join this. There's a spec delay. Here. Oh, that's why I'm not. Never mind. I needed to swap my capture age. There we go. Now we're good. Thank you, Silent Fox 071 for the follow. There we go. I was wondering why capture age wasn't loading. It's because I had the special Thalassocracy build. All right, here we are. We have Nahuel as the yellow Koreans to the southwest, Wean Dinchester as the blue Portuguese to the northeast. We're gonna cast more Wean Dinchester later today. He's got a Stronghold Frenzy set coming up. And we'll have a dock right away. Portuguese, Koreans will be making galleys. This is on the current patch, not the new patch, so fortunately we won't see any hulks. Won't see any ropes in boarding attempts. Let me make sure I can see my YouTube chat too. There we are. Pacific Islands. I have never been a fan of Pacific Islands. I don't know why everyone seems to use it all the time these days. I don't know. I just don't like the map. I love migration as a map. Pacific Islands just has never been something I've liked. So Rhino and Buffalo is getting pushed in. He's pushing in the deer. Pushing the deer right away on this map. Gotta be nice and fast. And more Rhino that is under the TC. Oh, game is paused. Paused by Nahuel. I wonder, did Nahuel have his deer this game? I only see one deer there. I wonder if they might be checking for that, because he's pushing deer from far away. Unless he pushed the close ones really quickly, then he didn't have deer. I fixed this map so many times so it had deer that spawned. I made it so much more likely for them to spawn. Maybe they're just breaking though? I don't know. Oh my god, it's the same spam thing. Oh, he has one less buffalo. Alright, got spammed on Discord. Someone spammed my Stronghold Frenzy Discord. There you are. Man, Discord. What is this? How do you let people spam so easily? At least I deleted it in time, but can't even load the channels fast enough for me to clear the unread messages rapidly. Ah, alright. I thought he didn't have a deer. He said he didn't have a buffalo? What is going on? Or he just got spammed? At least my personal Discord doesn't get spammed too much. I don't know how the Stronghold Frenzy Discord finds spammers, and mine doesn't. But, alright, we're back into shoals, Yeah, too much spam these days on Discord. I'm gonna cast this without headphones. I hate wearing headphones like when I have the heat on in the winter. Makes me, like, my ears all dry out. Your preferred map is Land Nomad. Do you like Land Nomad with or without the lumber camp? Hello, John. Ooh, you're five followers away from 14,000. 5 followers away. Got the Cobra car in the back? Yes. If you want to see it being built, I have YouTube streams where I built it. I don't have the skill to do like the time lapse, but if I unfollow and then refollow, will that help? That will not help, Masty. It will help if you get your friends and tell them to follow. Okay, everyone is deer. 2, 4, so 6 buffalo. 4 and 6 buffalo. Okay, everyone's got the same number of buffaloes. Everyone has their deer. I think we're all good now. No shorefish on their map, but on this map, but there are deep fish. I think this map might even predate the ability to collect from shorefish. Well, it was an Empire Wars map, so all the shorefish were out to sea anyway. It was a weird setup. Heck, Masty. Can't follow and unfollow. -1 + 1 = 0. I wonder if anyone would like a stream about Bezier curves someday. I haven't dealt with them in like 10 years, so I had to review stuff about them. But using SV, that's how paths are made in any scalable vector graphics in SVGs that you're going to see. I guess there are different types of ways you could do it, but cubic splines are usually how curves are made. I was making some SVGs, so I thought maybe I should maybe just stream as I do it. The splines are fun. Ready to steal strats for your set tomorrow? Time to binoculars? Oh, yeah. Here we go. Best map is still Forest Nothing. You mean the old one without res for Tau Center? Oh, you like the TC? No. I like old school Land Nomad, where you have to build the lumber camp, chop the wood, and then build the TC. That's classic Land Nomad. It's a horrible idea. No, you are right. The new one is better. But man, that's where it's at. If we ever do community games, we're doing Lumber Camp, Land Nomad. Are they going to double dock galleys on this map? I have seen a lot of FC fires on this map, to be honest. I think it's very civ dependent. Koreans probably want double dock galleys unless he's going to go FC turtles, but FC fires, I think, can work out because it's not that open of a map. It's pretty large, but it's not like islands where you can sail around forever. Fires do kind of trap you eventually if you're trying to go galleys and you're against fire ships. triple dock hulks soon. Or double dock hulks. I don't know how much you need to sustain hulk production from docks. I guess they're not going to make any balance changes before the Thalassocracy tournament, so we'll need to hope that it works for them. He's not going FC turtle. Oh yeah, Masty. Can you enlighten me? They changed turtles a while ago, and after that they were awful. But they changed them again, and I've not since seen them. Do you have any insights as to how effective these newly nerfed then slightly unnerfed turtles will be? And he's doing a fishing ship, not a turtle. Sinchion will be +1 range and more projectiles. You like turtles? Also no. Okay. Actually, yes. You're giving me conflicting answers, Masty. Conflicting answers. Played them once in a late game versus Japanese Navy, and they slapped. All right. Don't remember whether that was pre or post nerf. Okay. Do you remember if they had rockets? They had rockets? Okay. That was at least after the nerf. Yeah, it stays fairly similar. So Feudal Age on the way for Nahuel. Fire meat shield with them behind. Okay, so I guess it will be Hulk meat shield next patch. I wonder how they do against Hulks. Hulks probably can't board them. The ropes will just glance off the spikes. Yeah, they're still very pop efficient with all the HP they have. If you can get to a lot of them, it's expensive, but I've played free-for-all games where turtles are crazy. Deer pushed in, pushed back out. Vils hunt it. I haven't played much of them, that was just one game. Okay. So 5 fishing ships for Wean Dinchester, but he's up slowly to the Feudal Age, whereas Nahuel, to answer the question from earlier, is going double docks and double dock galleys. Looking at the gold positions, golds are always kind of far on this map. Yeah, Feudal galleys is whatever, right? Yeah, in AOC, turtle ships had the same death animation as all other ships. All ships, regardless of facing direction or ship class, had the same death animation. Oh, butter, hello, butter. Who did Nahuel beat to get to round number 2? Let me pull up the bracket real quick, now that you ask. He won against... You take control F, there's so many. Oh, he won against Jade Arrow Gamer. That's right, we casted those games. We probably casted Wean versus Dobbs, too. Winner goes on to face the winner of Uzi versus Tomate. Ooh, Emu's in this bracket too. Emu's at the top of this bracket. He's playing antagonist. Maybe Emu should be watching to steal some strats. Anyway, here come the galleys. They will be going to hit the fish, and the fish will be trying to hide underneath that sea tower. The buffed sea tower that shoots extra projectiles on this map helps protect your fish. Oh no, the Twitch stream is being... Do we have a mod, Butter? Can you do mod stuff? Here, we got an alt tab. It's alt tab. Banned the bot. And the sea tower, does it have min-range? Doesn't have a min-range, you can't just camp underneath it. But the galleys will dare to dive the dangerous tower, and in doing so, pick off several fishing ships. FC Fires would slap what Yellow's doing. Well, I see Wean Dinchester up to the castle age, and based on that timing, it's going to be around 1430. And I would say that is quite fast. Quite fast to go to the castle age and start pumping out a couple of fire galleys. Let me go ask in my admin chat real quick for TTL if that first map was bugged. Oh, it was bugged, TY. Thank you. More changes I'll need to make to shoals. Weird to see buffaloes missing like that, but... Alright. Market and house on the way for Nahuel. Boom on the way and blacksmith coming up. It'll change when all civs can garrison fish. Yep. Yep. I think that'll probably make it kind of a bit more snowbally. Because if you're falling behind, you can't sneak a few ships to pick off fishing ships. You're just out of offensive options. Yeah, well, he's still picking off fishing ships, and they haven't been working for a long time, and you can see that now reflected in his resource lead. Up by 400 resources collected, and we'll have War Galley and some fires on the way out. And Hasty wanted FC fires, and here they come. As I gotta sneeze. Alright, so fires popping out of the docks soon. Galley's running around. That did not count as a restart, no. And they don't have restarts in this set. There are no restarts. That was the map was bugged, so they restarted. You restart for bugged maps, but that doesn't, there's no restart counter like there was in Hyper Random. How long does it take to script a map? It depends. It is a complete it depends question. Some can be an hour, some can be several days. It varies based on complexity, based on how much you need it not to have bugs, based on whether you need to support only a specific game mode or every game mode. Varies a lot. And now here come the fires, devastating the fish. And Nahuel up, but we'll have a good eco lead as he's up later, losing the water though. Ironically, Arabia these days is one of the hardest maps to script because it requires, to do it properly, you need to have enough randomness in it that it feels like an actual game of Arabia. Fire ship eats sea tower. Very hungry. So, second TC for Wean Dinchester. He's on stone, maybe thinking of castling the sides. 3 TCs for Nahuel. Hamsters are very particular about their Arabias. Yeah, I would love to have time to sit down and make a new version of Rage Forest, because with the new patch, there are a lot of features that I could use for it. But I also think they might continue making a few more RMS script changes. So I'd kind of like to wait on that just a bit to see if there are any more patches. Because last time a patch came out over the summer, I had so many breaking changes in maps. It took me forever to get that fixed. New features such as... So the new feature that came out that's really nice is when you make the connections on Black Forest, you connect every single player. So like every player tries to make a path to all the other players. And sometimes the paths overlap, but you don't really have much control over them. Now what you can do is when you can place lands and then specifically say create a connection from land 1 to land 2, or like from land 69 to land 67, and you have more control over where the passages spawn. So that has implications for like spawning ponds and making sure that they're always accessible, making more even generations for wall-off fights before players, controlling like how open versus how closed maps are, and making sure that you have like enough variety of each in the map pool. There's lots of new things that can be done. But to use them properly, it's, I think, going to take a lot of experimentation and testing. And there are also, as I said, there are also math features that were added. I used a lot of them in cartographers, which lets a lot of like copy and pasted repetitive code gen from the past be simplified into a few dozen lines of code. TTL, aw, well, casting TTL with my favorite viewer. Hello, Gabby. How you doing? Hope you had a good trip back from Brazil. Yeah, you have your set tomorrow against FedEx. I saw you just hit 2K6. Maybe like outposting the sides, need to outpost more. I've seen Lewis do that a ton in all of his games. He always outposts everywhere. Like to see Doubt face off against Matza. Doubt against Matza. Yeah. So I hope you had a safe trip back. I think I saw. I see your posts, but I sometimes halfway understand them. Attempting to use translate features. Did you have like a long flight delay on your way back? I think I saw that. I hope you made it safely. So fletching on the way for Wean Dinchester. And Siege Workshop coming up here from Nahuel. And let's see, these castles won't quite range each other now, but as Fletching and Bod come in, they will. Oh god, that's a lot of lines. Those lines are scaring me. Those Vills weren't so sure about building that castle. Well, Workshop behind it. Now the question then for Nahuel is, do you go for a mangonel to defend your castle, or do you go for rams to push the castle? And it could be rams and petards. Or you could just hope to fight here. With 3 TCs for both players, I don't think either of them are going to go fast up to Imp and Treb, so it probably will just be a ram push here. And hello, Arbase! Hello, Arbase. I already got a bug report about a missing buffalo on this map that I need to fix. Oh, Matza, hello on YouTube. Like to see Doubt versus Matza. Was that who Doubt's matchup was in the first round of Stronghold Frenzy? I think I casted that. Can we get some close-ups on the cat? You want to see the castles? Yeah. I like this castle architecture. I think it just needs to be slightly larger, like slightly taller. It feels like this castle is a bit taller than this one. It doesn't quite match the proportions. So rams will have rams on the way. More wagons here. And on the other side, we'll have a TC going up as the relic comes in for Wean Dinchester. Size is not everything. It's not everything, but I do say it is pretty important. Like the flag. You know, that's true. You're maybe worried about petards if you see the flag. But I guess same thing here, organ guns. War wagons, unique units. And ram push versus mangonel. So the mangonel is to defend against the ram push. The rams are to push the castle. The mangonel stays alive. Usually it does a good job of stopping the ram push. Talk about the size of castles more than anything. Well, there are lots of castles made in AoE 2. And here comes another one, as 9 Vills from Nahuel will look to castle the other side, take control of both sides, and knock off that TC from Wean Dinchester. So Wean had gone for 4 TCs, and is still getting ready to defend against the ram push. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rams, and I think with 6 rams, that's the time you go. Imp on the way for Wean Dinchester. Okay, maybe I'm a bit wrong about the imp timing then. He does have a good Vill lead. Res collected is pretty similar. If you're not going with 6 rams, I don't know what you're waiting for if you're Nahuel. Greens are your favorite, okay. It is a lot of rams, a lot of war wagons. And here's the thing, war wagons could dive through the castle fire with all that pierce armor and HP they have, and try to pick off mangonels from behind. And he's going for 8 rams, okay. 8 rams, and here we go. An army of rams. And the biggest obstacle for the rams is the pathfinding, of course. And here come the war wagons. And yep, exactly as I said, they want to pick off that mangonel because the mangonel is the only thing stopping the rams. And that'll go right down. That goes down and the castle will follow. Nothing to keep the castle alive now as the rams push in. On the other side, the castle also up for knock. Oh, this is the Imp TC. Wean Dinchester, why is Imp in this TC? No, 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 don't do that. Put Imp in this TC or this TC. Not in this one. No. No, not there. Well, this castle will go down. At least it's not this TC. And the Rams are going to come forward. And, well, this TC will go down. And Wean Dinchester, 80%. Will the TC make it? Bodkin arrow on the way. But that's not going to do anything for him if he doesn't get Imp. Okay, 18 seconds, 90%. It's got 500 HP. Does he make it? Does he make it? Oh, it's really close. He couldn't garrison Vils anymore, but with 330 HP, he makes it. Just enough, perfectly calculated. He didn't want to make Vils anyway. Why waste the TC time when you could make Vils safely at home? But Nahuel will push forward with some towers. And now score really falling behind for Wean Dinchester. He's trying to do some defensive castles, but the Rams are still there. Nothing to stop the Rams. Trying to make gates. They won't hold the Rams forever. The Rams trying to path around the war wagons. Perfectly calculated. What do we do with Imp? We do Elite Skirmishers. The best unit in the game. And probably the only thing that could possibly work against this many war wagons. Elite Skirm, some monks. Do monk upgrades. Not gonna stop the Rams though. Gonna hope you can hold while your opponent's stuck in the castle age, but more towers creeping their way forward. Good upgrades for the units we don't have yet. Exactly right. Now chemistry is almost done. You can do some cannon galleons and try to take out the towers. No skirm time, but skirms, the one unit skirms do not counter. The one unit that skirms do not counter is the battering ram. Battering rams will push through the houses and the barracks and make their way towards the other TCs. Only one relic for Wean Dinchester, and this is looking really good for Nahuel. Did they buff rams? Yes, they did buff rams. They have more garrison capacity, so you can put more infantry in them. And I think they attack slightly faster. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. The +2 garrison capacity was the buff. I forget what else changed. More Vils fighting the Rams. But yes, they were buffed. I think just the movement speed increased. Well, it was always 0.6 though, I thought. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Should have gotten sappers while he's still at a castle. Well, he'll have another chance. He'll have another castle. Now that the Rams are down, maybe the push stalls out just a bit, but he is down by 30 villagers. And now he has lost all of that map control he had hoped to have taken. He wanted to go Imp, and, well, I think I said this earlier, I was kind of surprised to see Imp for a castle war when they had so many TCs invested, because usually when you make that TCs, yeah, you're going to have a long run, better eco, but you're spending so much food on Vils, it's hard to go Imp. And Nahuel did something that did not require any food, war wagons and rams. So very cheap to push and stay in the castle age. Yeah, Siege Tower got changed. It is the Siege Tower mostly is a counter to monks now, because monks need to be adjacent to it. They can't be at a distance to convert it. So it's just a mobile spot to hop in and out and break conversions. That's true. They also changed garrisoning into things so that you right click and you like auto spread out to garrison in all of them. They had to force units to reload when they ungarrison though, so a bit of a nerf there. You can't as effectively do the old Combito Siege Tower pop out, shoot, hop back in trick. So Imp on the way for Nahuel, and we'll see if this becomes a GG situation as soon as Imp comes in. Reb's going for the towers. Phospho's like 2K Forest these days. I think Phosphor can maybe struggle a bit in tournament settings where you have to draft specific maps and civs. And I think it's a bit harder to pull off some of the strategies he has. And, you know, maybe you could get 1 or 2 games in a set where you have a favorable Civ matchup to pull it off. But it's hard to replicate that after, or throughout 5 games or 7 games in a series. Look at that bombard cannon just shooting the ground. Galleon. Okay, there's Imp. Is that a GG Imp, or is Wean Dinchester gonna fight? He has some fight in him. Remember, Wean Dinchester also has Stronghold Frenzy later today, so he needs to get himself warmed up. Wish they would change siege towers so you can put petards or saboteurs in. Hop them over and then destroy the stuff on the inside. Well, Wean Dinchester is tripping down some of the towers. Far down in economy, though. I guess he's thinking, you know what? I have water control. Maybe with water control, I could get back one of these gold piles from the coast. His conscription. But the Koreans are a very good late-game water civ, if not potentially the best civ with their discount. Because not only do they save 20% wood, which is, remember, what the Vikings saved in AOC, they also have access to shipwright. So that's an additional 20% savings, and then they build 50% faster. Elo-wise, who's the favorite? I swear when I launched this game, there were Elos up here. Oh, that was the previous game when they restarted. I think Nahuel is around a 200 Elo favorite. I think Wean's mid 2k3, Nahuel is mid 2k5. Actually, Arbase, what are the current Elos we have? I saw there's FedEx versus Gabby tomorrow. What is FedEx's Elo? I saw Gabby hit 2k6. I'm actually wondering who the Elo favorite is there. Yeah, but not seeds, but Elos. Yeah, well, if he's 2387, then he's definitely a lower Elo. Obviously, he's pretty well experienced with tournaments throughout the years, so Elo maybe isn't the best way to determine that matchup, but just was curious. Yeah, 2600. All right, there we go. Reaper hasn't died on me on a while, but they're just died. Thank you. Let me know I'm muted. That's why we need a chat. Chat lets me know when I'm muted. Hopefully I wasn't muted for that long. Yeah, the caster equivalent of being housed. Oh gosh, that would be a hilarious mod. Imagine like a gameplay mod, but every time you're housed under 200 pop, you get muted. That could be a challenge stream right there. That'd be great for MBL. Alright, anyway, this all I said was skirms are OP. We know that. I don't even need to say it. Skirms are OP. Over here, Ville's being forced off the wood line. Emu unaffected at all. You be nice to Emu. Having ballistics. Oh, you're right. No ballistics. That does hurt. There is Arquebus, though. And he does have a Fatoria. So he is getting some priorities set up. He has more cannon in the back. And then over here, we'll have a castle on its way up as skirms come forward. And what did I say about cannon galleons? Here they are. Attempting to go galleon from Wean Dinchester. And is this the map where you go galleon over fast fire? Portuguese, I guess they don't have fast fire. And no shipwright for them. They would have still extra melee and pierce armor from Carrick if they were to do their unique tech. And maybe he has the numbers enough to win against the fires, but more fires coming in. And what techs do we have? We have Upsiong for the towers. And we do have shipwright. Shipwright is in for the Koreans. And these fast fires will be cheap. They'll be quick to create, and they will be fast. And now Wean Dinchester, who with the cannon galleons had done such a good job of attacking that castle, doesn't manage to take it down. And now he will be running out of gold, 500 gold left for him. As the skirms keep picking off the fires. Down they go. Fire is going to burn the villagers. As the villagers run away. But yeah, fighting back about AIs. Yeah, that's how we stop AIs from making robot copies of AoE 2 streamers. We just have to be muted the entire time. One day during Ozone's live, he was muted and nobody told him and stayed muted for the entire stream. That happened to me once. That was years ago. I just gotten my first COVID vaccine, and I put vaccinated stream in the title. And I didn't realize I was muted. And no one said anything because they thought I was just, like, sick or having side effects from the vaccine, and they assumed I was just not talking. Ah, man. Anyway, here we have Nahuel. He will take the win. Great hold from Wean Dinchester against the Rams, but ultimately not having any of this gold control put him a bit too far behind. Resource collected difference. We saw even though Nahuel lost the water, he had a lot of fish collected. That was, what, 400 to 800 fish as they were moving from feudal to castle age, or extra food he had. And you kind of compound that on this map. If you're not going to retake water, then your opponent is investing into that FC for fires, and they're doing war galley, they're doing fire ships, and they're not going to be, and they're going to be spending resources on that you're not going to be mirroring. A couple of galleys doesn't match the cost of all the fires that Wean Dinchester did. And you're still annoying and picking off the fish. After that, the ram push. Do you need to wait for 8 rams? Maybe 6 would have done it, but I guess you can't. That it doesn't hurt as long as it worked, and it did work. Got your vaccine? Should you refrain from chatting? No, you should chat. Where are the hulks when you need them? Right. See, on YouTube, you like to see the fun Phosphoro plays. I'm sure we'll see some Phosphoro plays in TTL. I don't think you have to worry about that. That's a 1-0 for Nahuel. And let's see what map they're going to pick next. Where are we? And it will be evacuation. So 1 minute spec delay, then evacuation. You have a giant navy, you have a hulk. You have a hulking navy. Yeah, time for me to start drinking my coffee, I think. Look at this Dunkin' Donuts cheap plastic lid. There we are, and put it on the side of my desk so I don't knock it on my keyboard. I still have coffee? Well, I started late enough and there's enough sets today. I'm going to be streaming late. I got to make sure I'm prepared with my coffee. I had to spend today. I had an electrician here. He was swapping the fire detectors. I really need to get a haircut too. I just haven't had time recently. Maybe tomorrow morning. But then it's Halloween. I hope that they're open on Halloween. Anyway, here we have evacuation. And Let's make sure. No 3-0 for Wean Dinchester. People were rooting for Wean Dinchester. They've seen him a lot in a lot of events recently. So we'll have Nahuel playing as the Yellow Malians to the southwest, and Wean Dinchester as the Blue Georgians to the northeast. Map is Evacuation. We, of course, have all of this cracked terrain down here in the starting locations. This was a map made by Hank for Hidden Cup 5. I made quite a few tweaks to it to get it spawning consistently. And it's a really fun map from all the games we've seen on it. There are relics and cows and deer and boar all on the mainland here. And you do have one boar across your shallows. There are no fish between the dirt land and the grassland. All the fish are towards the outside. So if you do want to fish or fight on the water over the fish, then you're not right on the shallows. So you can't really just control the water and stop your opponent from evacuating right at the start because of the spread out nature of all the fish. And it's hard to keep your army in one spot or your navy in one spot and be useful. So sometimes players use their scout to lure the boar. That does cost a lot of hit points on the scout. The cracked terrain does, of course, make your buildings weaker. So you have to be careful of that. Men-at-Arms can come in and do more damage in feudal than usual. The cart is a real game changer on this map, I think, so flexible. That is true. The mule cart you get is very flexible with your ability to come out here without needing to build an extra lumber camp. I'll be casting Mullisaukko after this. Yes, I saw Mullisaukko started at 18 GMT, so there is some overlap. We'll see it. Like, if this is a quick 3-0 and that set is still going on, maybe we'll cast it live. If it's the other way, this one goes 5 games and that one's a quick 3-0, and then I'll cast Rex. We'll figure that out when we're done with this one. But yeah, I do want to cast that. And then Wean Dinchester will be later today playing a Stronghold Frenzy set, so we'll cast that, and then more TTL after that. Best play I've ever seen was when someone walled the opponent's crossing, really. I guess if you're going to do that, you have to wall on the outside, right? Because if you wall here, your walls are weaker. Although, now that I mention that, if you go precisely on the beach terrain, right, you have one tile of beach terrain between the cracked terrain and the shallows. If you wall that, the wall won't be weaker. So you could wall directly on that one tile and be safe with it. That's got to be hard to pull off, though, getting villas out here to wall. Lots of cows still scouting around. Outer boar not taken there from Wean Dinchester. Hard thing about luring this boar is because you have to lure it across shallows, so all those palisade quick wall tricks that you learn from Rage Forest are not going to work when you're pulling it across the shallows. Will once you get back to the cracked terrain, but you might take an extra hit or two on the Vil, and then there can always be hills and downhill hits come into play that make it scary. So it's not a free and easy lure, and you might need to use cows to block at some point. But yeah, for now, mule cart in the back. These are acacia trees with a bit more wood. 150 wood to them compared to the normal 100 on a tree. And we'll have a dock in the back to the corner for Wean Dinchester. Pretty similar location here for Nahuel. Dock back in the corner. I suppose as a mule cart save, you could just mule cart the boar later. Exactly, right? As a mule cart save, you could come out here and mule cart the hunt and the boar. And you're kind of ignoring the berries without a mill, but with the mule cart, you can take the deer and the woodline at the same time. So you can skip the mill. You could even leave the mule cart here and move it to gold eventually, and do a second mule cart out here and do the same thing. The only downside is then, if you're not doing the mill, then you're not going to have the upgrades on your farms. So feudal age in for Nahuel, or on the way. He will be up about one villager behind. We had actually a bit of idle time for Wean Dinchester, but yeah, one villager, a bit less than that because of the idle time. Oh, nice gate, but not close enough to the TC to hit the scout. Not taking the third boar is weird. He's still eating a cow. Well, you know, if you get enough cattle out here, as someone said, you could use the mule cart and take the boar later. Over here, no boar taken either for Nahuel. He's still eating cattle. Both players must have gotten really good finds with all the cows in the mainland. Lumber camp on the way for Nahuel. And he'll be chopping some trees. And a barracks. That'll be a barracks going up. And Wean Dinchester up to feudal. What is he doing? Finishing his barracks. And on gold, we'll see how aggressively he goes on the water, doing a fire galley. Again, if you saw the show match yesterday, that is a new patch that has not been released. This is being played on the current patch, so no hulks yet. Check my Discord pings real quick, make sure I don't have a map bug. Oop, Terry's is sending me a map bug. You got a very big wood line on evacuation. Oh boy. That's... Sometimes wood lines spawn like that. I don't think I realistically have much control over that, unfortunately. Nice scout hooked down by the spear. And Wean Dinchester is finishing the gate. Okay, I spent a lot of wood on that gate. We will go scouts. Alright, so scouts, the gold then will just be for fires. His build will lead him to scouts. And we'll have a stable also in scouts for Nahuel. Interesting stable location with a wall in front of it. Usually you want the stable as part of the wall so you can send the scouts on either side. But with the cracked terrain, maybe that could lend itself to walling up in front of the stable a bit. In case you're worried about men-at-arms maybe destroying the stable, you won't take all that extra damage. Or at least they'll have to go through the wall first. Is the new map pool for TTL Gold known? It is not. We have had internal discussions about it, but even our list is not finalized yet. We have a couple maps that we know for certain are going to be there, and I'm starting to work on, but it is not finalized yet. Yeah, we kind of have a list. But I need to convince T90 that there are way too many water maps on that list. And add some more land maps to it. Because you know how Zong was the best map, but everyone banned it? We've got to make sure we have a proper map pool. The spear goes down to the scouts. The scouts will keep hoovering around. And the spear comes over to start poking. Michi. Emu wants Michi. Okay, Michi might be a bit extreme. Everybody's like Zong. Maybe that's what we could do. We could say they didn't pick it enough for TTL4, so we're adding it back for TTL5. Neutral canoes to all the water maps. Oh, that'll get rid of all the water maps. I'll tell him that. I'll just tell him that the new water patch, they're adding canoes to it. And then no more water. List who is naughty or nice. Yeah. So we need to make sure we have a nice list of maps and not a naughty list. Bloodlines on the way here for Wean Dinchester. There's Bloodlines. They have a good number of scouts. And those Georgian scouts will be healing, of course. Forward market for Nahuel using as part of a wall. Going to finish walling himself up. We'll have stone in the back, so he's fine with walling that out for now. Villager a bit far from the TC, though. The scouts, no forging, but they do jump. Too close to the TC, though. The Vill will run back. And even with bloodlines, the scouts won't want to tank too many arrows. A lot of them water only plays a tiny role. See, that's what we think our base. But then we add Deep Fish to Acropolis, and it's a fire galley map. And we get Persians every time. Like, if we have water, maybe what the map needs is an aqueduct. And so, forging on the way now for Wean Dinchester. And And continuing to invest into those scout upgrades while Nahuel is amassing food and getting ready to go up. On the water, he has a demo. They are effective in this patch. And nice hit on all of Wean Dinchester's ships. And that will mean Nahuel cleans up this forward of the fire galleys. And he can continue fishing peacefully then. Fished most of the area by his dock. And now it looks like both players are going to wall up completely on the mainland. But there is a Wallingville here caught by Wean Dinchester. And Nahuel will not finish that wall. Little vanilla donut needs some holes. Placing all the fire ships with hulks. Well, hopefully that gets addressed. I'll need to make a video about that. So scouts hitting the villager. Down she goes. And wall coming up now for Nahuel. Krampus and Atacama were great maps until they added water to them for no reason. Well, they always had water, right? I think Atacama having the Four Lakes version with the corner fish was weird. But Krampus always had water, and even when we remove the deep fish, we still see players docking it sometimes. Deep fish was something that I think made the 4v4s in Nations Cup interesting, but for 1v1s we I think we saw nothing but docks. So mill here. Now we're not taking the boar yet. Mill here too on the berries. So even with the mule cart, Wean Dinchester, we talked about skipping the mill earlier, but he will mill the berries. You do indeed need a mill, right? Unless you're Khmer to unlock your farms and still to do farming upgrades. So you can't skip it entirely, and I guess the berries are the only place to mill. Maybe we could do something like make different millable locations so skipping it is an option. Should have just tried to move past the TC. I think the reason he never jumped the TC was because he saw Nahuel had scouts, right? And when Nahuel has scouts, that makes running the TC risky because all of a sudden you take TC arrows and then you lose a fight. Of course, you know, we always see a lot more than the players do, right? And we can see like, hey, jumping the TC is a great idea, or no, it's a horrible idea. They have to make the decision on a bit less information than we have. Mill to not buy the far, or mill to unlock the market too, right? If you're gonna do a market, we all know Doubt has taught us the market's the most important building in the game. Thank you, Boffinger 61 for the follow. You're still within 5 follows of 14,000, so this might be our exciting 14,000 follower stream on Twitch today. How's this going up? So I always think the TC is so inaccurate on scouts at max range. That's true, but they did change it, right? They did change it. They made the TC projectiles faster and larger. The projectiles in DE are not as accurate or as good at hitting units before ballistics as they were in the original game, but they kind of tried to put a band-aid on that for the TC. And now the option to go camels for the Maulians does put a spanner in the works of the heavy scouts play that Wean Dinchester had. And also being on stand ground and neither running nor attacking will not be that pleasant. Camels maybe could have gotten an extra couple hits there. And who wins this fight? The spears are getting a lot of pokes, but ooh, synchronized spear death. This wall is not complete. It doesn't go all the way to the edge. So Vills out there will be harassed by some more light cav. That's one Vill down. Wean Dinchester not having the APM to go back and forth to his scouts. The other Vill gets away. Now the camels will come out and kill the light cav, or at least get a hit on them. You're gonna keep running. Meanwhile, this is why he's not microing. There are scouts in his eco killing his fortified church Vills. They all hop inside though, leaving their friend to wall himself in. And he will be safe. And the light cav will go down to the camels. So too much micro for Wean Dinchester there. Nahuel takes advantage of it. Looks like he had a wall Vills by the TC too. Stand ground scouts, I know. The worst part is like you can't not use stand ground there because otherwise they run into the TC and the TC kills all of them. It's you have to use stand ground and have the speed to micro them. That's the way to do it. Is this one of mine? This is one of Hank's maps. I edited it quite a lot before we got the final version for Hidden Cup. But it's mostly the idea itself was from Hank. I made it spawn a lot more consistently. The Hidden Cup maps were great because I was able to put a lot of effort into them, and I really haven't had to make any changes or tweaks to them since. They just kind of work. And I tested them enough that they work thoroughly. And it's a lot of testing and scripting to get to that point. And this is only for one game mode on 1v1s. Be cool if defensive stance avoided defensive buildings rather than caring about range. Maybe. That feels a bit too auto. Right? Like your units just decide auto not to run into the TC. I think the fact you need to micro that is good. Auto kite feature for range units. I need to show this off, but the AI in the scenario editor in the new patch, their fire galleys, oh, they kite away from the Hulks. It's like Joan of Arc longbows, or the longbows from the Joan of Arc campaign on steroids. Did y'all remember playing the Joan of Arc campaign while the longbows ran away from your units? So here we have a raid here from Nahuel, and he's going to pick off quite a few more vills. We'll have Sanctity on the way for Wean Dinchester, as these camels and light cav keep hoovering around. And they're going to hide themselves on the corridor, maybe try to find more vills, and oh no. Oh no, okay, they're not going to find the vills. They're safe. I'll get to their church. Maybe they'll find the gold, though. On the water, looks like a couple of fire ships patrolling those shallows. Well, the camels will come in and get into the raid. And meanwhile, we will have a 1, 2, 3 TC mainland edition. So a total of 4 TCs for Nahuel, and he's booming away. Up 80 to 56 vills. And the camel's still dominating, picking off units. Having the camels, yeah, one got converted, but camels have been great. I'm going to try to get the third TC now added in for Wean Dinchester, but even with that, he still will be behind. And potentially the camels will find it. Yes, they will find those vills. Can they stop the TC, though? 84%. They could pick the farms. Yeah, Wean Dinchester has to delete those. And the vills trying to make it back to their church. Looks like they will. Oh gosh, here we have more villagers. A monk for the camels. And they're going for a mill, probably a TC, and then more farms in this area. And 34 vill lead for Nahuel. Heavy plow scale parting armor on the way. And with that type of economy, feels all but inevitable for him at this point to keep steamrolling. What's his win condition? I mean, he's 16 to 16 military. Maybe there's a way he somehow can go pikemen and surprise the camels, or monks and surprise the camels, and push enough on the dirt terrain that he could stall out. But even then, the mainland here is where most of the resources will be. This part of the map isn't quite as important. Is the Georgian unique unit still quite as OP? Monospas are not quite as OP as they used to be. They were really strong at launch because they were bugged and did extra bonus attack in many cases. So for a castle from Nahuel, downside of the castle is it is on the cracked terrain, and will take more damage, but the good side is it covers so much of Wean Dinchester's economy. Wean Dinchester putting the relic on the outside, and he is getting ready to play the map the way the name would tell you to play it. He is evacuating. He is leaving the cracked terrain and going over to the grass terrain on the mainland. And camel raids will be cleared, but things not feeling too good for Wean Dinchester now. There's nothing he can do against that castle with all the camels supporting it. He doesn't have the army numbers to stop it. It's a wheelbarrow on the way now for Wean Dinchester. TC's here, castle going up. Camels hitting the houses. And Knights looking to push through. Some camels will come around from behind. And camels will clean the Knights. And right now, well, maybe Nahuel overchops? He has opened up a hole by the gold. And Wean Dinchester runs in, gets a huge raid, kills 30 villagers. Even then, his opponent's up to Imp, and I don't think that would matter. 28.1k to 21.6k resources collected. Camels hoovering around. Oh, 2 more relics unevacuated in that fortified church. And this will probably be a GG once Imp comes in. There'll be 30 Malian camels ready to turn to heavy camel. Although, maybe Wean Dinchester will try to hold on and get Imp himself. He will have 4 TCs. And on 95 Vils, by the time he gets Imp, we'll have a few more. And it won't be too far away from getting like to 120 Vils where your eco starts to feel pretty good. So maybe he'll look to hang on for a while. But over here on the starting island, he is about to be removed. But Dizzy loves this map. Can't wait for TTL Community Tournament. Oh yeah, our base, is there going to be a TTL Community Tournament before your nap? You can't nap, you got a community tournament to run.
Get you ours.
Yes, in March, but not with this map. Okay, probably with the new maps then. Or the next pool of maps. Bill's walking across. And caught by the fire. Fire surprisingly doesn't do all that much damage to the villager. The pierce armor the villager has really does help out against the fire right now. Yeah, it actually cancels out, so the fire only does min damage. Animals coming forward, taking out the fire ships. Bills will be mining gold. Camels come over to hit another villager. I mean, Dinchester coming back to raid the units that have gotten to his part of the island. But that's heavy camel on the way now. We'll need Farimba. Halb on the way. He does have good numbers, but even with Farimba have heavy camel, I don't think you'd want to fight those Halbs. Chemistry on the way. Now with Trebs, it's time for Nahuel to get a good push before the Georgians can get their economy rolling. I have seen insane holds from the Georgians with lots of fortified churches. But I think there is too little map for Wean to be able to pull that off here. Do gunpowder shots bouncing off the edge count as a full hit? Yes. I have a video about that for Siege Onagers on my YouTube. You can roll shots along the edge of the map. They still can hit after rolling along the edge. It's hard to hit there because if you you really have to get units stacked against the edge for the shots to be able to hit them. But yeah, that is definitely a thing. Since they're often patch frozen. Well, that is an it depends case. That depends on the tournament and the patch. The new waters will come to play for the Thalassocracy Cup that's happening at the end of the month. Or, wait, it is the end of the month. That's happening next month in November. So the Hulks are going to be there, and from what I've heard, there aren't going to be any balance changes. The push continues, and we'll have Trebs deploying here for Nahuel. Ballistics and Redemption on the way. Trebs going for the castle. And I think this is just about it for Wean Dinchester. He's down by about 3,500 score. And Trebs will be taking out his castle. Res collected difference up by 10,000. And even if Wean Dinchester were to be taking good fights, that wouldn't matter because of the res difference. Castle goes down, and I think with that, maybe he'll call the GG, let us see the destruction animation, and then call it. Maybe he wants to fight a bit more. Well, he's certainly got a fighting spirit, I'll give him that. Treb's going for another TC. I fear he soon will be down to 0 TCs. Here's the GG. So that's 2-0 for Nahuel. And that's 75 to 34 KD. Much better eco for Nahuel. And felt like he had the lead there pretty much that entire game. So here we are with that. And we'll head over to a scoreboard and update this 2-0 in this best of 5. He has the ACCM fighting spirit. Turs believes in the reverse sweep. Never doubt Turs. If someone messages you during a set with a bug report, don't doubt them. Dinchester will reverse sweep, I believe. Emu with the copy pasta. Emu knows a thing or two about winning TTL sets. We were so close. We're so close to 14,000 followers. We're at 13,996. We need 4 more kind souls to follow on Twitch, and we will hit the follower goal. You would unfollow? What type of person are you? We held that GG like it was a best of 3. Well, thank you, Jenna, for the follow. Thank you very much. So here we're 1 minute away. It'll be Fortified Clearing, the best map in our map pool. It'll be Burgundians for Wean Dinchester and Kumans for Nahuel. So Wean Dinchester, if he does have an advantage, it should be on the clown maps. Burgundians, Kumans, always an interesting matchup. See how the 2TC boom happens for the Kumans. Love Fortified Clearing. I do too. It's a really nice map. It's arena, but with some differences, right? You gotta care about the outside and the sneaks. You have room to expand if you're pushed. And Burgundian's a civ that could potentially feudal boom themselves. They could do all the eco upgrades in feudal and boom, and probably not as good as the Kuman boom, but might not be all that far behind if they do. Could also lead to options for some aggression while booming. Right, capture age, load into the game. Here we are. Alright, so Wean Dinchester as the Blue Burgundians to the southwest is down 0-2 against Nahuel, who will be the Yellow Cumans to the northeast. Fortified Clearing is the map, and we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 relics in the middle. Then 1, 2, 3, 4 on the outside. And Ace John, thank you very much. Will Emu beat antagonist? He will if you believe hard enough. That's what I've learned as a Mets fan. You gotta believe. If you go and you download and turn on the Emu Trebs mod, and all of us turn on the Emu Trebs mod, I think he'll get the support he needs to beat antagonist. I believe really hard. You're probably saying you think it'll be really difficult for him to beat antagonist, but I choose to read your sentence as you believe he's going to win so hard that he will win 10-0 in a best of 5. I hope they keep at least fortified clearing. It is a real banger map. It is important that we have enough closed maps, but we do have some good closed maps in the map pool for the main season of TTL. That's for sure. That is absolutely for sure.
Yeah, what?
So Boar chasing the Vil as he lures it in. Ooh, what's going on there? No, wait, where's that boar going? Yeah, Vil taking some hits. And he gets in a good spot anyway, but no, it's like 5 or 6 seconds that Vils were idled and not working properly. It does have a good effect on you, maybe 100 resources or so that you're slowed down by. Your prediction is Emu will work super hard for his win and Masty will get an admin win? That's true, Masty's been getting lots of admin wins recently, winning the scheduling war. So if you're the Burgundians here, we already do have double bit axe from the Dark Age, but I wonder what your plan is then against the Cumans. Do you go for aggression in the Castle Age? You could monk rush, you could do a castle drop. Custilier are still a good unique unit for rushing. You do have a really good economy for a monk rush and a great monk tech tree. You do miss heresy, but that's not something you're worried about when you're pushing. No theocracy and imp, but everything else you could want in the Castle Age along with gold upgrades that are cheaper and available early. Only closed map on the ladder is Arabia minute 8. Any more 10-0 sweeps make best of 19? I miss the days when we had best of 21s. Best of 21s are like that. That's where the real Age of Empires is played. Doubt versus Chris best of 21s again. Amish Militia and Rams push. Best of 101. I've never seen that. Best of at least 57. That's maybe a lot of games. So Scout for Nahuel continuing to hoover around on the side. And think about pushing in some deer. Best of 111. Now that would be a taunt. I think Viper and Doubt played a best of 35 once that became Forest Nothing. Yeah, they nerfed monks too many times for arena. We need to bring good old monks back. I miss when arena was kind of I feel like in AOC we did see a bit more of a variety on arena strats, but also a bigger variety on arena gens. Now the generations are always very fair with the extra resources in the middle. You never get the old gens where you'd have like both extra golds and the extra stone in the back of your base. Best of 7 factorial, says Turs. Best of 7 factorial. I'm out of coffee now, and it's only the first set. Probably should have gotten like 2 or 3 or 10 coffees for today. Low Courier 6. Hey, I also do want to do a Fallout New Vegas stream at some point because of the TV show coming out in December. Maybe early December we'll do that. That could be fun. So longer Dark Age here for Wean Dinchester. I did say maybe matching a Feudal Boom could be an option, but we're not going to see that here. No Tower Rush either, which you can always try against the Cumans, but not going to be a fast Feudal from Wean Dinchester. He is just wall on the sides, in case maybe Nahuel went for the Sneak Feudal Rams. As I say, in case he went for the Sneak Feudal Rams, I know he's going to do a TC out here. But if these were Vils for a sneaky Feudal Ram push, that would be amazing. There's the TC on the outer wood line, far from the main base, so if he gets attacked, he has a secondary economy out here already. One of the Elos, Wean Dinchester around 2k3, Nahuel around 2k5. So outer TC. He's just gonna sit there with a scout and let the deer wait until the TC's finished, then push it. Oh, it keeps running. That's cute. $248 person bracket double elim starting with best of 35 and increasing. I don't think players would be very interested in that. Maybe for a game that was much quicker than Age. Age of Empires games can take quite a long time. Here's the deer. Oh, what are those vills doing? Trying to click the deer, probably. So, second TC for the Kumans, and we are 2 TC booming. Who I think is most likely to fall out of Platinum? That's a good question. I'll need to double check who's in it right now. So, I've been so worried about Bronze, I haven't seen Platinum in the roster yet. Oh, that's true, Sashman. Factorials will be even for anything greater than or equal to 2 factorial. Now, yeah, Draken retired. The question is, will Draken unretire before TTL? Like, a Viper dropping out of Platinum is quite a prediction. I don't think that should happen, but wouldn't be the biggest surprise were it to happen. So, deer taken. Oh, that's actually really nice. By the way, Nahuel built the TC on the outside. He has extra deer that he can push in, so he can kind of delay his farms a bit and move more vills onto the deer. I like that. He's going to be wall on the other side. Kumans will have extra HP on their palisade walls. Another Draken. He will join Metal in retirement. There's one thing that's true about AoE 2. No one stays retired forever. Like Jordan, he's back, right? Jordan's back. And then we have Bowsaw and Castle Age on the way for Wean Dinchester. He's still scouting around, trying to see what Nahuel's doing. And we don't see anyone on stone. Indicates it's not going to be a forward castle drop from him. He has 4 vills on gold and a stable. I wonder what the stable's for if he's not making any scouts. He has 1 spear on the way. Is Bowsaw done now? A factorial of an integer would be even. You don't need to break out the gamma function for Twitch chat math puns. Okay, scouts fighting. Who will win? Nahuel has a Vil on the way. Will the Vil get there in time? It'll get the ooh, bit of a dance there. No one gets a hit in. And Wean Dinchester gets the hit. The clown knows how to micro scouts. No, now it's tricky. There's a gate going up. There's some walls going up. The Vil will get a hit on the scout, but with 2 HP, it will dodge and get away. The math stream? That's always a math stream. Let's be clear about that. Always a math stream. Oh, there's another scout on the other side. They managed to get in through some walls. Vils will come out and try to fight. That's a weak Vil being sent out too. Light cav on the way, so Wean Dinchester really would like to wait for light cav before taking a huge engagement. But we'll be fighting the Vils. Light cav coming in. Vil still poking. Vil goes down. There aren't monks or scouts from the Kumans. Light cav? I guess the arena player just wants to click light cav. It does help him pick off a Vil. He could maybe get a second Vil from it. If you get 2 Vils, probably worth it for light cav. But here comes a spear, and oh no, stand ground again. Oh, he notices, but too late. And attempting to run. He'll turn his back on the death that captures him. So Spear out, he is trying to boom 1, 2, 3 TCs. Down by 16 Vils, maybe he hopes that the Burgundians can outboom the Kumans. Down by 300 resources collected, which honestly isn't that much. And he will hope to capture relics. He wants all 5 from the middle and then probably some from the outside. He could get maybe 7 relics, that'd be cool. I mean, 8 are in play right now. One of them's behind the walls, but 8 relics could be a possibility. A double up arrow notation. Oh my gosh. That's gonna be a really large number there. And hello Kai World, like the stream on YouTube? I do too. I like having the 4K stream and I think people like the VODs. So I like having it there as an option for people. And Rabinol, thank you for the follow. Ooh. Oh, I totally didn't even read Sior Folk, thank you for the follow earlier, right after Jenna. Is this... OBS is reading 13,999 followers. So we might need one more. Or maybe the counter just didn't update. This is not way up to the castle age. Spears poking each other. And Russell Crossbow. Thank you for the follow. There we go. And OBS tells you we're at 14,000 followers. Just like that scout following the monk. I'll follow the stream. Hopefully the outcome is better than death. Monastery is very forward, could become an issue later. This monastery, so the monastery is forward so you can grab the relics. You can always build it in the back later and move the relics back. Have to remember to do that. But being forward does give you a better opportunity to pick up relics in the middle. And, well right now Wean Dinchester has gotten 3 of them. He's going to pick up a 4th relic on the outside, and a 5th relic from this monk. So he will have at least 5 relics. And if he has enough spears on the inside, can potentially stop Nahuel from grabbing any more of these inner relics. Ooh, the castle goes up just in time. Just in time. And arrows down the scout. So Kuma Boom unpunished, but it's only a 7 Vil difference. And when you look at the res collected, it's only 300 res difference. So I don't think this is over. I don't think this has been Kuman booming to an insane lead. Burgundians have a good eco themselves, and maybe just playing standard into relics could in the long run help Wean Dinchester if he does indeed get all those relics, and he's going for the forward one here. So already having 3 in his possession should be another 1, 2, 3 for him for a total of 6. And if you can go up 6 relics, even if it is 6 to 3, then I think you're still feeling good for the long run. Question is, what happens now as they transition to Imp? How quickly will Nahuel be able to push? And will he be able to knock Wean Dinchester out of the game? And if not, how do their army compositions fare in the long run? And will Wean Dinchester ever be tempted to press the button? Probably not. Haven't seen that in a long time. Hello, Overdroid. Lons to you. The LC player has 0 LC. Yes, he does. 0 light cav. Has a lumber camp. 0 light cav. And there's Imp. Imp on the way for Nahuel. Castilier, maybe with this back castle. But I think Wean Dinchester knows that with the boom he's gone, he's going to have to worry about the fast Imp. And that's why he's starting to move the relics back. On the outside, he's got a Vil wandering around. The spear maybe needs to fight the wolf with the help of the monk. And he's maybe looking to get a forward wallop. Am I allowed to say you missed the button? You are allowed, but you say that at your own risk. Hello, Boy Wonder.
Bonjour.
Yeah, the monastery in the back for the relics. The first one is so that he can get the relics in the middle faster. And you're really not at risk of losing that one right away. So Vil fighting a wolf on the outside, Vil atop the hill, stabbing down the wolf.
Bonjour.
Praise be the button indeed. And Imperial Age on the way for Wean Dinchester. Imperial Age though, faster for Nahuel, but at least Wean Dinchester is catching up. We'll have a forward castle, and then Trebs. Oh, the monk was already putting a relic in this monastery. Didn't readjust to the back one. Dinchester needs to move that relic back. TTL. Oh yeah, there was a version of fortified clearing with the rock on the edge. I'm not sure what version that was though. Maybe we could bring that back one day. Don't think too many people are fans of unwallable rock terrain though. It was entertaining. That's the thing. I feel like, you know, it's kind of like a wonder victory in that every once in a while it's fun, but if it happens every game, then it's just repetitive and not fun. And I think the problem with the button was that it would take an even and competitive game and then instantly just cut it off and end it one way or another. Usually with the button presser getting the win. As much as there are instances where the button was entertaining, you also have, I think it also did a lot to kind of ruin some otherwise entertaining games too, by ending them prematurely. So Vills go down. And Treb goes for the TC. And Terraces is working well for Wean. He's losing a TC. Did get the relic out of that monastery and has 6 relics in the back. 6-2 with 1 more out here in the middle should Nahuel want it. Nahuel on the outside moving around for relics. Oh, Wean Dinchester walled, but he did not wall to the edge of the map. He is unaware that there is a hole in that wall, and maybe that'll come back to bite him. Ooh, okay. He thinks he's safe, but he's not. He's making skirmishers. We all know how good skirmishers are. Not a pro waller indeed. That's the button was the original Flemish Revolution. Ballistics on the way. And Wean Dinchester had better hope that wolf is his friend. But even if it is, that Ville does not have loom. I don't see any other predators on the minimap. This is where if you're not you probably want the palisade foundations to conceal the wolf corpse as you try to sneak a Ville to the corner. But Trebs keep pushing at the front. For a moment, you thought one could advance to a nuclear age. Yeah, this isn't Rise of Nations, although I should play that someday. Not Rise of Nations. H is silent in Spanish. I'm trying. That is my attempt to say a silent H. So Treb goes down, and Wean Dinchester is defending. Nahuel still has the score lead. Yeah, the problem is AUE is not a sound that we have. And fortified wall even for Wean Dinchester as he's pushing back and taking a score lead. So he held against the Kumans. He's now up 6 relics to 2, with a potential to grab a final one that has been scouted by Nahuel. Has been scouted by both players. Think any name in mind that you think could be a promising competitive player in the next few years? Maybe someone who could compete with the current top 3? I feel like the way Lewis is playing like all the time and grinding, he probably has the best shot at making improvements. He still has a long way to go, I think, to be competitive with the top players. But the way he's been improving a lot has been really promising. Otherwise, breaking into the top 3, I don't know about that. That is hard. Sebastian maybe with a chance to get into the top 3. I don't know if you'd still consider him a new and up-and-coming player at this point, though. He's pretty well established. You always feel like when Sebastian plays well, he plays really well and can beat anyone. I don't know if he can beat everyone consistently. So Cavaliers taking out a Treb. Nahuel kind of pushing back a bit. Gabby first to 3100. Mark it down. Now that's true. Gabby's now What, she made number 31 on the ranked ladder? Incoming call, ring ring. That's not like on the stream anywhere, is it? That's just chat memeing. What has been built on the left? Ooh, stables. A couple of stables there. Thankfully in time, Wean Dinchester caught it, right? That's the opening in the wall. Vil went forward, did get the stables up, but Wean Dinchester noticed. Noticed, but maybe not in time to eliminate them before more light cav come. Not too many light cav though. We'll have another TC up there and the Trebs are on their way over. And this is now getting to a spot, if this is stopped, where Nahuel needs to find a way to push quickly and not let this go to a long game being down 6-2 relics. So, Burgundian Vineyards, Squires, Pikemen, all the eco upgrades coming in from Wean Dinchester. Halib on the way, doing everything he hadn't clicked so far. Starting to float a lot of gold and wood, so he needs to keep pushing. Now, a good number of Cavaliers, but they will become less effective once Halib comes in. %10 of the Dinchester eco is from relics. I mean, that's true. Burgundians with 6 relics even get the food income generated in addition to gold as their civ bonus. So they are living large with those relics. So over here, the Coustilier is going to take advantage of this opening. Maybe Nahuel should have walled this at some point. Walled it himself. But now, ooh, now a Vil from Wean Dinchester will get some revenge for the sneak. This outpost sees everything out here, though. Maybe she'll just wall. She's just gonna wall, not gonna go forward. Gonna be boring and wall with another layer. We'll have crop rotation on the way, Wean Dinchester. Getting ready for a super long game and moving out into the middle to fight the stables. Nahuel is a Mapuche name from Patagonian natives. Maybe we'll see them in this game as Araucanians, their pre-Columbian name. So everything clicked here for Wean Dinchester. They'll have Paladin on the way from Nahuel. Nahuel putting it in the back stable. Two-handed swordsman and gold shaft mining on the way. Cuman's is an unusual pick for this map. Cuman's not really an unusual pick for any closed map. Their 2TC boom is viable pretty much everywhere. So the Paladin upgrade does take a while. It is in the forward stable. We have Champion on the way too. Nahuel looking to spend some gold. Paladin and Champion. Burgundians will have great hand cannoneers though for countering the Champions, and Paladin might not come in. Paladin might not come in, and the Paladin stable is destroyed. Paladin stable is destroyed, and the research is restarted in the back. So now another 2 minutes need to pass by before Nahuel will have his much desired and long sought after paladins. Though he convert the stables with redemption. That's true, the monk is the best siege unit in the game. There's Elite Coustilier. Guy, does he look elite? Has some gold on him. Gonna watch as many bronze games as you can. As long as we get the clown maps played, happy to cast. Yeah, that was indeed under way too risky a place for the Paladin tech. Paladins won't work. Oh, with all the Halbs out, it's tricky. The problem with Champions is Burgundians, they will have an extra 25% attack for their gunpowder units, and chemistry is already in. So a few ranges and hand cannoneers come out and they deal with the Champions. And the troops pop out and they will go for the castle. Complete barding armor on the way for Wean Dinchester. Lucilia trying to defend the cannon. But here come the champions. Here come the paladins. And one big push from Nahuel might be able to clean this army, trying to use the champions to fight the halbs. But Wean Dinchester doing what he can to position the halbs to deal with the paladins. Halb numbers will go down though. And those trebs, they don't care about anything. They're going forward. They will hit this castle in the middle. More elite Custilia coming out. Wean Dinchester is walled everywhere, but all of a sudden, this is an amazing fight for Nahuel. Scores flipping back and forth, and he has a 100 to 50 KD. Double the KD, and now destroying a castle in the middle. And what a push this is, but it's maybe stalling out a bit as the production for Wean Dinchester is kicking in. And now all the halbs and some hand cannoneers are coming forward. But the castle will go down, potentially 2 castles go down, as we have 6 trebuchets here. We'll have halb on the way, and then some halb spam from the barracks. And now he needs to defend his own trebs from the Custilia. He might lose a treb or 2 here, but the paladins are there. Will he lose 3 trebs? That's 2 down. And is that it? 3 down for you. Oh my gosh, he's down to 1 treb. 1 treb, and another survives on 7 HP. Bombard Cannon will finish that off. Down it goes, and now he's only down to 1 treb. Only 1 treb now for besieging the castle. But with that dive, the Custilia lost a lot of HP. And they could be forced back now as the champs and paladins continue pushing forward again. Once more, the Custilia can dive that treb. Halb's moving forward, but maybe 10 seconds out of position in the rear. Depends on what gets fought here and how much those vills can repair. And they can't repair anything as the treb goes down. And this castle in the middle for Wean Dinchester will stand. He lost the castle but got 6 trebs. And also now has to face paladins. So, yeah, this is the question. Is he dead? He's down by 10,000 resources collected. And still Wean Dinchester, 6 Burgundian relics. So I think this is a really tall task for Nahuel, but he did finally get that relic from down here. We see he's at 3. He'll be making some trebs from home. Stable's going up. We'll have arson in this blacksmith. And Canyoneer's coming forward. Now was poking stuff down. And back and forth all of a sudden as the army numbers have started to fall for Nahuel. It is a much better army and full population for Wean Dinchester. Nahuel running out of resources, hard to keep everything queued. He's got 40 halbs cubed. 40 halbs cubed. Halbs cubed. There you go. I can speak. And we'll use that to try to fight the Custilia. Maybe a bit weaker to the hand cannoneers though. Running out of champion numbers. Even with 27 on gold, doesn't quite have the gold numbers. Who is cute? Everyone in the chat is. Yeah, halbs cubed. Imagine that. That's like some 256 X mod. Mayhem right there. Alright, Trip's going for the castle. Paladins. Ooh, stand ground. Paladins not killing everything. And Custilia will take out 2 more trebs. Going down, this castle stands. And Wean Dinchester now continues fighting with a 3k score lead. Halves cubed, 1/8. And there's a GG from Nahuel. He's going to give it up there as he's losing the fight in the middle. Almost had a really nice push to come out, but then lost the trebs and lost the momentum. And all in all, 269 nice kills for Wean Dinchester. More economy pretty much the whole game after that initial boom. And that'll be a 30-second difference to Imp. And thank you, Spirorion, for the follow. Slightly more vills for Nahuel, but not enough in the end. So GG. And that'll be a win for him. And we will have a game 4. So someone said they wanted to see a reverse sweep. I think that was Turs. And yeah, if there's Turs typing reverse sweep in the chat. He knows what's coming up. He's ready for it. Yeah, credit for trying. Yeah, sometimes not trickle trebbing means that all of your trebs get destroyed at once. So I'm just going to do an ad between the games on Twitch. And again, you can watch on YouTube if you don't want the ads. And I need to reset this pre-roll timer by quite a bit because that was a long game. And Cross will be the next map. Cross. Oof. Cross and then Pacific Islands would be a potential game 5. Yes, I am on YouTube indeed. You can check out the YouTube stream. Alright, this is where I sip my coffee, hoping for a final couple of extra drops. And if I tilt the cup enough, I get just a tiny drop of coffee left. Ah. Don't look AI generated. Have AIs improved that much? Imagine how much time I'd save if I could replace myself with an AI for casting. Might actually have time to finish pacifist runs then. It'll be 3:15. What sets are planned today? That's a great question. There is another set running concurrently with this, Bad Koala versus Mullisaukko. When we're done with this, we're going to see where that is. And later today, we have Wean Dinchester playing another set. Wean Dinchester will also be playing Stronghold Frenzy later. But for now, it shall be Cross, Wean Dinchester, the Blue Lithuanians to the north, Nahuel, the Yellow Japanese to the south, and we have the thing. Yeah, I'm going to need your help, chat. I'm going to need your help. I've casted so many Lithuanian Japanese matchups on Cross. I don't know what to do. I can't take this matchup anymore. And we need like random Civ Cross so that we don't see the same hybrid Civs over and over. Something tells me the Lithuanians will eventually make skirms. The Japanese might go men-at-arms. We'll probably see a lot of fishing ships. So immediate lumber camp on the woodline for the Japanese. I wonder if we have stats on this matchup and what civs are the most winningest civs. Japanese versus Lithuanians, what the percentage is, what the strats are, what strats tend to lend themselves to wins. See, pond looks like it generated properly. We'll have, 8 fish there. Should have 8 fish in all the ponds. So I think we are good to go there. 8. Our base is taking his nap, so we need to check the maps for him, I guess. There we go, all 8 fish in all the ponds. I think we're good. I need to do a slight touch up to the map to ensure the ponds spawn properly all the time. So I need to look into that. I think it's something I can fix, but I don't want to break the map for something that we might just admin re. Remove relics from the map. We need Statafrax, yeah. Cross was always one of my favorite maps, but I think we've just seen it over and over and over again with kind of a stale Civ setup of the hybrid Civs.
Speaking.
And Doc here going up for Wean Dinchester. And here, nicely timed Borlor. Only 8 food left on the other one. And Nahuel will be pushing some deer in. And be surprised to see Wean didn't lose here. Well, he is 200 elo lower than Nahuel, so I don't think it'll be too much of a surprise. After the next patch, Vikings will be famous for cross. What happens to the Vikings in the next one? They get fires, right? But no demos. So yeah, they can just do the Hulks on cross. Oh yeah, and hello, Alan Citas over on YouTube. How you doing? AI bots are still stupid. Don't worry. I could like use 11 labs to clone my voice. Some type of AI reading the contents of the game. I mean, honestly, that probably isn't in the realm of impossibility, right? I mean, sports games have had in-game commentary for years. Being able to do that for an Age of Empires match might get repetitive after a while, but maybe generative AI could generate enough voice that it's possible. That could be a fun experiment someday. We could AI commentary for AoE 2. We would have some type of 24/7 ladder cast going on. And predators for water? Only fishing ships can fight back. We could make Jaws as a scenario. Cross needs like 5 wolves per lake. Like 5 wolves per lake. That'd be like Bozzy Cross. Guarding the coastline of every lake. I like that idea. That might spruce it up a bit. So Loom on the way for Wean Dinchester. Scouting out here. The question is, will either player send a forward Vil for a sneak dock? And I think the answer is going to be no. Don't see that yet. Barracks for Nahuel is the Japanese. And that will likely be a Men-at-Arms opening then for him as he's about to click up. You get some catastrophes like a tsunami. There is the Dynamic Battles tournament going on where I think there are a lot of custom scenarios that have catastrophes like that on maps. Like there's that game T90 casted that had a train on the map. 10 random bans in the Civ draft would solve the Civ problem. I don't know if it would, because there are so many hybrid map Civs these days. Instead of Japanese Lithuanians, we probably get like Persians, Byzantines. I don't know. I like the idea of random bans in Civ drafts. I feel like though at some point we need to get to like random picks for a draft to spruce stuff up. Okay, so here is a Vil going for a side pond. Looks like Nahuel won't see that. Like I kind of want to run like 4v4 arena random Civs as a tournament. I also need a mariachi band. There's a player called the Mariachi. Cross have 50% sand pits instead of water? What do you mean sand pits? Like the quicksand terrain where you can't build and just randomly plop that down in the water? This is the best West Chicho. Just no fish. I mean, if there aren't any fish, we'd probably still see fish traps and fish booming. To be honest about that. Do you ban every Civ until there's a coin toss? So here comes some militia forward. Militia into Men-at-Arms. Very compact walling from Wean Dinchester, but there it is. There is the forward Vil we have from Nahuel. And he will be going for a dock on this pond. And I don't think Vils can turn and fight that with the potential Men-at-Arms support. Will this be visible? No, it's not. Just outside the line of sight by a tile. And Nahuel knows exactly where to place that dock, though it's not seen. Scouts attacking the wall. They have to make sure they don't get poked to death by the spear. The scout that's trying to run can't run. He's blocked. He gets poked down. Spear getting one poke. Wood surrounding ponds they'd need to chop through. That's on what map is that? Like Langanati. They're a different setup, but you have to chop through wood, I think, to get to something at least. Maybe that's gold you get to? I don't know, but the chop to wood to get to resource is already kind of an established map type. It has been there for years because Chaos Pit was a classic map. I guess that's what Fractal is kind of, right? Where you chop through the reeds to get to the water. It could be interesting, but also something that's kind of already in a few maps. Don't know if doing that for Cross is exactly what we want. Yeah, Fractal has that. The folders in the back. A couple of them are old, like, Age of Empires books, like the Scenario Design Toolkit or the AoE 3 Strategy Guide. I have an AoE 2 Strategy Guide, but that's over there in the box. Arms come forward, push the scout away. How many vills to chop through one tree? The most you can fit on a tree is 3, if it's like on the outside of a wood line. I think if you really jiggle them, you can get 4. Usually you go 3 on the first tree, then 2 on subsequent trees to get through. Just a poster of books? No, those are actually real books. Archer atop the hill will be shooting the spear. Oh, to finish a tree in one go? It's a 100 wood for a tree. So, vills carry 10 wood by default. And what, 13 with wheelbarrow and 15, I think, with hand, or 18 with handcart? Something around there. So, by default, it'd be 10. There's fletching. And we'll have a house back here on the berries, fletching on the way. And low HP scout fighting the Vill. The Vill will win, and this forward Vill from Nahuel is still here. He's not able to take a fight just yet. The fire ships are there. He's taking a fight on the eastern pond. Gets a Gali out to harass the dock / repair Vill. Needs to start getting fires out, though. Has more military, but Wean Dinchester so far defending. Four vills can chop a tree in one go. Yeah, the reeds that you see on maps like Fractal or Ring of Reeds have 50 wood on them instead of 100, so there are smaller trees. Or trees with less wood, I guess. They're still one tile. So blacksmith here, men-at-arms and spear poking that. Archers try to take out vills. Vills going down. Crossbow, you need to chop through a tree line to access gold. Crossbow, maybe your TC starts surrounded by a tree line. You gotta chop through to get to anything. Or maybe instead of a line of trees, it could be a line of Komodo dragons. Is it worth repairing here? It is a bit, like if you think the men-at-arms are going to break in, but that you're risking your vills against the archers. So if you can get a few hits without losing the vill, that's great. Otherwise, I guess you're not too concerned about it. If you're really concerned, you'd do a tower. But tower already is on the wood line for Wean Dinchester, and now he has to defend the gold. Those archers took a bad fight as they initiated this. But the rest of this army will run back and try to get to the TC where the men-at-arms can't be useful. So the men-at-arms not being able to be near the TC will get picked off, but we'll go over to the gold vills. And that's one vill down right away. And a second vill not down. Okay, 2 men-at-arms picked off. And Wean Dinchester managing to defend this so far. Managing to defend it. Skirms will be picking off the men-at-arms. Down it goes. Oh, you mean attacking it? Okay, I hammer you. I definitely thought you meant repair, but going around I think would have been the better play if there were a better engagement. The tricky thing is this hill, right? Because Wean Dinchester started the engagement on the hill. If Nahuel had been able to take that hill, then he stops the gold, and that is crucial for him. But since he wasn't able to take it, now he's suffered some losses, and on the water he is being cleaned up. The tricky thing now for Wean Dinchester is making sure he stays on the water without over-investing. That he doesn't let Nahuel get back. And that's always hard to tell when you see the flags in the docks. It's always hard to tell when you're microing in several locations and need to make sure all of your fire galleys are fighting, which is not what's happening right here. Wean with an idle full HP fire, and that might even cost him a bit of this fight, or even the water control when he only has one dock. And wasn't fighting at the right time. And Nahuel clicking up to the castle age. He is up first. Looking at that economy for Wean Dinchester. With 7 Japanese fishing ships working the entire time for Nahuel. He's up by 500 res collected. Wean Dinchester has to use the market to go up. So he's going to have a much weaker economy. But at least his uptiming will be competitive. He'll only be behind by a vil or so. Yeah, a little over 30 seconds behind. Vil repairing the fire ships over here as the dock goes down. And the demo will come forward. Boom! Gets one of the fires. The dock over here getting attacked by the fire Gali. Spectating Dinchester versus Nahuel. Oh, isn't the spec dashboard great? Tells us everything we want. The skirms go down over here. And an archery range. Double ranges at the front for Wean Dinchester. As the Lithuanians, is this going to be skirms? Could it be cav archers? I don't think you can go cav archers against the Japanese. We're going to have extra attack. You do want to use your faster moving skirms with the potential for tower shields. No info about the TTL on Wikipedia yet. There should be info about it. Right now we're at the Bronze League. The main leagues will be in January. So I have like 2 months to get the maps finalized for them. Which sounds like a lot of time, but really it isn't. With how buggy and hacky maps can be. So in the northern pond, looks like Wean Dinchester is holding, but in the eastern pond, win for Nahuel. In the western pond, Wean Dinchester won't be able to get a dock up. The fishing ships are there. Maybe they need to block the vil so we can't do like a quick wall dock. Ooh, he's trying to trap the vil. He traps the villager. She gets some diagonal hits on him. He's got 2 HP. That's more than enough. 1 is all you need. Get the walls up. And Vil breaks free, but not free enough. As Wean Dinchester just rebuilds the palisade. And she still is trapped by that 2 HP Vil. You can go build a dock should you want to. Meanwhile, archers from Wean Dinchester getting around the back of the back into the wood line. Vils will fight. And 1 archer will go down. And if he had pulled back just a bit earlier and kept both those archers alive, that'd be much deadlier. But he does get a couple of Vils. And skirms on the other side will come over, and the Mangonel comes to chase them. Yeah, I always find it kind of difficult to find tournament information. There's no, like... With no one using AoE Zone these days, there's no big central hub for tournaments. I mean, Wikipedia, you know, it's just like, it's a wiki. It doesn't have, like, tournament discussion on it. It doesn't have, like, a... You know, all the integrated stuff that the spectator dashboard has for joining the games. So I think things are a bit split up in a bunch of different places these days. And it's not as cohesive as it was back in the day. So 1 skirm comes over, and with 1 skirm, that Vil who had made the prison will die. And TC goes up here. And it's not like Microsoft themselves have a community. Right, that's one of the things that I feel like World's Edge needs to do a better job of. Like if I partnered with them for cartographers, I could definitely could use their social media team promoting the tournament more vigorously that they're you know, sponsoring. Another TC going up in the back. Mangonel comes forward, and this could be a Mangonel shot on Vils. Ooh, a couple of Vils go down. Webcam AI, that's what people told me. They're not the where after a few months it no longer looks like an AI. T Westworld. I am putting handbooks on my website, and I would like to do more stuff like brackets and whatnot. That'll be a bit of an infrastructure change though, because it's just a static website and I need admin access. and accounts and stuff. So mangonels continue hitting the TC. And this is a great forward hill for Nahuel to control and push from. Mangonels atop that hill will have bonus damage. Oh my gosh, is this a hill fort situation for Wean Dinchester? The +3 range for TCs, that does stop mangonel pushes. And it feels like now with... Let's see, we have the southern and northern pawns under control of Wean Dinchester, with the eastern and western pawns both for Nahuel. So 2v2 on the pawns. But Nahuel pulling ahead a bit in eco units. Vil count's still similar, but he's pulled ahead in res collected. Those Japanese fishing ships have done wonders for him throughout this game. And, well, that monastery up, he will have one relic. Let's see, can he get to enough knights to fight the skirmishers? He doesn't have any blacksmith upgrades on them. No bloodlines, no armor, and also no husbandry. Bloodlines and armor being the most important ones against skirms. The mangonels come forward. As long as Wean Dinchester has mangonels, he can trade in a mangonel fight. As if he has a mangonel advantage, that's even better. I like the fact that hill forts requires a castle makes it useless. By the time you have a castle up, mangonel pushes are really relevant. Yeah, that is true. It kind of doubles up with what the castle does. I think it can be useful against some situations where like you have a castle in one part of your base and then you're spread out and you need the TC to hit or protect other areas. But that's not as common, right? Usually one castle, if you're defending, defends a lot. And it's one of those things like that old Slav's armor tech that was turned into the armor bonus for Bengali monks. It's one of those things where requiring a castle makes it almost useless. But if you didn't require the castle, it would be really strong. As we had a cav archer swap from Wean Dinchester, but he runs right into some skirms. And there's a Lithuanian cav archers there. I had to think for a second. Like, was it the Japanese cav archers? No, Lithuanian ones. See, maybe, unless they were converted, because we do have a cav archer here from Nahuel. Mighty cav archer swap? Could have been like a hotkey mispress. It's not like there were a lot of them for either player. Were they converted Japanese cav archers? I didn't catch that. He does have a monk defense. That might have been converted Japanese cav archers. Any tech you can get from the TCs. Maybe just make it even stronger. The problem is that like you could combine it with something like Tigui, where the arrows shoot by themselves, but that's already its own separate tech. Now, that would be my first idea, like make it shoot an arrow or two by itself. I did see that in Gali if we casted that, yes. It was hard to see because the Microsoft Azure servers went down and we couldn't get the maps transferred properly, but I did end up seeing it at least. Great as a defender against cav raids. Yeah, it does have late game uses. Yeah, usage. That's true. What's the elo? 2k5 against 2k3. So castle going up in the middle for Nahuel. Have I ever suggested a proper promotion of AoE 2? I mean, Microsoft does that all the time, right? They have their own social media where they do that. If you mean like getting my tournament stuff promoted on their socials, yes, I have suggested that. And that's what I was saying earlier. I wish they did that more properly. So skirms raiding in the back. Cav archer and skirms going down. This is a good mass of skirms for Nahuel. Now, the faster moving Lithuanian skirms should be better, but you do need numbers. Ooh, he hasn't had ballistics this whole time. KDs are still really close, and actually slightly ahead for Wean Dinchester, but now he's down so far in military and in vills from that eco difference. Almost 5,000 more resources for Nahuel. And mangonel will hit the skirms. And Imp. Imp clicked for Nahuel. What TC is it in? Okay, well, one mangonel shot. Oh, wait, no, those are the same team. TC is in a safe TC at home. Or Imp is in a safe TC at home. Not like he had any forward TCs, but just had to check after that first game. Castle being constructed. More vehicles coming over. Mangonel doing a bit of a dance. And okay, that's one way to lose a game. Lose your Mangonel micro. One way to throw if you have a lead. And will these Mangonels be able to get good shots? There are some Repairvilles there. And the Skrums have to fall back. That'll let the forward castle come up. Oh, but here comes Samurai. Here comes Samurai. The melee unit to take out the Mangonels. The Mangonel shots will land on them, if any. None so far. Remember, they do have a charge attack, so they are a little zoomy, sprinting, charging Samurai now. They get close to attacking. I think RBW promoted. I feel like there are probably like some gaming publications that have had articles about it before. Skirm versus Skirm. Now there's a latest out for Wean Dinchester. Only one relic to 3 though. Final relic. Oh, he's gonna pick up a second relic though. He's gonna grab a second relic. They'll have a clandestine monastery forward on the opposite side of the map. And Nahuel. Ooh, he didn't even scout the relic. He won't know it's taken. I guess he can check the plus attack on the cav and see. But won't know it's taken. And no forging or iron casting yet for Wean Dinchester, so he still can add that in. And like latest against Samurai. That's true. The Samurai have a huge bonus attack against the Leichai. It is plus 10 against unique units. One of the units that probably does counter them fairly well. The Japanese could also complement the Samurai with halbs to deal with the Leichai. And I think Nahuel will be going for that as he has pikemen on the way in his queue. And with a castle on the hill on the side as Nahuel is getting ready to take some gold. Not being aggressive with a forward castle. Maybe feels like he doesn't have the army numbers for that right now. Insta conversion on that latest. As the Skirms keep chasing the other Leichai away. Only one armor still for them from the blacksmith. How we could do with that second armor, especially against the Imperial Age Skirms. They'll have chemistry on the way soon. And then Bracer needs to come in. I guess chemistry first. Well, I'd say Japanese don't bombard cannons, right? Yeah, they don't. So chemistry not even greatest tech for them. Any AoE 2 teams supposed to me to be part of them as a caster? No. They have not. I did cast on the GL channel last year. I was gonna cast at that canceled land, but like as a team caster, no. I don't even know what the point of that is, honestly. I mean, people cast the games anyway. And I feel like as a team, you don't get much value out of having like a dedicated Twitch channel built up for your team. Okay, Leichai come in and hit the trebuchets. That's one treb down, but here come the Samurai and Halbs. And okay, if there's one melee composition that eats Leichai, that is it. That is it. What is that? They crumbled immediately. And Nahuel wins 3-1. Mina's going for all in Castle Age, he's going for all in GG. 87 to 86 KD. And fishing economy for the Japanese, winning another game for them on Cross. Saves us. Yeah, that's true. We would have had Pacific Islands for game 5. So congrats to Nahuel. He will advance. Wean Dinchester, though, will have later today a Stronghold Frenzy set versus running in 15 minutes. Oh gosh, in 15 minutes. Let's quickly cast Bad Koala versus Mullisaukko. We're just going to join that wherever it is. The score, it is game number 3, and it looks like it's tied 1-1. So we'll do Bad Koala versus Mullisaukko. We'll hop right into this. They've been playing for like over 2.5 hours. How are they just starting game 3? No pause. No pause for Wean Dinchester. Okay, so this will be Bad Koala versus Sako. No pause, no break, no rest for the Dinchester. And they had a long game too. Alright, we're going to have shoals right here. Mullisaukko will be the orange Malay to the southwest, and Bad Koala will be the blue Woo to the northeast. Let me give his name as Bad Koala, because I think we'll all recognize him as that. Bad Koala on the scoreboard. So welcome to another set of TTL Bronze. This is tied 1-1. Let me get the settings right. Game 1 was won by Mullisaukko. Game 2 by Bad Koala. Blue and orange, so we have our wonderful New York Mets colors here. And Mullisaukko will be running forward with his scout. Oh gosh, could he lane the elephant? Maybe looking for a dock fill, but that dock went up way too early for that to happen. It's still a deer pushed across the shallows. Both of them with docks. And Tyrannosaurus, thank you for the follow. You know how he looks? I'm sure he's a very handsome gentleman. I didn't see him on... I didn't really pay attention to the casts that much because it was not at a good time zone for me. Hey, you're a hockey fan then? Real Swifty? Never really watched much hockey myself. Yes, alright. I'm from Jersey, but I guess my hockey team would probably still be the Rangers, if anything. I had a friend who watched hockey growing up, who was a Rangers fan. Hello, Pap, how you doing? So Loom on the way from Mullisaukko. Good to catch you up again. Thanks for being here. Liars. Yeah, well, South Jersey's weird. South Jersey's like a Philly extension, like, ignore them. North Jersey is where it's at. I love baskets. Hello, I love baskets. Yeah, baskets knows what it's like to be from Jersey. 14,003 followers. Yes, indeed. We did surpass the goal. And thank you, Shikso, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We just finished casting Wean Dinchester, and we might be casting him again, because after a short break, he will be playing in Stronghold Frenzy. He hopped over to Mullisaukko, Bad Koala. Apparently, they had a very long game number 2, but we hopped in for game 3. They're tied 1-1. I'm going to be casting this live. Did I update my YouTube title to say... I don't think I put the player names there. What did I say this? TTL and Stronghold Frenzy. Okay, we're good. Who is casting... you mean this one right here? I don't know if anyone casted the first 2 games. I know T90 is away today. Mem's streaming PC broke, and Dave was playing some other game. So I don't know if anyone else has been covering this. I didn't see if Danny or Ornley were online earlier. Enjoy your stream. Thank you, Shikso. Yeah, Woodline goes to the edge of the map. This one... Oh, yes, it does. One tile goes to the edge of the map. Woodlines get crazy like that sometimes. Although right here there's an opening. Right here there's an opening. So, yeah, Mullisaukko is not fully walled right now. There could be a passage here through the gold winding around the back. So he's not fully walled and even has a hole at the front. Resting into 4 fishing ships, amassing some galleys in his dock. And still in the Dark Age is Bad Koala. Now we have seen fast castles on this map. And Bad Koala looks like he has his eco position to do one right here. There's a bit more wood for the market and the blacksmith. There you go, there's the market. So he's going to FC into fires. Mullisaukko will go 1 dock galleys and feudal and try to snipe off fishing ships where he can. Congrats on the 14k followers. Thank you, thank you. Oh, that's a really cute love emote you have there, Vanilla Donut. That is really cute. A minute, I'm trying to break through the house. Next, we need to hit 30k on YouTube. We're at like 29,900. We've been there for a while. I need to actually make a YouTube video. And then we'll probably hit it if I make a couple of videos. Speak German, English, and Dutch, no French. One day we'll do a German cast, one day. I need to find a good, like, time for it where, like, maybe there are other English casters covering the set, so I can do a German cast. And we can practice my German and put Capture Age in German and learn all the AoE 2 words. So defensive fire Gali from Bad Koala. He'll try to keep his fishing ships alive while going up to the Castle Age. We'll have another forward dock from him, so this looks like he wants to go fires and get into the fish. Sea Tower will defend against galleys for now. The dock does go up before Mullisaukko can stop it. He does see it at least. The fishing ships just need to stay alive now, and as I say that, he loses 2 of them. Like 10 years ago, I lived in Berlin, and I had like, I was kind of like just about at a B2 level, but I haven't spoken it since, so I need to get some practice in. Castle Age on the way up, and fletching on the way here from Mullisaukko. We're in Berlin, Germany. There is a Moscow over in Pennsylvania. I stopped there for gas once. You never know what you're going to find in rural Pennsylvania. It can really be an adventure out there. I'd crawl up to the Castle Age. Hey, living in Jersey, I could probably get away with getting an electric car soon, so maybe my next car. So some Jin swordsmen here from Bad Koala. Men-at-Arms, though, from Mullisaukko looking to push forward. This now makes me think, how would Jin swordsmen do in the presence of, what was it called? Forced Levy? Forced Levy. For the trash swordsman. Just casted the LY Cup in German. The German fellows loved it. Yeah, so, someday. Someday I will try. I'll need to practice a bit. Once told the German see you later, he asked when and what time. Sounds like a very German thing. And Jin swordsman running over as the archers will get towards the edge of the map. Maybe trap themselves a bit, but the Jin swordsmen have to track them down. And yeah, they will trap themselves against that wood line. And don't know if Mullisaukko can escape from this. Oh, the archer's trying to escape off the edge of the map. He's saying, let me out, let me out. Don't chase me down, but he's got nowhere to go. And the Jin swordsman will finish him off. Down they go. The only thing to be authentic German is whenever something is slow to make a Deutsche Bahn joke. Hey, my ability to speak German saved me at the garrison. I walked to the train station in Hamburg to get my Deutsche Bahn train to Berlin. And I got an email saying the trains were cancelled. All the signs and information were in German, but I could navigate to take the S-Bahn to another train station like 30 minutes away and get on my ICE train to go to Berlin. I was able to navigate. Did you just write the same words twice? Last time you took a Deutsche Bahn train, you had a 9-hour delay. Has different meanings. So the words have a different meaning between when I read them and when I've read them. I'm used to that from English. Feels like they want to go elephants to fight the Wu. Maybe, I don't know what they want to do on land. It's almost that awkward spot, right, where you have to face the Jin swordsman. And it's like, none of your archery range options work against them. And Mullisaukko's trying to hold on the water, but fire ships are forcing him back. Swordsman do go for the house, as he's now finished one of his gold mines. And the other gold mine he has is outside of his wall area right now. And actually, Bad Koala could be nasty if you were just to stonewall that in with the forward bill. Stonewall that gold. And put Mullisaukko in an even worse spot. Umfahren can mean to drive over or to drive around. Okay. Can fire archers win water? Can fire archers win water? Wait, does the fire archer extra range apply versus ships? I know it's versus buildings, but does that apply versus ships too? Ooh, I didn't actually think about that. That'd be interesting if it did. Vil getting some walls up back here. I think so, okay. If we see fire archers, we'll check that out. The swordsman's still breaking through. But more res collected from Mullisaukko. As we'll just now have the second TC being added in from Bad Koala on one of these side golds. Still controlling both areas of land, but long swords are on the way from Mullisaukko. And in a straight up fight, they will win against the Jin swordsman. The problem is the Jin swordsmen are so fast, they can run away from the long swords. First, if buildings and ships, okay. Confirming versus buildings and ships. So the longsword's much better than men-at-arms. They get +6 against shock infantry instead of +2. And they still don't want to get caught out of position. They'll make it back to the TC. As some walls come in, but there's a hole. There's always a hole. And the Jin swordsman will run right through and get in on the wood line. And now Mullisaukko's in some trouble, as villagers are not going to like fighting Jin swordsmen. And yeah, even with all those vills, he has to delete the house. Would not like to fight against the long swords, but he's going to go for vills. He's out for blood. And already with a vill lead, he is hacking away at this wood line. I don't think there are enough long swords even to win this fight. Maybe there are. They have such a huge bonus attack. But the long swords are going down, as are the vills. And now that's a 51 to 42 vill difference. Second TC up here on the gold for Mullisaukko. That is his only gold access at the moment, and he's right now has lost his wood and only has one farmer working. The Jin swordsman, when you see you get a wish. And Palisade going up to try to keep them out. And he's going to need to stonewall. There he has a spot to stonewall. And forging on the way from Mullisaukko. So these Jin swordsmen still causing trouble, but we'll have a third TC now for Bad Koala over on the other side. The longsword's trying to be a bit stronger here in these fights, with that forging on the way. And I think the longswords win this. They're doing a lot of damage, especially with the TC fire. And all those Jin swordsmen get cleaned up, not a single longsword lost. Need to heal a bit. On the water, Bad Koala still with an advantage, but at least Mullisaukko has some fish. Still down by, let's see, 46 to 57 villagers, though. And Horse Collar on the way there for Bad Koala. Our ship here in the middle will go down. And the Jin swordsman will fight the long swords. Fishing ship's going down for Bad Koala. The fire gets distracted by a weak fire, at least. Ooh, gets the fire. Another weak fire on the way, but Shouldn't be lost though, as the fire from Mullisaukko is focusing on the other one. What if defensive buildings get damaged versus the shock infantry? That would heavily change eagles. Maybe give him bonus as specifically against the Jin swordsman, but having eagles able to hoover under TCs and raid is kind of necessary for the American cities when the eagles are supposed to function something as a light cabin knight replacement. And there'll be a forward castle from Bad Koala. Forward in front of his woodline as the swordsmen come and meet the longswords. Longswords will go down. All will go down. And now the Jin swordsman will run back. And thank you, Frenot. Or Freno. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to some TTL. We have a forward TC from Mullisaukko, who does not see that castle being dropped, and will build his TC directly under the castle. If he scouts that, he might even delete the TC, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. Oh, thank you, General Octo, for using your Prime sub. Thank you very much for the support. You like Shoals? Okay. Got a Shoals fan. Have fun. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream yourself. Hello, Draconic Aspirant. A clueless TC. Well, he was clueless about this castle. And now we'll suffer the price of it. Not having enough outposts, maybe. I gotta get your outposts everywhere. That's what I've learned. The more games I see, the more value I see outposts giving you. Now, that William Wallace campaign was right. Knocking down those English outposts, oh man, they were right to raid your village and get angry. Our archer trying to deal with the longswords. Invest with 59.8% win rate. Yeah, I think AoE2 Insights finally updated, but my best Civ win rate was the old Indian Civ that got replaced. For a while, that was my top win rate, but I think they finally updated the site to remove that as my top Civ. The type of record that I'd never break. Okay, Fire Archer going down to the Longswords. Longswords might raid a little. Yeah, they changed them to the Hindustanis, but that was my top Civ, the Indians, before it was updated. Oh, Tiger going for a Vil? Tiger going for a farmer? Don't think he'll get it. No, the farmer is Loom. He'll win. Farmer, he's fighting back by himself. His friends, they keep farming. They know he doesn't need help. They just leave him there to his own devices. And ooh, forward walls. And what did we point out right away? This goes to the edge of the map. Oh wait, yes it does. That's not necessary, but now Bad Koala has walled in Mullisaukko over here. Mullisaukko, how is he getting... Wait, how the heck did he get a Vil for that TC over there? What? What? How did he get there? Did he convert a Vil with a monk and then try for a TC? That's not going to work. What is he doing? That Vil goes down. And now both golds controlled by Bad Koala. No tiger should lose to a single Vil. I do if the Vil doesn't have Loom. And it gets the first hit. Buff tigers, please. Oh yeah, the old Indian Civ with the shorefish bonus on African clearing. Oh, that was smooth. Camels had their camels were changed many times in different patches. And quick gate, not quick enough, as the speedy swordsman get in on the mangonel. The repairs come in, and the repairs will be enough with the TC there. And yes, the repairs save the mangonel. And with another mangonel on the way, the fire archers will probably have to go back as the ground is burning. Oh gosh, poor villager. Corpse is burning. Now Mullisaukko has no ships for fire archers to burn down. Now Bad Koala at least did his part with the fire archers. That is a castle from Mullisaukko. That will not go up. More walls here from Bad Koala, keeping them walled in as the villas are burning. Oh gosh, could the fire archers one hit a castle foundation? No, okay. Ooh, that fire ship attacking the castle foundation is kind of risky there. The castle and Imp on the way for bad Koala. Mullisaukko himself isn't too far away from Imp, but doesn't have any gold access, especially as he's being walled in. I wonder if he calls GG when he sees the Imp. Wouldn't be GG maybe if he had gold, but it's... probably would be anyway, looking at the Vil count. He clicks Imp himself, selling 500 wood. As the melee, he actually will get up first, but I don't know what he does once he gets there. Those synergize with big data. Feels like a username that could be changed to synergize with AI these days. Well, I feel like big data is a much more accurate term for LLMs in the modern usages of what's called AI these days than AI. I mean, and the term LLM itself is, I think, very descriptive. Okay. Will this TC get deleted? Will it get deleted in time? Or will Mullisaukko lose the stone? And looks like the Jin Swordsman destroyed the TC. So no stone refund from the middle of nowhere TC. Guy needs the leader to lead them to victory. And well, we wanted the ships. Here they come. Another forward castle for bad Koala. Tribs are going to be mighty expensive at this point. Everything that Mullisaukko then does to get on the water will be expensive. Spending gold on fast fire. Selling 500 food for gold when he's already down in eco, that is not efficient. It's not efficient at all. Dock going down. Demo hitting a fire. Oh, okay, we're speeding up because the game's over. And there's Mullisaukko calling the GG. Was over for a long time, but he finally calls it. And there we go. Joined 59 seconds and missed some stats. We missed a tiny bit of stat, I guess. Okay, there you go. 86 to 67 KD. Much more res collected. And similar imp time there, so GG, no gold control as Mullisaukko gets walled in. And now let me just update my scoreboard. It just jumped right into that. That's 2-1. I spelled Mullisaukko's name correctly? I think I did. Mullisaukko. There we go. And the next map will be Evacuation. The second match drained him. The second match looks like it was an hour, 18-minute game on Zong. And let's see, we got Stronghold Frenzy starting soon too, between Running and Wean Dinchester. What other TTL sets are today? We also have Combito versus KingstoNe today. And Gali versus Sora Kuma, and Duzu versus Zayam? IXAM from Argentina. 2280, never heard of him before. Interesting. Gali I have seen a few times at least. Palisade and Stonewall are disabled. There were a lot of no-wall show matches played in the past. Haven't seen one in a while, though. Yeah, well, I always wonder if the second game kind of drains someone if it lasts a while, but we'll see. Duzu is the most exciting of the news. The new players. What time is it even? It's 20 GMT, alright. Neos did beat Viper. That is true. Here we go. It is Evacuation. Let me stay hydrated as we start this. can't believe it's not Huns match where every civ gets 200 pop. Not only the Huns are Huns, but all civs are Huns. So evacuation, immediate rhino lure from Mullisaukko. We've seen this map already today. You start with the cracked terrain on the island. You move out to greener pastures over here with the cows and the boar and lots of resources over here on the green area. You're expecting Woo Woo, were just played in the previous map. So Dravidian's Japanese, again, water map with the hybrid map civs. Let's check one thing real quick. Great. I'd like to keep an eye on the maybe 2 Twitch streams so I know who's playing. Alright. Yeah, I don't see anyone else casting TTL. I was wondering if anyone else was casting it. So, oh, what is this lumber camp from Bad Koala? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. Look at that. Look how efficient it'll be. You have vills on this side, vills on this side, a vill in this corner. A vill on this corner. And drop off diagonally. Oh, yes. Let's see how he positions the vills. No, don't put him on there. Put him over here. Let's go, Bad Koala. Get the most efficient lumber camp setup ever. Oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Okay, where's this vill gonna go? Where's he gonna go? Over here, yeah, on the diagonal. This vill needs to go over here. Imagine if they got a hill bonus. They do actually get a hill bonus, pro-footed. They do get a hill bonus. Trees have 100 hit points, and lumberjacks, well, they need to chop the tree. They actually get a hill bonus applied to all of their attacks. You see, they have 3 + 3 + 6 + 3 for 15 attack. And most trees in the game have 20 hit points. But, the standard oak forest tree, not as a straggler, but as a tree, has 30. So if the vills are downhill and chopping uphill, it takes them 3 swings instead of 2 to chop one of these trees. On level ground, it's 2 just like everything else, but let's see if we can find one that's uphill. I don't know if we do all. It's all level out here. Should I add hills out here? Do I have hills? Probably way too crazy to add hills out here. No, this is all level ground. Well, on some maps that matters. On some maps. What about Sicilian trees? Oh, you're right. Those are. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing if we had a Sicilian tree. Because there are those Mediterranean trees. It's like the Italian pine trees, or whatever they're called. There's 3 of them. One of them's native to Sicily. That would be crazy if there was just one tree that took reduced bonus damage from lumberjacks. Oh, that would be perfect. I gotta write that message somewhere. No, that would be crazy. It takes so many more hits to chop. Okay, I'm kind of disappointed though in the way Bad Koala organized the vills. I think he could have organized them a bit better. 2 down there, 1 over here, 2 up there, 1 over here, diagonally dropping off. That would have been perfect. Well, I'll need to do that on a map one day. Just have like a perfect 4x4 square with 2 trees on each side, so you can village or chop your way with 1 vill on each diagonal. That'd be great. Well, Sako, he did take a game, yes. It was also a game that was like an hour, 18 minutes on Zong. I joined after that, though. This happens when you unlock the last 20 inches of the brain of an AoE map scripter. 20 inches feels like a lot. Zong, I'm an American. I like inches as our units. So what do we have here for docks? We have a dock on the right corner from Bad Koala and a dock on the southern corner for Mullisaukko. Square inches. Probably has to be cubic inches for measuring in volume. A map with an inappropriate name for Season 5. Arbase, you never know what the... No, actually we do, Arbase. We were talking about using Tulo as a name, and for whatever reason the chat filter censors that. So we will have a map with an inappropriate name. Don't you worry. The chat filter has our back. Chat filter has our back. Thanks, chat filter. Let's see, where am I getting pinged? He just posting some recs. We'll see what we cast after this, because like I said, there's that Stronghold Frenzy set going on. But maybe I want to cast that fully, so I might just do more TTL and save the recs of that for after the TTL. Is it inappropriate, not impossible? Some Smash Bros style. You want like Final D? And Battlefield? And Hyrule Temple? Is there... Oh yeah, there's that new, like, there's a Switch 2 that's out now. Is there a new Smash Brothers for that? I haven't played Smash Brothers since Brawl, I think. That was a lot of fun back in college. That was a great setup where we had people living together with a common TV room. We played Smash all the time. Men-at-Arms coming forward. Men-at-Arms from both players, and the Men-at-Arms from Bad Koala will be Japanese Men-at-Arms. So probably a bit stronger in this fight. We'll see how it goes for him. Mullisaukko committing and dying. Not a single Man-at-Arms goes down. Koala might lose his scout soon. He's doing a second dock. And making a fire galley just now. So with the Japanese fishing ships, he's probably fine to defend at home for a while. And get a few fires. And okay, low HP scout trying to block the wall off. And succeeds, and oh no. Mullisaukko has to run. At least the scout's so low on HP, probably can't block all that well. There are some archers coming out. And more Vills crossing. But this is not good for Mullisaukko. There goes a Vill. Japanese Men-at-Arms. There goes a second Vill. And the Men-at-Arms will keep hoovering away. Oh, that was some value. That's a lot of idle time. That house didn't get finished. That was a disaster for Mullisaukko. Absolute disaster. Animal crossing? Well, that's what we have here. The animals have to cross the shallows if you want to lure your boar to your TC. So Vill's taking the deer. We'll see if Mullisaukko then goes for a mill. Doesn't quite have the wood forge just yet. And you had a fire galley forward. Doesn't look like you got anything on the water though. And I'm gonna say, how do I say this? Pie boy? I don't know which are capital and lowercase and which one should be numbers or letters, but thank you for the follow. And Mullisaukko not having a good time this map for sure. Now he has archers on their way forward though, and it will be a defensive tower for Bad Koala anticipating they're coming forward. That should help protect his hunt. Might even want to wall off over here with some palisades, but looks like he'll be safe for now. Not that many archers coming forward. Probably not going to camp the tower with that many Vills who could pop out and fight them in melee. Like Pobble. Hello, Pobble. And I probably said that completely wrong too, but hello, thank you for the follow. Watch your casting streams on YouTube, love your casting. Well, thank you very much for stopping by the Twitch stream. We have double bit axe here on Bad Koala. As the archers come forward. And fletching on the way from Bad Koala. And archers keep hoovering around. There's a Vill there. Trying to drop off food, but he's stuck. Stuck between his two friends. Maybe his foot is caught on the bow that's on the ground. Can't drop that off. Archers, meanwhile, will get across the shallows. And maybe get on top of the hill. And start shooting down at the villagers. The Halo 2 map. I never played Halo 2. So that was console only, right? I was always a PC gamer. Aside from the Smash Bros. That I played on the GameCube and the Wii. Vills go down. 1, 2, 3 Vills. Those archers will keep hoovering around, maybe getting it on the gold. The Goldvilles run. Remember, the tower already was constructed for Bad Koala, so he doesn't have stone for a second tower. And these archers now doing quite a bit of damage. Quite a bit of damage, but skirms are out. Skirms here. Oh, wait, how did one archer get ahead of everyone else? Maybe he just walked across the mainland. There's a counterattack, though, from Bad Koala happening. He might need to come back and use his skirms to defend. Fletching for both armor on the way for the archers. The archers are going to try to pick Vills instead of fighting the skirms. They will run away. More skirms come out. That will force the archers back. Can we have Le Grand Face? You want Le Grand Face for the next TTL? I don't think we've used that in a big tournament recently. We had that for the small maps, but I guess that's a very different small versus big. Archer goes down. And Skirm dying from Mullisaukko. And Fire Gali is down here for Bad Koala, torching the dock. And we shall have Town Watch on the way here for Bad Koala as the market goes up. Fire trying to torch the village. It's amazing how little damage fires do to villagers. So, like, I'd be scared IRL were fire raining around me like that, but she's just fine. She tanks it. Runs away. So tower up from Mullisaukko. Skirm's gonna get in anyway. Camp the mid-range of the tower. Well, with mid-range, Skirms are not a good unit at camping towers. Vills can hop out and fight them. And yeah, that gate can be deleted. Vills chasing the Skirms, maybe chasing too far. You think a Zong type map could be in ranked? I wish you could just play custom maps in ranked, like we could back in the Voobly HD days. Not being able to do that, even if it would be like some type of ranked lobby, kind of sad. I miss that. Oh, we have all these tournament maps, or tournament versions of maps, but we never really get to play them on the ranked ladder because there's just no way to do it. So both players using the market, and we will have Bad Koala as the first player going up to the Castle Age. Mullisaukko, though, not too far behind him. On the water, we do have a middle dock from Mullisaukko. He will hit that fire over his own dock. Bad Koala, not the ABM to micro over there, but that's because he is winning a fight over on the west, and might be able to take out that dock after this fire goes down. We'll see if he has one or two left. Only one left. And not going to go for the dock. There he goes. Will he get the dock before the fire pops out? Castle for both players, slightly faster for Bad Koala. He's chasing an archer up into the mountain. Cow walking around to the north, and Skirms for Bad Koala still moving around that wood line. Weak villager there. Will this dock go down before the fire pops out? Probably not. It'll be very low on HP, but not quite down. Why is there no way to do it? It is just, there's no ranked lobbies. It's only the ranked map queue as the ranked system. Thank you, Eddie Von Hermit, for the follow. Tournament maps inspired by campaigns. Your opponent has this big base and is already at Castle Age with army and resources, and you start with a random TC and 5 houses with some units on feudal. Maybe for Hera versus his viewers, if the viewers have the huge map. Or like T90 versus his uncle. We could do that. King of the Hill in competitive 1v1s. Years ago, I think I remember. I think there was a Doubt versus Chris best of 21 that included a Black Forest King of the Hill. I'll have to find that. It's probably on Zero Empire's YouTube channel somewhere. Maybe I'm imagining that, but I'm pretty sure that was a thing. I had watched that best of 21 when I just had my wisdom teeth removed and was on painkillers, so maybe I am hallucinating. But AIs do that all the time, so it's fine. There's a light cav hitting an archer, and another exposed villager out here from Mullisaukko. And she'll go down to the light cav raids. Nice light cav raids. And ooh, fire ship, skirms, and light cav surrounding the archers from Mullisaukko. He's going to lose his army there right before crossbow comes in. And losing that army, he will call the GG. That's a 3-2 win for Bad Koala. I mean, I confirmed the hallucinations. Best of 21, how did that last? How long did that last? Enough to fill out a series of YouTube videos. Wasn't long enough to be the only thing I watched. Yeah, there was Viper versus Jordan. That was the best of 21 too. All right, so that'll be 3-1 for Bad Koala. He'll advance to the round of 32 over Mullisaukko. And now I check what else is going on. There's running versus Wean Dinchester, Stronghold Frenzy, so I think I'll swap to that. They were still in game 1, so we didn't really miss much. So let me swap to that. Running versus Wean Dinchester, Stronghold Frenzy. Then I can swap over my YouTube thumbnail. I can reopen Capture Age. Lots of things to swap. Gotta swap the logo. And we're gonna catch up to real time, so give me a moment there. Let's change the thumbnail on YouTube. No, I don't even have a Stronghold Frenzy. I need to make a thumbnail for this round. It says opening round. It's the opening round of the playoff stage. I meant the GSL stage, but we'll do this anyway. Right, so that is updated. Twitch title is updated. We might have more TTL again later. And what do we have here? Running, we shall put him in the red, I guess. So Wean Dinchester, he will be in the blue playing as the Portuguese. And then our German player, who unlike their trains is running, he will be in the red as the Vietnamese to the southeast. Taking some deer. And looks like we'll just have a big castle drop here from our Portuguese player going for organ guns. Next sets are in 3.5 hours. All right, best of one up. I need to update the scoreboard too. This is the Stronghold Frenzy 2 round of 16. There we go. Are there any games between Winchester and Wean Dinchester? I'm sure there have been in the past. Don't know any off the top of my head. There's a hole in the fortified pals. Look at those waving flags and the times 17 speed. Those organ guns saying you're waving too quickly. We're gonna pellet you with bullets. And now we're up to live time. That's the great thing about these closed maps. You can fast forward and not miss anything. So castle for both players. Rat and archers on the way out. I'd imagine organ guns are good against the rat and archers. At least until the rat and archers get more upgrades and more range. I feel like this map should have a mill somewhere. Maybe we should replace all the waving flags with mills and then just have a ton of mills spinning throughout the map. Do you remember that on Forest Nothing? Where like back in the original days of Forest Nothing, having too many trees and then too many mills would crash the game. Like Forest Nothing would actually be really difficult to stream because it would eat up all your CPU rendering all the graphics and crash it. You need a really strong CPU. AOM mentioned. We should do some more AOM sometime. I enjoy AOM. They've had expansions and stuff, but I'm really just interested in normal AOM. I had a lot of fun playing with it, but I never really learned it all that well. I just kind of felt my way around with RTS basics. I think it'd be a lot of fun to play it more competitively and actually learn builds. Fast forward John Slow's preview. It's normal speed. We should fast forward like John Slow versus Doubt one day. Build 100 mills to crash the game. Gotta hope you crash your opponent's game and not your game though. Need a strong PC for that. Okay, mangonel fight with organ guns. Ooh, whoever wins the mangonel fight. Okay, both mangonels go down. Now the organ guns might get get a chance to slaughter some rattans. Rattans at least with good pierce armor. And they don't go down too quickly to the pelleting. Maybe I'm wrong about organs winning this matchup. I'm actually curious how it goes. to a desync. Okay, so monks here with redemption. Saw some triangles on that mangonel. Yeah, they do have redemption, no sanctity though. So hard to get conversions without sanctity, well, especially on mangonels. And that mangonel goes down to the organs. Look at all those pellets shot by the organs. And Vils will go to repair, sanctity on the way. And Wean Dinchester holding, but behind this, the second TC for running has led to a 20 Vil lead as he's running away with his boom. Need to be in spread formation. You need to be spread out more. And nerf organs too much just because of arena, rather get the old organs and trade it for the berry bonus. Organs actually were really strong, like everywhere though. Nomad, even like Phosphoro builds on Arabia. I don't know if they're in a good spot now, but at least they feel more balanced than they have in the past. The one thing that I still feel isn't balanced is the Fatoria. Everything up through like the Raja's expansion, I feel like is usually decently balanced. Aside from that, maybe some AOK civs that have been over nerfed. AOC civs like Aztecs and Maya have probably been over nerfed. Britons definitely have been, and also power crept a bit by the new civs. So there is Town Watch on the way for Wean Dinchester, and Imperial Age on the way for running. I still feel like Imp would have been safer in this TC, but this one's fine too, I guess. And Nath Chat, hello, hello. Depends on formations, both can win. Yeah, I mean, I still see organs dominating in a lot of games. So I feel like it's a very it depends matchup. Just going alone, yeah, that's true. Like organs and Hussite wagons, they go alone and crush everything. That's how they're usually used. So Imp on the way here for Wean Dinchester as the monks come forward. I have Imperial Age and Wheelbarrow on the way. Don't think you can really balance infinite free resources. It's either so little that it's always bad, or it's enough to be useful, then it's always great. Yeah. It's, it's not always useful, but when it is, it very clearly can decide games. So I don't really know what to do with it. Mangonel on the way. And okay, forward castle from Wean Dinchester, getting confident enough to build it forward, try to claim the golds. Well, maybe knock down the outpost before doing the castle. Needs to kill the archer too. It'd probably be nice for him not to reveal it. So around a little over 30 seconds in difference in imp timing. And he's going to delete the foundation, maybe go a bit more farther back. Not be too far forward with it. Tatras have a unique building? Do they? It's news to me. They don't get the caravanserai, do they? That's only Hindustanis and Persians, right? IRL friendly fire of organs having units in front of them. Well, Rattan Archer's here, finding the gold from Wean Dinchester, and he is not prepared to run the Vils away. He does not notice this. At least for him, the Rattans don't have ballistics, so they'll be less effective at killing the Vils. But he's trying to do a Fatoria. That might even be denied. There he goes. Doubt Fatoria from Wean Dinchester. And he'll have to make like his opponent and do some running back to the TC. And Rattanzu pelted by the organ guns, but they are tanky. They are tanky, but the organs can be repaired. Organs can be repaired. What is the pierce armor in these things? 5. I actually need to review organ guns. It used to be that they did 2 damage per secondary projectile because they were set up to use the base armor and have an attack class that did not have a corresponding armor class, but they've been changed quite a bit. I'll need to double check that. I did double check how it was changed years ago, but now I've forgotten. There are way too many changes made that I don't remember all of them. The Doubtoria. Now, hare hopping away a bit. More hare is being forced to hop by the organs. And we shall have leather archer armor on the way for running as the monks come over. And KingstoNe, thank you for the follow. Treb is going for the workshop there. We will have elite Rattan archer on the way for running. As the workshop goes down, the cannon gets a shot. But thank you very much for the follow. Our next goal has to be 15,000 followers now that we hit 14k. We need to try to hit 15,000 by the end of the year. It's gonna be a lot of streaming. So, 4 Trebs with a hill going for the castle. That does not feel good for Wean Dinchester. He's trying to use the Fetorias to make up for the Vil difference. But as we saw earlier, that early boom from running has maintained the Vil lead for him. And as the castle crumbles to the non-trickle of Trebs, that'll be a win for running, who gets off to a running start, winning the first game of the set. 32 to 16 KD. No conversion, so the monk's not all that effective this game. And you can see how the eco was shooting to the moon for running. And GG, I need to update my scoreboard now. We just joined that right as they were in their first game. And we'll go to Todai G for the next game. Hold on, I gotta change my scoreboard around for a moment. We're not doing TTL right now, we're doing Stronghold Frenzy. I got another webcam I can do here, and I can display some drafts. That's not their draft. Let me grab the link for their draft. Running versus Wean Dinchester. I love having only a map draft and not a civ draft. Makes it so much easier to manage. Hello? There we go. And that's a win for running on Velchins. Alright. So, haven't started yet, and we'll wait for them to get going. Ooh, alright, so some Stronghold Frenzy now. We saw 2 sets of TTL, and we'll see what we have later tonight. There will be more TTL sets and more Stronghold Frenzy sets, so we might keep going for a while tonight. Now, Onamaru is still having their boot camp. Great. Any more Discord pings about broken maps? Nope, no broken maps yet. Alright, so thanks again to the admins for everything here. Oh, and John Slow, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you very much. We're gonna get started in 30 seconds here on Todai G. And We have Wean Dinchester against running a couple of clowns, circusing around. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you've been enjoying all the campaigns too that Bozzy's made for the what is it, Chronicles 2 for Alexander. And here we go. Right, we shall put running once more in the red. Not double blue, red. Alright, so here we have Wean Dinchester as the blue Kumans to the west, and running is the red Magyars to the east. Running is Gates all the way to the back there. There's Gates to the front. Awkward location, Gates never spawn diagonally, they always spawn on the side. Lots of little things DE could improve with wall spawns, I guess. But anyway, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, Comfy Dents. Hello, all you John Slow raiders. Thank you for sending all the wisdom of the clowns over here. So this will be close to sudden death, only with a wonder rather than a TC. You have a wonder that is kind of far away from your TC. It's self-walled in with a very beautiful forest. Todaiji is the actual name of the Japanese wonder IRL. You can go and visit it in Japan if you want to. And hello, Marintho. How you doing, Marintho? Hope you're having a lovely evening. It is easy to reach with trebs. We have seen games where players tried to go traction trebs, but didn't treb it down in time. So sudden deaths, lots of strategies. We've seen, well, the rock terrain is here because we saw douches early on, and we figured we didn't want to see that. The rock terrain also extends all the way to the wall because people used to tower hop. And the Rapture didn't want all that happening. But we have this ugly rock terrain, blemishing our otherwise beautiful map. You can see Imp for castles and trebs. If you go straight for that, though, you're pretty exposed when you build the castles. There are a lot of foxes and flowery grass in the middle of the map. And then as the scouts begin a fight, we can also see there are foxes and shorefish and stone in the corners. You don't have any stone in your main base, but you do have stone around your wonder and stone in the corners. So getting a TC by the wonder to boom can be nice. But also getting map control in the middle for 3 relics is good too. Each wonder does have 1 relic, so you're guaranteed 1. It'd be pretty hard to see a 5-0 relic count on this one, unless you're Armenians and your opponent didn't pick their relic up yet. I love the chill casting. Well, thank you, His Royal Freshness. That's what people tell me. They try to fall asleep to T90, but he wakes them up, so they come over here where they can fall asleep. And I don't wake them up. Can I move the wonder as a unit so you can micro it? No, you cannot. That would be cute though if you could move the wonder around the inside. Switching from John Slow to running, don't know if you can handle the speed change. Do the wonders do anything? You have, if they're destroyed, you lose. They don't do anything but stand there, but their standing is important because if they go down, then you lose. So Borlor in here for running. Magyars are interesting because Magyar Hussars are great at sniping off siege. And if you do get pushed by trebs or cannon or any type of siege, Magyar Hussars can be great. Kumans, a really good closed map civ for a 2 TC boom into a fast imp. The question is, where do you place your second TC? In here to grab stone and some hunt could be nice. Same thing in the corner. I don't know if you really have great spaces. I guess there's a space here. You won't be able to farm though. You might just want to mill the corner and do a TC here. Although if you mill the corner, you might not be up on 19 pop, so you have to spend a lot of Vil time walking there. Imagine if you anticipate the Kuman player going for a TC here, so you drush and you're there to cut him off and not let him get there. Has anyone accidentally deleted their wonder yet to have more space? No, no, no. That has not happened. We did have a community game back during Sudden Disaster where we played an 8-player FFA Sudden Death, and the Persian player wanted to douche and learned the hard way that deleting your own TC does mean you were defeated on Sudden Death. First game from you and Bad Koala was great. You might want to see it. Okay, I saw that there was also like a hour 18-minute Zong game. We joined during game 3. We can always go back if we got a kill time before other sets later. There's a T90 community game that was King of the Hill, but you could move the monument. That sounds crazy. This scat needs to be healed up. Scat definitely needs to be healed up. At some point. So, 2 Phil's taking the foxes. I feel like they should probably take the foxes like 2 Vils per fox at a time. That way they don't decay. I guess it's only like maybe 3 gold you'll lose per fox doing it 1 Vil instead of 2, but that adds up. 3 times 5 is 15. That's a fun number. Wanted to douche, yes. Hello, Adrian. And second TC, well, there's the answer to our question. Where does the Kuman TC get placed? It is by the Wonder. Part of me feels like you want to build it forward as help against potential siege pushes, but I guess that doesn't help against Trebs, and maybe you want more room to micro out there. And hello, DeGoust. How are you doing? Maybe a feudal age on the way from running. As the scout cav keeps running around the walls. Injured scouts for both. Let's see, that's 12 HP versus 21 HP, so reversed numbers, but better to have the leading digit be larger for running scout. And moving the Wonder sounds... Imagine, like, trying to dodge Treb shots with the Wonder. There's the moving buildings mod. Maybe we gotta try that out someday. Move the Wonder. Who is my favorite player to cast? I love casting Ornlu when he plays ranked games, because that's when you get to see the real Age of Empires, when players get salty about his walls. Moving Wonder versus Traction Trebs. You smell a cat. Ooh, you know, Kuman Ram Push. That could be interesting. That could be interesting. Like double workshop forward capped Ram Push, not going straight to Imp, but going for the Rams. I like that. You know, maybe Kuman's could have gone for a feudal Ram Push. That could have been fun on this map. Kuman feudal Rams. That would have been hard to stop. A level was Ornlu? I think Ornlu's like 1800 usually. I'm a cruel friend. My favorite was when Ornlu won a game, because he won a Mangonel fight, and then someone typed in the chat, "Lucky Micro." That was amazing. So Vils come forward. Yeah, Micro is cheating, right. Micro is cheating. Walls are the way. Ooh, and what is this? 9 Vils coming forward from running. He's been collecting stone. So it's time for him to do a castle. Castle into Magyar Hussars. So he's down 37 to 23 Vils. Has to make something happen against the Kumans. And we'll have to be careful with the castle drop on the rock terrain. I think there's a mod where TC moves. Interesting. I wonder if there's a way we could mod this terrain so that over time maybe the rock decays. It becomes buildable. And thank you, Quantin Plasma, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Thank you everyone for being so lovely today. Appreciate all the follows. I think I need, like, when I checked, I was at 96 out of 100 for keeping the 60-40 split for subs. So I do appreciate the subs too we've had today. This is the partner plus ones though, so the primes and the gifts don't count. But the tier 1 subs, or 2 or 3 or whatever, definitely help out a lot. That means we get to stay at the 60-40 sub split instead of 50-50, which is lovely. Is the city wall powerful? Yes, it is. 3,200 HP and 100 pierce armor. compared to a fortified wall. I guess it has less melee armor, but triple the HP basically compared to your feudal age stone wall. So really nice for the Kumans to have this. Remember, because they can't do their own stone walls or fortified walls, so having a bit of extra HP helps. Yes, I did know that, Marine, though. Prime's still better than nothing. Depends on where you're from. It varies by country. I think if you're in Turkey right now, the Prime gives like, oh, there you go. I think it gives like 9 cents. So Magyar Hussar Raid, thank you very much for using the Prime anyway. I appreciate it. It does help. Helps keep things running, as Running will be on his way in with the Magyar Hussars. And some quick walls here for Wean Dinchester, trying to contain this by his TC and make sure it doesn't spread to infect the rest of his economy. We'll have fletching done, but without ballistics, we'll struggle to hit the Magyar Hussars. They're quite speedy, and he will have to do more walls. Oh, he trapped his Vil with the wall. He'll have to forage her out. Okay, 3 food left. Oh, that's planned. He's fine. He can get out. Needs maybe another house even behind this. Has to be careful to lock the gates and not let the Hussars get through. And this, well, at least it's not sudden death where you lose the TC. You have to lose the Wonder. But I think someone who wanted a ram push, you might be disappointed, as Magyar Hussars would likely be able to shut that down. So, 22 villager lead for Wean Dinchester, who is ahead 1-0 in the Eco KD, has not lost anything despite the raid. And we'll have Castle Age on the way. Do Wu Fire Archers reach the Wonder? That's a good question. I haven't seen that attempted on this map yet. Maybe it's a strategy. Martin saying they do. Okay, okay. And, ooh, that wall on the Vil out. So far, Wean Dinchester managing the eco, staying alive. Well, a scout on the outside. They do after Bodkin. Okay, okay. I guess maybe the Wonder might be 1 tile to the side, depending on how it spawns. Like here, the Wonder like is clearly closer here than it is over here. So might be an it depends situation too, based on how it spawns. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful trees. Rapture did a great job of making the map beautiful before people started douching and he had to add the rock terrain. Castle drop and petarding the Wonder. We have seen a few Khmer Ballista Elephant cuts attempted. And there's the castle for Wean Dinchester, adding in some Kipchaks, but of course could be trebbed from the north. And he still has a score lead, and Running, yeah, he's caused some idle time, but he's now down by 30 Vils. And on 1 TC. Going for a capped ram push. That's a lot of Magyar Hussars. He has armor now. Forging is free, of course, as the Magyars. And he might take out the TC, and that'll be 11 or 12 Vils. Finally, he's going to get a Vil kill. That Walling Vil was too far away. And Kipchak's not in number, and the Vils are going to run. Will they make it through the gates? Will they make it through the gates? They will through 1. This gate has to be locked. The other gate closed. And he's not going to let them in. Not going to let them through. Monk wants conversions. He gets an insta swapping to the other Kipchak. And now everything will move out the other gate. Double gates paying off. We've deleted a wall and made a gate so these Vils can run away. And Running will be destroying the initial base of Wean Dinchester. Wean Dinchester, though, going to get a second castle. The outpost from Running will show where it is. Could the Magyar Hussars get there in time to deny this? These Vils might need to wall themselves. Here come the Hussars. It's 28 Vils, though. There's no denying that castle. That's almost as many Vils as Running has. Normal Rams. Oh, you're right. They're normal Rams. They're not. Well, normal Rams for the Magyars. Get me excited for capped Rams for the Kumans for a second. But Wean Dinchester at the limit in terms of his economy. He is stoned for a 3rd castle at some point, and maybe he just wants to pump out Kipchaks? I imagine that recurve bow heavy cav archers for the Magyars, if it gets to that stage, will be great against Kipchaks with their extra range, but that's an if it gets to that stage question. I don't think that running on 1 TC after a forward castle push is going to have eco to get to that stage. So, forward castle on the Wonder. I don't think the Vils can go forward with all these Hussars out there. And Running probably won't be able to do the same with the Kipchaks hovering around. Maybe he can. But only 5 on food. Losing all the farms definitely will hurt. Maybe running should try to steal and delete them so Dinchester doesn't come back. I mean, if Wean Dinchester were to rush Phil's forward, maybe delete these farms and do a castle right here, he might even be able to reclaim his base. As the Rams go down to the Kipchaks, they will run out the other gate to stay safe. Oh, yeah, great use of the gate. Oh, aside from that one, we can't path. Lily tried to help out running with the pathing there. Is it truly complete without a willow here and there? You're right, there need to be some willows. Need to add some willow trees. For a guy named Running, his vills are only walking. They're too slow. So Magyar Hussar being taken out by the Kipchaks. Down it goes. Monk trying to heal the Hussars as we have husbandry on the way for them. Middle going up with a couple farms around it. Barracks go. Oh! Sad farm going down. Sad farm. So barracks on the outside. Bloodlines on the way for running in the Magyar Hussars. And I feel like Wean Dinchester is still up at over 20 vills. Is in a great spot this game. 5,000 extra resources collected. Now just needs to turn those resources into Kipchaks. Needs to figure out where to place his 3rd castle and get 3 castle Kipchak production with all those resis floating. Has room maybe for armor on them, maybe for ballistics. He will come to the gate and force running off of his berries. Vills have to run back. Ooh, Zavil could open a gate, but you probably get trapped in there and don't want to do that against the Hussars running in. And running realizes where the Kipchaks are headed, to the corner of the map, and he will try to get his vills away while he can. Could even wall this off. Gonna loop around and try to get to the inside. He's gonna hope the Kipchaks don't find the vills, but they might. Hussars chasing them. What's the speed here? Hussars 1.65, Kipchaks 1.54. Vil's going to try to wall to trap the Kipchaks. Needed walling here, maybe. Hussars coming around. This could be 5 dead Vills. We'll see. The Kipchak's going to try to take the hill. These are just Hussars and not Steppies. And the Kipchaks are nicely bunched up, but enough room, I think, enough surface area that the Hussars can take them down. And some runners being used by running to distract the Kipchak arrow fire. They are bunched up as well as they can be, but 3, 2, and 1 left. Down they go. That is not what Wean Dinchester wanted right before Bloodlines and Ballistics. He is ramming the monastery in the middle that had picked up the relics. At least running didn't bring his 4th relic over here. And the micro here for the Kipchaks paying off. And King in the south, Lord Fire. Thank you very much for the follow. That is a reference. I should probably try to learn what it is. But thank you very much for the follow. I feel like I've read your name before. Is that a Game of Thrones reference, or is that something else? I've never actually watched Game of Thrones. I think we make fun of T90 for never having seen Lord of the Rings, but I've never actually watched Game of Thrones. By the time I got around to watching it, like the final season was released, and I heard it was awful, so I never went back and watched any of it. So Ram coming forward again. Ah, it's a sturdy monastery against the Ram push. But no extracting the relics there. Oh, and Wean Dinchester will reclaim the farms. Running needed to go steal and delete the farms, but Wean Dinchester, he's floating wood now, so it isn't that important. He'll get the farms back. And he can even do a castle here to defend them, reclaim his base with the gold, the farms. Ram push here from running. And maybe still trying to push before Wean Dinchester gets his Kipchak count up again, knowing he took a good fight earlier. And could just make a beeline for the Wonder. Might have to go through a castle and a bunch of Vills. If he can defend from the Kipchaks with enough Magyar Hussars, maybe this is a possibility. Still hurts a bit thinking about it. I'm hurt by it and I've never even seen it. Okay, Ram's going forward. No escort right there, though. The Vills could turn and fight them. There will be 2 castles worth of castle fire, though. Magyar Hussars getting a good fight on the Vills. Kipchak's still microing all around. Kipchaks can destroy Rams fairly well, but that will expose them to the Hussars. It could garrison the castle, but it's already filled with villagers. And let's see what the Vills can do. Magyar Hussars can poke down Vills quite efficiently. Ram's still there, but I feel like Wean Dinchester has enough Kipchaks that he's going to win the fight. And as the Magyar Hussar numbers decrease, we get a GG. And we are tied 1-1. We're tied 1-1. The forward castle aggression did a lot of damage, but wasn't able to finish off Wean Dinchester. That second TC behind the city walls is a safe place to boom next to that wonder. Did a great job running the Vills, keeping them alive. It's a 4.5 minute difference in castle timing there. GG. Yeah, sacrifice Vills for the Kipchaks. Still waiting for Battle for Middle-earth DE. I never played that either. I should maybe play that. I remember there was a Return of the Kings game that had that as like an advert you could click on the main menu. I never actually played it. Oh wow, I didn't even update the scoreboard. This is running. And this is Wean Dinchester. And that is the round of 16. It is still a best of 5. Yeah, 15k follower goal next. Maybe by the end of the year. Never watched Lord of the Rings or GOAT? You never watched Doubt play? Definitely gotta watch some Doubt. That's even more important than Lord of the Rings. Alright, where are we at? It will be Narok as game number 3. This is my between game reminder of everyone to stay hydrated. Stay hydrated. Especially if you've been casting for 3.5 hours like I have. Nope, the Polish stone mining bug has been fixed. Thank you, Pablo the Magnificent, for the magnificent follow. I think the male Vills attacking farms instead of stealing them might still be a bug. I'll need to double check that. Yeah, but the pole Vills all get their gold now. Turs thinks running is evil. Turs likes walking. Turs is a German. He must enjoy the Deutsche Bahn that doesn't do any running. And Asminum89, thank you very much for the sub. Time flies. That it does. I would grab a watch and throw it, but the only watch I have nearby is like $800, so I'm not going to do that. Unless I get like a $1,000 donation. Oh, I anticipate no watches flying tonight. What's my favorite civ? Byzantines. They've always been my favorite civ. They had the amazing city of Constantinople in the original Barbarossa campaign. They were awesome. So the map will be Narok. Regicide start, but no castle or barracks. You start instead with a fortified tower. And there are 6 relics on the map in the middle. Lots of shorefish that can encourage you to come out here in the middle of the map, but expose yourself a bit. Shorefish that are swimming in the mud terrain, I'll call it. There's a crater on top of some of them. Forward fortified tower here. As players will have an elephant and a rhino, so more food than normal with the boar. There's a new bug where the villagers don't auto-move to building farms after building a mill. Oh, really? That was a bug years ago that they had fixed. Maybe it's back. Not on your watch. Yeah. Actually, recently I got hit. It was really annoying, but with like a really, really tiny rock, I assume it was. I don't know if it was like kicked up from the road or fell from a tree or something. Oh, and Greentail the Fox, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the sub. Here's 6 for the goal. It's a monthly goal, so one of those 6 will count, but that'll count once for the next 6 months. Thank you very much. But yes, I got hit by like the tiniest rock on my windshield, and it has like a tiny chip now in the windshield that is directly in front of me. If it were anywhere else on the car, it wouldn't bother me at all. It's directly in front of my line of sight when I'm driving. And it was so small that I brought it to the glass repair spot, and they put some filler in it, so it's like smooth now. And it doesn't damage the glass or anything. It's not going to spread. It doesn't even like go all the way through the glass, but they really can't do anything else. So I have like the equivalent of a dead pixel on my car windshield. And replacing the entire windshield is the only thing I could do at this point, but that'd be like $1,000. And I'm debating if it's worth it for like tiny chip in the front of the windscreen. So we have Feudal Age on the way for Wean Dinchester. He will be up first as the Chinese. Now we have seen the Chinese played on this map quite a bit, and the economy they have for the Regicide start goes to show why for many years they were the top civ for Regicide Fortress, or one of the top ones up there along with the Maya. Yours is like 300. Just get a new car at this point. It's a 2023 car. So I don't really want to get a new one. Although I could really get a new car though. Because Android Auto doesn't work. And I have an Android phone. Apple CarPlay would work, but unfortunately. Dead pixel is worth 1K. Just like it's the dead pixel equivalent of a car windshield. It was raining today, and I went for a drive, and like with the rain on the windshield, you do not notice it. I think what I need to do is just never wash the windshield now, and just make sure there's enough dirt that it blends in with the dirt, and then I'll be fine. If I get it super clean, then it would stand out. Would have crashed the car and blamed the crack to the insurance. I mean, insurance would cover part of it, but then I have like a deductible I gotta pay too. An electrolyte sponsorship. What I really need is like a coffee sponsorship. I literally went on a 5-minute drive. Like I go running farther away from where this rock hit me. To get coffee. So Scout here from running, still hoovering around the middle. He will abscond with a pair of goats. A pair of doubts to bring back to his base. And we'll make an archery range as the Koreans. Does that mean skirms? That means going for the best unit in the game, the skirmisher? Maybe. I did once years ago at work. I had like, there was a bug crawling along my monitor. So I went to like just flick it off the monitor, but I also slightly pressed into the monitor because like I didn't feel it at the time. I was like, wait, what's going on? And what happened was the bug somehow was not on the monitor, but actually somehow behind the panel inside. And when I like lightly pressed on the monitor, I squished the bug inside, and like the dead corpse stayed there behind the monitor, and I couldn't get it out. So I essentially had a literal dead pixel of a bug on my work monitor. And like, you know, every day I'd get there and you get a bit smaller and smaller as it decayed over time. Yeah, that was the worst bug I've ever had. It was a literal dead pixel. Yeah, squash the bug by making it a feature. That was definitely not a feature. It was quite annoying. So we'll have a TC going up for running. And he's going Korean Cav Archers. Well, he does get a wood discount. I guess it'll help him collect relics if he wants. But Korean Cav Archers, maybe it leads into war wagons. I mean, not really, because I'd say, like, if you go Cav Archer into war wagon, at least it's the same upgrade path. But then you're not worried about the range upgrades because you get them. You're not worried about bloodlines because you don't get that. So the free upgrades and lack of bloodlines kind of means just like husbandry and the attack upgrades at the range. I guess Thumbring could matter. But then no Parthian for them. So, I mean, they can go Cav Archers. Right? Koreans can do this because of their discount. It is, what, minus 50% wood? So they do have really cheap Cav Archers, but they are just not the best Cav Archers. Really cheap and free armor, so it can lend itself to some early Castle Age Cav Archer play. Yeah, I do have insurance for it, but the problem is like I have a deductible I'd have to pay to get the windshield fixed anyway. And it's such a tiny crack. I don't think it's worth it. I'll see how annoying it gets over the next couple of weeks though. So TC coming up here for running. Switch it with someone else after hours. Switch my monitor with someone else's. That would have been nasty. Oh wow, we have a quick gate. Quick gate for Wean Dinchester. And that scout will no longer be able to run out. Cav archers might eventually free it. Has to be wary of the TC fire though. Cause them to start going CA all the time? They did get discounted from what they were in AOC. I think part of it was people getting faster castle age times and also the crossbow upgrade being more expensive. Because in the past, even on those Arabia Huns wars, you'd see players keep going archers even during the transition to the castle age. But with crossbows being more expensive now, it's harder to go archer into crossbow and get value out of that versus just going for CA. When people are, you know, selling the stone for faster uptiming. So you get to the cav archers faster, and then it's more expensive to upgrade your archers and you have fewer of them because you spend less time in feudal. So the crossbow line isn't what it used to be. And that was one of the things you'd see in the Huns Wars years ago, is the player with more crossbows would have that earlier power spike and be able to get some damage in before the cav archers were amassed. But now cav archers come out a lot faster. And Karat Q8, thank you for the follow. Isn't melee pathing also part of it? That too, but also melee pathing's been changed a bit. So who knows what melee pathing does now? It's probably better than it was before the patch. I mean, from what I've seen, Vils don't take sharp right angles to hunt boars anymore, so that's an improvement. Maybe it's more on par with the 1999 game, though. They made the CA animation delay lower, but I think that was more a consistency thing with the original game rather than a change. They still have a really long delay. Like, look at that guy. It's not like the crossbows where you shoot and run and they shoot immediately. You have a really big attack delay. But you have to remember the units are different between DE and the original game because the number of frames of the animations are higher. So they had a really slight decrease at some point because people felt like it was longer. And War Wagon is everything that makes it a siege unit except being a siege unit, right? You don't need redemption to convert it. Mangudai don't get bonus attack against it. And here's Wean Dinchester trying to pick up a relic. So in terms of the relics, it's 2-1. Smoke will likely lose the relic. Oh, a cav archer from the other side will finish him off. Oh, that scout might kill a cav archer. Oh, no, it won't. He had a buddy. He had a friend. He had a friend. And there we go. Archer is killing a cav archer, and ooh, rocket cart getting a cav archer from the rear. One more over here. And this is what we see, right? Wean Dinchester not even bothering with the crossbow upgrade. Used to be so cheap that you'd click it every time, even if you had only like 4 archers or so, because you got so much value out of it. But nowadays, with the cost increase, not really something you see all that much. That's one of those artifacts of I feel like they changed the crossbow upgrade more as a response to pathfinding. And now every time there's a pathfinding change, the relative balance of crossbows will be changed, and the upgrade is kind of just a relic of that one patch, trying to address a symptom rather than cure a disease. And there's crossbow now, and will it be in time? 9 archers will force the cav archers away. Ballistics is on the way for them. They don't have bodkin. They need to dance a bit. Cav archers don't have ballistics either. Elite skirm for running. Buff monks, hello Arzak. I think 1k elo is decent. I mean, it's the starting elo. Arzak doesn't like the crossbows buff the monks. I have no idea what elo values are like at that range in DE. Because the starting elo on Voobly was 1600, and you would lose a lot of elo, because 1600 was still a pretty good elo then. But I feel like 1000 DE is definitely lower than the starting elo on DE. I mean on Voobly. I feel like there's kind of this inflection point where you get to can the rocket cart get a hit? You get to a point where your Dark Age timings are there, where you're within like 5 seconds or so of the ideal up timing, 5 to 10 seconds pretty much every game, and you're not just losing games because you're clicking the buttons more slowly, and you can actually play the game to the point where the strategies matter. And I felt like that point was around like 1700 on Voobly. Not sure where it is on DE, maybe like 14 to 1500. That's where I feel like when you're around that point, you're definitely not a new player anymore. You're quite experienced. But below that, I don't really have a good feel for the elos. It was a harder game to play. I don't know if it was harder to play. I feel like it's maybe a bit overestimated how much some of the quality of life features have changed it. So I've gone back and played the original game quite a bit. And yeah, it definitely is smoother, but I don't think it really makes that big of a difference. I think that like the bigger things were the key down hotkeys that we had added in user patch 1.5, so it was a bit more responsive. And some of the UP 1.5 changes. So maybe like between 1.4 to 1.5 it changed. But I think a lot of that was even more important than the change to DE. Like at the addition of multi-queue initially. And ooh, don't rocket cart your own castle. Like the rotatable gates. Because remember, Voobly had a lot of quality of life features added to it too over the years. Auto queue? In the original game, you actually you couldn't go to you couldn't select multiple units or multiple buildings and queue units because they would all stack up on one building. And that was a mod originally where you would select all of your buildings and would evenly queue units among all three of them, like among all three archery ranges instead of all at one range. That was good old called multi-queue back in the day. Just kind of how the game works now. But even that, I feel like, maybe just because I'm used to it from the original game, but if I go back and I play without that, I don't think it's that big of a difference. Auto queue. Thankfully, there's no like auto. Oh, that was a good rocket cart shot. No auto queue at like there is for Age of Mythology. I feel like that was kind of detrimental to AOM when I played it. Like you lose the like the feeling you have for your eco if you're auto queuing from everything. I think that there actually is something to say for needing to go back and manage the TCs, even if it is just like pressing select all TC and queuing Vil. That makes it a bit more like more interactive. Right, that you're not just like setting your eco and leaving it, but managing the eco still is an important part of the game. It's not like Rise of Nations where like you don't have to micro the Vils on the lumber camp, you just kind of assign them there and they work. I think the micro aspect to the eco and even just queuing units is part of what makes it fun. So here we have a rocket cart here trying to pathfind around the skirms. More skirms for running than for Wean Dinchester, but Wean is already up to Imp. Running close behind, scores will flip as Imp comes in. And, well, this is where Koreans versus Chinese can look bad for the Chinese when you get to the late game. And the Koreans, with a relic advantage, those Cav Archers helping pick up the relics worked out, will now have probably the better skirms. Or I guess even skirms. They should have the same upgrades, all things said and done. But then a much more diverse army composition with their better rocket carts, with their bombard cannons, with their towers. And I think the Chinese, if they didn't get a huge eco boost by this point, are going to struggle. So, I mean, he does have a nice eco boost of 4K res collected. And now it's going to be, is that enough for him to push early Imp before all the upgrades and late game composition are running really kicks in? Running housed for a bit. have chemistry and thumb ring on the way for Wean Dinchester. The one that improved the game the most, that would be AOC. That's because there was no custom map scripting in the Age of Kings. The Conqueror's expansion added custom map scripting. And even more than... I don't know, it's either that or the user patch that added spectating on Voobly originally. I think even more than, you know, like the DE or any of the HD edition features. And maybe HD being available on Steam was the most important one in the long run. But those would probably be the top 3. Steam availability, spectating, and custom maps. But I can't imagine like Red Bull in a castle being done with the original co-op to spectate a game live feature where you'd share a color and then not touch anything. Queuing builds is not what makes the game fun. See, that's something I disagree with. I think that when I played Age of Mythology, like the auto queue of Vil made the game a lot less fun. It's just something about it that makes it, like, it kind of takes you away from the feeling you have of managing the eco. So skirms all going down. Missed the magic floating spectator palisade looking for holes. Oh yeah, that was amazing. That's a user patch thing that they added. You could click the palisade wall and look for holes with it. As a spectator, I miss that. I miss that so much. That's one of the big things we miss in DE. We can't do that anymore. Oh, that was great. Skirms are what makes the game fun. Alscar knows. He's a true connoisseur. So we have a fortified wall on the way for Wean Dinchester. Cannon out for running. Skirm's trying to pick that off. How did you like the show match with Lewis versus Tato? Feel like not quite there on the water changes. I think they need a lot more iteration on it. Have a hard AI handoff option if you want to take it easy. Just switch AI on for a bit. You can co-op with the AI if you want. So here come the Fire Lancers now. Fire Lancers for the Koreans. What happens here? Do they have a Fire Lancer bonus? Oh, they have a discount. They have a discount. The Chinese ones will move faster. Right? Yeah, they move faster. So Trip push here from running. Wean Dinchester still with the score lead. He has a forward here. He has a forward Vil now, making some stables, trying to raid the eco. It was an overchop. Running maybe needs to notice this and re-wall. And now Wean Dinchester has to be careful that his king is right here in this tower. This is a regicide game. And Trib's going for the castle. His cannon will run away. Rocket Cart trying to get some hits on the skirms, but Fire Lancers, can they take it out? Fire Lancers, keeping the Rocket Cart away. KD still, oh there, God, there's something hitting the tower. Capture is going crazy with the attack notifications. Maybe these could be collapsed like the market notifications. Oh no. Taking up the entire screen. Oh, there was a market notification in there. Running did something at the market. Trev being shot down. I just like the Fire Lancer unit. I don't know. I feel like the Fire Lancer is an interesting concept, but like it doesn't really fill a role that was open. It's just kind of the super strong infantry unit now. Because like the civs that have it, you already have the pikemen into halb line, so it's not serving solely as an anti-cav unit. It's just kind of like super good and cheap because it doesn't cost food. Koreans struggle against halb. Onager, well, Chinese definitely did. Koreans not so much. Koreans would be the one going halb onager usually. Two-man saw on the way for Wean Dinchester, who still is maintaining a score lead and a KD lead. And I have to wonder how long that'll continue, as now more cannon and towers start to creep forward for running. Running does not have Oopsyung yet. We'll be getting siege engineers and slowly but surely adding in more techs. And this is the difference now. 150 to 95 vills. Yeah, even Wean Dinchester, maybe he just needs to be forcing fights right now, because even if he takes losses, he has the eco to replace it. He has 10,000 more resources collected. And this is how the Chinese can win in this situation. Can they really fight the Koreans' unit composition? No. But if they can spam enough with their economy, elite Fire Lancers, maybe that's the answer for him. Remember, Fire Lancers are not archers, even though they have a range attack. They're not halbs, even though they're anti-cav, so skirms don't do any bonus damage against them. Their armor class is just gunpowder, infantry, latest, melee, pierce, and shock. Skirms, their spear, their archer bonuses do not apply. So you get out enough elite Fire Lancers, and maybe that's just what the fight is. Fire Lancer versus Fire Lancer. Discount versus movement speed. That's something that actually is effective against skirms with, 80 hit points, 85 hit points even. That's a lot of skirms, but if Fire Lancers come out, Castle and Treb go down. The king did run. The king is now chilling back here among the farmers. Running takes a score lead. Still a better Vill count and a better KD. Wean Dinchester needs to recognize he's down by 5 pop. Might need another market and more houses. Oh, he's making a house. He realizes it. And now it's just how do you keep bombard cannon if you're the Chinese? Maybe Fire Lancers can do it. They do have very decent pierce armor. You would need to do more infantry upgrades, though. Yeah, no Gambesons. That does apply to Fire Lancers. All the techs apply to Fire Lancers. It's like out of nowhere, all the civs suddenly got this amazing unit, and like they were kind of balanced around not having it, and it's a huge power spike for them. Yeah, running does have a good army, right? 90. His low Vill count means he has more military. And also, Koreans add to that military pop because of the keeps. So the stables that were forward are being cleaned up by, what else? The infantry unit that can destroy buildings, the Fire Lancer. What does that have? +3 against buildings. I guess he has arson? Yeah, with arson. But skirms and Fire Lancers still fighting at the front. KD starting to rise for running. And running 103 vills. As long as running can keep a military population, there's no way that the Chinese without bombard cannons really can clear the towers. They have to go trebs, but what does Wean Dinchester lack right now? A castle for making trebs. So he's in this awkward spot where if he ever wants to clear these towers, Rams probably aren't going to cut it because of so many melee units around with all the Fire Lancers. If he ever wants to clear the towers, he has to go trebs and try to treb them down, and that would require buying a castle and selling enough resources to get gold to buy it. He's maybe trying to take gold in the south of the map, but the Fire Lancers are raining to get there. And I think this is just too good of a unit composition here for the Koreans. And as much as it is similar, as just the addition of a few towers, a few bombard cannons completely changes it. And gives the Koreans the ranged attack options that the Chinese don't have. And we see this even 14k more res collected for Wean Dinchester. The Chinese, from the start of the game, have such a better eco. But here, not quite enough to overcome Running's better army. Yeah, it's not really worth it at this point, right? If you're falling behind in KD over time. Which is kind of like what you have to do. You have to force the fights and hope that even with the negative KD, your eco pays off. Hills garrisoning in the towers. Staying safe. Engineers in the back. The more skirms you have, less effective the hand cannons will be. And behind this all, running also 4-2 with the relic lead. And that fortified tower, though, that has 16 range in it. That's doing some damage against the cannon. Running hasn't noticed that, but not enough arrows in it right now. There you go, and the cannon runs away. Oh, it heals over time, too. I didn't realize that. The fortified tower heals. Fortified tower heals. And now 56 vills on wood, 54 on food. It's full trash, and full trash means no more Fire Lancers. And Skirm's one unit they can't deal with, as I said, is the Fire Lancer. No bonus against it, and enough HP that it can survive a couple volleys of javelins. Champs instead of Fire Lancers? I think Fire Lancers get the job done. They have more HP than champions, right? So in that respect, I think a bit better against the Skirms. And like with the ranged charge attack they have, it makes a big difference with not needing to path forward into the Skirms. I guess champs could be more effective, but whatever he has the map control and the gold for it. Cannon continues shooting at the gate. Can't believe you're seeing Skirms. Happy Leaves knows the rarity of this unit. Back in the day, he must have made that original spectator dashboard mod just for the ability to track the number of skirms in a game, and was waiting for the day when eventually it would read one skirm. The day he thought would never come is here. Why did they make them so strong? That's a good question. They also like buffed them after they were released, right? They had a small change to them. It's an interesting thing, so they don't really have a weakness. And there's a GG from Wean Dinchester as running goes up 2-1. They are classified as shock infantry, which makes them weak to champions and most infantry units. But that's not the composition you see them used against. I don't know, maybe Wean Dinchester could have gone champion there instead of Fire Lancer, but then the Koreans have hand cannoneers. So, yeah, I feel like that game has to be an early imp push from the Chinese, when the eco advantage matters more, but running managed to hold well enough, and even with all those extra resources. Exploding King, thank you for the follow. That's scary if an Exploding King is following you. Yeah, imp time, almost 90 seconds faster, but not quite enough to push. And running will go up 2-1. Arbs are fine versus them? Yeah, but when you get late game, you have skirms, right? I think the problem is they combo so nicely with like almost any other unit you'd add, and they do it cheaply because they don't cost food. That was a win on Todai G and then a loss for Wean Dinchester on Narak, so both players winning one of their home maps. Could see Sardis next. Yeah, no Gambesons, right? So no Gambesons for the champions either. King chilling with the peasants. Right, let's see. I'm enjoying the longer games we have. Sardis will be the next map indeed. Sardis coming up next. Exploding King. Oh, I probably just got an ad, so let me just give you a flower. Chat. Oh man, I hate those ads so much. Alright, looks like they have a lobby. Should get started soon. So, thank you all for watching. Appreciate you all being here. Lovely we hit 14k followers today and hope to keep climbing. I think we also probably hit that Partner Plus 100 sub goal, so that's great because it keeps us at the 60-40 split. And love having you all here. Nice to get good viewership for Stronghold Frenzy. How do you think of AoE in a mathematical sense? Honestly, I really don't. I think you can, I think it's more of a feel thing than a math thing. I think you can get caught up a lot in that when you learn a lot more by looking at the human intuition that you get from top players who have grinded out a lot and really know how it works. I think that you learn a lot by watching what the pros do. All about optimizations. In some ways, but I feel like optimizations are very well learned from people who have competed against each other and learned how to optimize things against each other. Because it's hard to do. There's so much like that's execution based with micro that just looking at raw numbers doesn't tell the whole story a lot of the time. I think a lot of people maybe get caught up in spreadsheets for like build orders and stuff, where maybe you can optimize that a bit. But I think that there comes a point where like when you're good enough at the game where that's just kind of a very small enough part of playing the game that there are larger decisions that matter more. Insomniac Nights, hello there, over on YouTube. I do a lot of math in the map scripting. Like I have a rudimentary constraint satisfaction problem solver written with hacky actor errors in the map scripts. But playing the game, not so much. Also, the newly colored white-haired llama. Math is scary. Hello, Bozzy. I need to finish the video I have about the hacky trigonometry I did for map scripts. No, they added expressions. Yeah, so the map scripts have the weirdest expression parser that doesn't implement operator precedence, and everything is evaluated left to right. And you can't use parentheses. There are no sub-expressions. It's actually kind of fun to write code in that, but also limited. Well, I guess not limited in the sense that you just make more constants if you ever need to save sub-expressions, but limited in that it's hacky. Machine does it for you. So, what do we have here? Inca versus Mongols on Sardis. So Sardis is what I call 6 times the wall. Each player has a fortified wall with 3,000 hit points combined for 6,000 compared to the 1,080 of Zawal. And we see immediately we have mercenary hoplites being trained. So why are we seeing mercenary hoplites now? We saw a lot of peltasts in the previous round. I think Rapture decided that peltasts were way too strong, so he upped their cost from 20 to 40 gold. So now we're seeing a few more infantry units, and the map plays out a bit more nicely. There's also a bit of rock terrain that he added. Trees are on the rock, but some rock terrain that he added around the middle. What are the trees doing on the rock? Let me screenshot that and ask him. How did that happen? Maybe the trees shouldn't be on the rock on Sardis. This is in Dinchester versus running. There we go. Paste that in my admin chat. Silly building trick where the foundation is swapped. That would explain it. Maybe just needs to have an actor area here that stuff avoids. Did you place them as buildings to try to avoid, or as objects to try to avoid stuff like this where they connect? Yeah, this is where the hacky math comes in. Placing objects in map scripts. Wolves in the middle wouldn't be a Bozzy map without predators. Hoplites. Can he fit 5 hoplites attacking the wall? Is he gonna have to squish them in? No, we can't. It's attacking the nearby section. Oh no. He needs to pull the eagle back, maybe? I think the hoplites attack much faster. There is a chance of Sardis not ending in 10 minutes because someone took one bad skirm fight. Indeed, you are correct about that. So mining camp on the way up for running. And a couple of sheep in the back. He needs to manage his sheep a bit better. The boar's running out. I imagine this map still will be played where players try to go up as fast as they possibly can to the feudal age to try to fight over the trade workshop because of all the resources it gives you. And now we see a peltast being trained. And the advantage of the peltast, you can fit as many as you can behind this to do range damage against the wall. And 1 damage over time adds up. Here you're a bit limited. Yeah, and we see now the Rhodian Slinger. Ooh, Rhodian Slinger instead of a Peltast. Okay, so the Rhodian Slinger is anti-infantry, just like the Inca Slinger. Plus 15 against infantry. Oh, actually, so if you're aware of your opponent going infantry units and you make these, they can be pretty darn good. Yeah, so this map has a custom mercenary camp building where you can train some of the Battle for Greece units. Bazi worked on the DLC and put the units he made into this. What's the cost of those hot plates? That's a good question. If I don't actually remember what the cost is off the top of my head. And I don't think I can check that in Capture Age or in game without actually playing it. It's not in the tech tree itself, it's just a custom thing. I don't know if Marintho is still around, maybe you know what it is. Let me try to read what Exploding King. Writing eval on the string and subscripting language should allow for plenty of diversity. Yeah, there's no eval in map scripts. It's its own thing. There is a guide to it if you want to check it out. You don't need the DLC to train them, no. All the DLC is available. All the DLC units are available in map scripts regardless of whether or not you own them. You could just probably mod the game and make your own Civ using the DLC units if you really wanted to. I guess the Civ builder works like that. Played someone with Kumans on this map. We did see a lot of Kumans early on, where players would go for a feudal ram push and ram through the walls to try to get to the middle. And then they could 2TC boom while getting the extra resources from the trade workshop. What's a Peltast? A tankier skirm? Essentially, yeah, tankier skirm. But more importantly, a skirm that can be trained from the mercenary camp starting in the Dark Age. Here we have the Peltast. It is 3 Pierce Armor, so pretty resistant to archer attacks just like a skirm. It doesn't have a bonus against archers, only against cab archers, but it does have more base attack. So kind of a bit more versatile skirm. Also has a cute little wrap on his head. I don't think that's hair. I think that's part of the helmet he's wearing. Anyway, he is through, and now it is time to make a mad dash to the middle of the map and try to find the workshop. As both players are through, but oh no, the trees here are blocking the access for running. Running, where is his scout? Does running have more army? So that's, I think, a bigger army for running. Yeah, a much bigger army from running. Wean Dinchester does get there first. There is the Feudal Age. Will come in for him. Running, staying Dark Age. You get more resources from this in Feudal than you do in Dark. And the Scout there, if it hits Feudal, will win against the Eagle. But I think running with the numbers will be able to take control of this. So running more Dark Age investment into army will lead to acquiring the workshop. But it doesn't mean he's slower up. I don't think that's going to be punished, though. Wean Dinchester trying to run around and hold it as long as he can. He's the Peltasts. I mean, with fletching on the way, maybe Peltasts can still be useful here. He will have the extra range, but now everything goes down. Wasn't able to reclaim it in time. And now he will have the better pelt. Look how speedy they are. Yeah, faster than skirms. 1.1 speed compared to, what's that, 0.96 for skirms. An OP skirm, as Turd says. Yes. Rhodian Slinger getting Javelin down. And even more OP skirm. So here we are with a cute little shield too. I like the face on the shield. And numbers there for running. Numbers for running. He's pushing back Wean Dinchester. He does not have the Peltast numbers that he needs to take the middle. Let's see. Running did abandon it for a moment, but no idle unit to run forward. And you have to be really careful about keeping your mercenary camp alive. Not much HP on it. And you also Gaia outposts that you capture for vision. Ozzy knows this is a scrub map. He's got the emote for it. Byzantines don't get cheap repel tasks, do they? I guess the Inca do have their food discount apply though. Military units minus 10% food in Dark Age. And I think it costs food and wood. Oh no, it does cost gold. Is it food and gold? I need someone to tell me the costs. I wish I could view them in Capture Age. It's annoying that, like, I know they're there and I've played the map a couple times, but I wish I could just verify it when looking at it. For it without antiquity units. Yeah, that probably does help a bit. I was thinking maybe we could have a couple trade workshops spread out, but less powerful, so you don't kind of win the game just by taking one. And they do still encourage you to break through your own walls and get there. Right here we see almost 500 plus more resources for running, even staying Dark Age. I was thinking like 5 or 7. Yeah, like really make the destroyed city a bit more part of it. Yeah. Not like, you know, the harsh victory condition that the sacred sites give, right? But more like or like AW1 ruins would give, or more kind of like a relic, right? That you get a bit of resource from it, but you don't insta win by having them. You could repair these things and convert them. Maybe you got to repair it to full HP, then you grab it. That could be cute. I don't think there's a way to implement that though. And when running gets to feudal, we'll see what Wean Dinchester decides to do. So the Mongols, I guess, were picked for their fast uptiming and attempt to get feudal fast, but the fast feudal fletching, even with fletching, it feels like it hasn't been enough to take this fight. Maybe if ballistics were in, then the fletching would and the range would matter more. Fletching, there's feudal. And now running can do a blacksmith and fletching himself, or you could just do a blacksmith and a market and click up. Has enough food, you could probably consider doing that. Skirm's dancing, 21 to 13, and yeah, huge military advantage, 23 to 16 for running. Vil count's still pretty close, but I don't know if Wean Dinchester ever can really reclaim this. And now that running is feudal, he'll get even more resources from it, compared to what he was getting in the Dark Age. There's Castle Age on the way in padded archer armor. Peltas patrolling the hill, and we'll have Loom on the way. Okay, what type of fight do we have here? Trying to split, but running, he's chasing, mowing down the army as it runs. And running, true to his name, is winning the foot race to stay. Oh, a beautiful micro from running. The Peltas going down. And, well, when Wean Dinchester, I know he likes to hold on, but when he sees running hit castle first, he might call it. Running is just running right over him. Buying stone is Wean Dinchester, doing a stone gate behind this to make sure he's not overrun on the inside. Too crazy to go with a couple of sneaky vills and close the wall. We have seen that before, right? We have seen players breaking out faster and walling this in. In this match, though, two things. One, that since players learn to make peltasts, they can probably kill the walling vill. And two, players break out so quickly, you don't really have time to run the vill across. We saw that in earlier rounds, but as players have learned the map better, we're not seeing that. And now the attempted gate will go down, and I think the military camp will go down too. That's gonna mean no more peltasts. Here's a tower. Oh, this isn't wall. This is, so he's fine. He's fine. Well, he's not fine. He doesn't have the middle. He has no army. But yeah, there's the GG. And running takes it 3-1, so congrats to running. He will advance. He'll be in the top 8. Has a 30-20 KD. More eco for him. And 7-minute difference to feudal. But with that trade workshop made up for it. If the workshop should give nothing in feudal, maybe. Not a good day for Wean Dinchester. Well, I mean, to be fair, look at that elo difference. He's 2k3 against 2k7. And in 2 pretty big elo mismatches for him, did manage to take games in each of them. So, man, I've only been streaming for like 4 hours, but it feels so late because it's dark out now. Wean Dinchester in the chat. Jeez, everyone give him some hearts. GG's. Unfortunate loss on Circus. So what's going on now? Do we have a live set of TTL? In 8 minutes, we're going to have Combito versus KingstoNe in Stronghold Frenzy, so we're going to cast that. I will take a quick break myself. I'll be back in a couple minutes to cast that, so stay tuned. thank you, Ducks, for the sub. Turn my webcam on again. So, we have another couple minutes before the next set gets started. I think we'll stay here and just wait for it. Let's see, have they started yet? Check for drafts. No, they haven't started yet. Give them a couple minutes. Oh, wait. Yeah. 22 GMT, good. That was a spam post that I had deleted. I think that ended up in that channel. These spam bots are OP these days. Oh, hello, Ducks. Hello, Casaros. Hello, Gothic Brother. Hello, Plotter Ghost. Hello, everyone. Good luck versus KingstoNe. Are you playing KingstoNe soon? So, Ducks blesses us with a wonderful pun. What's a sieve that is as bad for your teeth as it is to play against? The Tartars. Oh, were you already here? Wait a minute. Oh yeah, you were here. We have Skirm Wars in the Dark Age now. I didn't see your name. We've one chat message in the last while. Okay. We have 276 people still here on Twitch and a YouTube chat with 52 people remaining. Viva el Age. Hello, Martin. How you doing? Alright, so one more minute and they're supposed to get this next set started. We'll see if they start on time. Our admins need to bring down the admin hammer. And then we'll see. I have some Doubt Rex I want to cast and some more TTL later. I'll see what I end up casting. Tomorrow I do want to cast FedEx versus Gabby at 17 GMT. That might be when I start my stream. Another Stronghold set then, so maybe I cast that and the Doubt Rex afterwards tomorrow. Alright, we are on time now. Is this when I gotta start spamming the 14 in there? They're both online, so hopefully we're good. In their scheduling chat. That Arc Raiders dance. I have our own dance emote here. Let me double check my Twitch stream real quick. See if the counter was updated for the plus subs. Yes, it was. Yes, it is. 99 out of 300, so I'll probably update with Ducks soon. I forgot whether I was casting Sora TTL Bronze, but no, it's Stronghold Frenzy still. So thank you all for tuning in. I'm liking the fact that I've been able to do like later in the day streams. I don't need to wake up as early. I feel more awake and better with the fluidity of casting at this time. 6 p.m. is definitely a better time for me. I'm more of a night owl than a morning person. Although the whole sun's setting early now and setting even earlier when we have daylight savings soon that's really gonna get to me. When is daylight savings 2025 Jersey? Sunday, November 2nd. Oh, okay, that is this weekend. Oof. Daylight savings right before election day. What is that? Anyway, hope everyone is having a good day. And not having rocks smash their windshield like I had on my car earlier. So, you know what I can do? I can go to the challenge bracket. And .com/stronghold. Frenzy 2 and update the bracket with that previous result. So we had running Wean Dinchester. I'm not logged into this browser. Too many ads on Chrome. Give me Firefox. Safer on Firefox. Voted to always keep daylight savings, but due to dumb reasons, it was never implemented. So now it will be dark at 5 p.m. every day soon. Yep, that's what I'm going to have. 5 p.m. darkness. This is running 3 to 1. Dinchester. Wait, why do I need to submit sets? Oh, what the heck? No challenge. Best of 5 does not mean I submit a score for every set. What? I gotta submit an individual game score then. There we go. Silly challenge. I wonder what it was like for Viper growing up in northern Norway, where I think he had many times, or a good chunk of the year, of 24 hours of darkness. I don't think I could live through that. I need my daylight. I guess it's good for playing Age of Empires. But okay, I still... Oh, yeah, we have a draft. We have a draft, so we'll have KingstoNe... Oh, I gotta flip my scoreboard. No? Yeah. Get this set up. Flip that, and flip my scoreboard. I should probably make a flip hotkey. There we go. Alright, so Tulo, the first home map there for KingstoNe. Play Age all night because night is day. He did move to Germany. Well, I don't think that was because of the sunlight. Ngome and Treasure Beach for Combito, so picking some watery maps. We'll have some fire galleys in the small pond on Tulo. That's water for everyone. And then Narak. Well, a map with fish at least, even though it's land. Okay, what are we gonna have? Let's see if we get a Toad IG game. I've loved the Toad IG sudden death, like wonder aspect of it. Norway Viper was unbeatable. That's true. That's true. I remember him telling me how he would fly into Tromsø, and then to get to the island he lived, he would either have a 4-hour boat ride or a 2-hour speedboat. And alright, Velchins is the first map. Random generator, not picking Toad IG. Picking Velchins. Alright, so Velchins will start things off for us. We got no Civ draft players, just cannot repeat Civs. As we get to the final rounds, I'll have a better list of Civs on the overlay, hopefully. For now, we just gotta go with what we have. I know, old Viper staying up late to play games with Jordan and MBL. Those were the days. That's true. I guess there's a good chunk of the year where it's light all day, too. I should buff Vikings for Viper? Maybe. Maybe they'll get a buff in the new water patch, though. The longboats seem to do pretty well. The lack of the fire galley and small pond meta, where now like the Hulk will be there, might be a good buff for the Vikings. You might see them on hybrid maps, where you'd never see them in the small ponds because of the lack of fires right now. You could see them like if they want to go FC longboats on. We have seen that like on like Border Dispute, but those aren't really water maps. Dobbs, hello Dobbs. Buff Celts, please. How should Celts be buffed, Dobbs? Give us your opinion. I could settle for a Celts buff too. Vikings were buffed by the buff to Berserks, then to Militia, then to Rams, then removal of supplies. They were nerfed by the lack of Thumb Ring, though. Give them Thumb Ring back, and then they'll be Then they'll be good. Then I'll be happy again. Buff Burmese. Give them their siege onagers back that they never had. It's weird because Burmese are really good on Monk Rush maps, like Arena. But not that great elsewhere. They do sometimes have a role with the Rambai in a team game. So it'll sound like infantry civs that you want buffed. Celts, Vikings, Burmese. Give them hand cannons. Now that is a suggestion. Maybe we should give them even more bonus attack for the champions. Remember when their siege used to have more HP and the tech used to be SO over 100 HP, now it's below 100? From Fura Celtico, did that give them more HP? Give Celts more speed for the Wodies, like 5%? I think you can buff the Woad Raiders by getting rid of their elite graphics. They're one of the units that I think was hurt the most by having new graphics. The non-elite version is so much better. Give them better expos. Yeah, I don't even know how to buff the Celt expos. That feels like the way to do it. Maybe something in Imp for their expos. Thumb Ring for Celt. Thumb Ring for Celt. I like that. I like that. Jaguars got buffed. I think Jaguar, like Aztecs overall, have well, like the big nerf to Aztecs was the farming carry capacity nerf, where it's +3 instead of +5. That really hurts their eco at a time when other civs have been like power creeping the eco bonuses. Maybe give them that back. I don't see the players in a lobby yet. Double check what's going on. KingstoNe Combito, they have the draft there. And just waiting for them to host. Expo Mangonel rushes deadly. Yeah, Thumb Ring, I can get behind that. Thumb Ring for Celts. So is the worst win rate at the high level right now? Probably Bulgarians. Not quite sure at the stats though. Hello, John Luft. How you doing? I think Britons are fairly low down on 1v1s now too. They could probably deal with the buff. I've been saying Britons, I feel they should get their team bonus can stay how it is at the 10% faster working ranges, but they should get a civ bonus to add to that to restore their old 20% bonus. So that they themselves still have the ranges work at their old speed, but the team bonus isn't quite as strong as it is for them. That way you kind of nerf where it needed to be nerfed as the 4v4 flank, but doesn't hurt them as much 1v1. The fact that every archer civ has been buffed, yeah. Like a hidden gem these days. It's weird because they're still really good on some situations, like on Arena, where you get the extra range from the longbows, or like as a Black Forest flank, or as a team game flank too. But the 1v1 like Arabia, they've definitely fallen off a lot. Maybe it's just the prevalence of the Scarab meta, or like Scorpion additions, I don't know. Still feel like they're pretty good, but yeah, definitely not to the, I feel like they used to be like a top civ, like right underneath Aztec Maya. Maybe right underneath Huns in AOC, but not quite at that level anymore. Bulgarians have the worst reputation. AOC, I can look that up. What is AOE2 for Celtica? Let's see. Yeah, it was 50%. It was nerfed to 40%. But it also affects trebuchets. So Celt trebs have more HP. Okay, that probably doesn't matter much. If you're losing your trebs, you're losing your trebs. It's more about positioning than it is HP. Well, I guess maybe it does help. Seeing the Persians at the lowest win rate. All about the map pool though. If you had more hybrid maps in the map pool, or that Persian win rate would skyrocket. It used to be deadly on Arena to take on all the bombard cannon civs, right? Funny how the Briton-Turk matchup swapped. Turks now with the extra HP and cheaper artillery without needing stone. And all the extra, or the extra armor for the light cav, the extra HP for the cav archers kind of completely flipped that. Same thing like Turks versus Mongols these days. Sipahi cav archers do well against Mangudai. Now the Trebs was just a recent thing. That was added in the Three Kingdoms. The 40% instead of 30% was back for... I was back in the Forgotten. That's where they were the dominant Black Forest pocket. So Forgotten Empire has apparently tried to nerf them a bit. See, these players, they have a lobby yet? Oh, they... Neither of them posted a lobby code in the scheduling channel. And they both... Okay, they figured it out. They both hosted separate lobbies. They both hosted separate lobbies. Okay, now they figured it out. They figured it out. We're good. That's what we were waiting for. They were KingstoNe in a lobby, Combito in a lobby. They didn't communicate with each other. There we go. They both just hosted. Just Age of Empires things. Check. Okay, so we're good. Still on time. So yeah, I think that's my plan. I have Rex from Doubt versus Target. I think I'll cast them tomorrow. So I'll cast Gabby, FedEx, and TTL. Then there's a Stronghold Frenzy set that starts like an hour after that. And then I'll cast the Doubt Target Rex. And then I think I'm actually all caught up with Stronghold Frenzies. I've been doing these well. I think Britons are still a very good arena save, just for some reason everyone opens light cav with them. That's true too. That maybe affects them a bit because there are so many light cav openings. I remember Britons went for a lot of those like archery range into 5 archer like crossbow openings, and maybe the increased cost of crossbow hurts that opening a lot these days. I always felt like the increasing cost of crossbow might have made sense on Arabia when we had that period when everyone was going like super fast up crossbow with the market, but I felt like it never made sense for like any other situation where you use crossbows, like like as an arena opening or like a landing on a water map. Or like a sneak on Black Forest. I feel like there are a lot of situations where it was like nerfing something that more took away an option. Kind of focused on that Arabia, which is maybe more of a pathfinding issue than really a cost issue. I don't know, that's one of those changes I look back on and I feel like it changed a lot that didn't really affect the thing that it wanted to change, which was just the crossbow up where you use the market. Expo's still their best opening. You can dominate the map to Britons like you can't with any other opening by playing Expo. Yeah, that's true. I feel like maybe it also helps against the monk saves now that you have the siege tower buff. That like, you know, they were not really a save you'd monk rush against before, but now you absolutely wouldn't. Now, FC into 1 longbow into boom. Emu wants to go longbows. You just clearly need a skirm buff. Hey, that's what I said. Give them their old 20% faster working ranges. What was the biggest meta change ever? Probably, if any one single change, probably wall HP for intended to nerf slinging, opening up tower rushes on closed maps. And I think that's the one change that changed everything more than anything else. Probably lots of stuff like the Teuton Death Star TCs from Age of Kings, like probably some Age of Kings to Conquerors stuff changing, like the addition to Bloodlines. But that's a whole bunch of stuff at the same time. Is the one change by itself that had a huge effect was the wall HP. Infinite attack Lithuanians, that was a big one too. Person Castle CA with Parthian is the next best Castle CA after Turk HP. I feel like the best CA in the Castle Age is the Japanese one, because of the extra attack versus archers. They wreck other cav archers, and they don't even need any text for that. There's just like a free bonus they get. So anyway, we'll have Velchins. This is a map with lots of waving flag fortified palisades in the middle. And, oh, what is this? Where are my admins? Does this count as a bugged map? Usually there are like, you have a passage to the middle and you each have your own area. This one you just go here. I don't actually know if we consider this a bug or not. I say we just go with it, and then maybe in the future we fix it. I can definitely fix this. Let me see. Is this bugged? The two passages lead directly to the same quadrant instead of one quadrant per player. All right. If the players pause and ask, I'll let them admin re. But if they're fine with it, we'll just go. I think that's how we'll do it. Yeah, so Vietnamese versus Kumans. Does this benefit or hurt anyone? I don't know. We're going to have an attempted wolf pen here. Oh gosh, and he gets it to work. He gets it to work. All right, all right. This is a bit trickier than it has been in the past. Wolves are harder to wall in. I know I edited Rage Forest to make it easier to wall them in to be more consistent with the past, with what was in the past, but these maps have no such luxury for the players. Need to be prepared to wall their vills. Or everyone's gonna have a good time. I miss the days when the arena walls would spawn overlapping each other. Did y'all ever play one of those maps where the arena walls overlap? That was fun. I do sometimes miss some of the randomness we'd have. I wonder if we could also have this, like, completely separated? Like, could we have it, like, imagine this went to here, and this went to here. Would there still be a connection between the players? I don't know. Anyway, rock terrain, so you can't quite wall this directly, but you can wall right next to it on the rock terrain. So for all intents and purposes, you can wall this off. 14 to 17 HP, and KingstoNe was going to try to use the hill to get a bit of an advantage and not lose the scout fight. Hello, FU Sneck. This is Stronghold Frenzy. This is Veldchens, where we have lots of walls on the map, lots of fortified palisades, lots of waving flags. Mega Random, yeah, Mega Random does have a couple of broken gens with the TCs on top of each other. That's true. That is true. I think the mill should be on this side, so you can take the deer easier if you're KingstoNe. Oh, he's milling over here. Okay, interesting. Wacky waving impalable palisade, guys. Impalable. Never heard that word before, or read that word before. No, so house in the middle coming up. KingstoNe doing the mill. Not a word. Is that why? Or is chat making up vocabulary? Okay, so the Vil will kill the cow, but it runs away. Yeah, so that's a thing. Usually, your herdable animals, such as your sheep, you right-click them with the Vil, and they walk towards a building before the villagers kill them. But if the Vil starts attacking and you walk it away, the Vil chases it and doesn't hurt it back. So you can actually move your cows far away. I don't know if that was intentional from KingstoNe, but he did move it out by the mill. Lucky the Vil didn't kill it in the middle. Palisades are not very inflatable, so you winged it. It is a word, if something is tangible or not. Walls are the type of thing you feel, definitely. Walls are the type of thing you feel. No doubt about that. Keep the cold out and they keep the clowns in. Impalpable is a word, yes. But not impalable. I guess like impalable is like not palisadable, not paladinable. Like the Persians now are impaladinable. Now they have Savars. So anyway, we'll have Combito up first. Now looking at the Elos, KingstoNe is definitely a favorite. 2k6 to 2k3. Able to be impaled upon. Well, there are impaled units in the scenario editor. I forget what campaign they were used for. They've been there since AOC because they were in the Ulio campaign. Been years since I've played Ulio. I'll have to play that again someday. Maybe port it to DE, then play it. The Star Wars sequel films were not impalpable because somehow Palpatine returned. I never even saw the final one. I saw The Force Awakens in theaters. I think I saw The Last Jedi. Probably on a streaming service years ago, and I never saw the final one. Saw Rogue One. And oh my gosh, that movie was awful. Just brainless special effects. So second TC here for Combito. He's gonna mill his berries. Alright, didn't do a mill yet. Just surviving off of the extra resources, taking gold from the foxes. Yes, I have seen LOTR. I've read LOTR. And I turned off Rings of Power. Oh my gosh, Rogue One. I can't with Rogue One. I just can't. Didn't see Rings of Power. Was it that bad? You are glad you've been spared the horror that was Rings of Power. Alright, so Combito walling the outside. Also has to remember that he needs to wall between the middle Gaia Palisade in this forest here, because you can just walk around that. If he thinks he's fully walled by walling the outside, he is sorely mistaken. And we have seen all manner of passages used on this map, going through the middle, going around the outside, going around the outer outside. So he does still need to wall here, and here, and here. And also, Ozone learned a very valuable lesson, is that oysters, these are meant to be fished, but can be gathered with villagers, and when they're on land, they are not solid. They are not solid like a stone mine is. You can't build a wall on top of them, but units can walk over them. So he thought he was fully walled using some oysters, and then, oh no, here comes some crossbows into his economy. And bam, he wasn't walled. We did the same. Oh no. Has anyone tried feudal cut with ballista elephants here? Feudal cut with... You mean Castle Age cut with ballista elephants? Not on this map, but it has been done on Toad IG to go for the wonder. And oh, actually look at this. There's a gap from the middle to the outside. I didn't realize that could happen. Oh my gosh, imagine Combito. Like, he has two gaps there. Imagine he walls like right here. But then, wow, the army runs around. That would be sick. I think the Vills, though, angry to see palisades built on their doorstep, will try to stab their way through. You stab a piece of wood long enough, it creates a fire, I guess. Oh, a fire lancer. That guy can make a fire. Oh, Vietnamese fire lancer. Yeah, these might be the most OP fire lancers. Who came up with this idea? Archery range units, plus 20% HP, and fire lancers. I don't know. This... Like, the crazy thing about the Fire Lancer is it's such a strong unit, and the Vietnamese didn't get any nerf for the fact that they have them. The Chinese, like, losing camels for Fire Lancers is a trade-off. The Vietnamese straight up get Fire Lancers with extra hit points. Yeah, they already had an amazing tech tree with imp skirms for a 1v1. Oh my gosh. Is this Combito or is this Fat Slob? I think there's one tile that can be chopped. Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah. He's still open here. Still open here. If KingstoNe realizes this, which he might scout it. He could go through one tile of fortified palisade, then loop around the outside. Combito has scouted this too, right? That this is in his vision. These passages are in his vision. He can see it. Imagine he's playing with big trees, but he can't see this if he wants to wall it. Will this come into play? Will they notice this? Looks like the Fire Lancers content to try to lance their way through the palisades for now. Of Castle Age on the way for Combito. As the Kumans, he has been 2 TC booming. Nice walls, and he's gone up by 15 vills. We'll do a defensive workshop. This is open too, between the market and the blacksmith. Hope he realizes that. As the Kumans, he only has palisades. Doesn't have anything more, just palisades. You can boom and go. Fire Lancer, yep. And don't mangonel your own Fire Lancers, but mangonel your way through indeed. The mangonel on the way. So Feudal Workshop, great option for the Kumans on their way up to the Castle Age. And you can pump mangonels out as soon as you get up. You can go double Workshop. Guess you don't really have wood for that to do mangonels. Tricky thing is behind this, second TC for KingstoNe, but at least that will keep him even with Combito on Vills, not let him surpass. Wheelbarrow on the way too, so that'll be great for the speedy Vills if they need to run and repair mangonels or dodge mangonel shots. And the palisade walls are almost destroyed. And the army is through. Now where will it go? Will it go over here? Where are the fire? Are they gonna try to break through? If KingstoNe's right-clicking, he might notice some weird pathing. Like the Fire Lancers are doing something weird. Now there's a third TC. Now that is risky with mangonels on his doorstep. Third TC, and he has to realize he's not walled. Yeah, I mean he could go in directly from here because this is open still, right? I think Combito was relying on this being walled, and then the front walls would stop this. I mean he could also go around this way or around this way. Maybe Combito just thinks that's too long. He will lose his market. That's always rough to lose when you're getting pushed. There's a stream delayed. Oh no. Turs is a sub. He has the new rewind feature. How do they do versus buildings? They have +1 attack versus buildings, but they do benefit from arson. So if you get arson, they're fairly decent. Have a high enough attack that they're decent. I don't think they have as much bonuses as the longsword line would have, but I mean, still they're decent against buildings. Are they playing unexplored? Nope. But I mean, the map does generate fairly similarly every time. You should, by this stage of the tournament, hopefully the players have a feel for it. Another workshop going up in the back. Another mangonel coming out. And where's that Bill going? Is she gonna sneak through here or do something tricky? Mangonel goes out, gets a hit. Ooh, what a wonderful mangonel shot there. Gets a sec. You gets 2 mangonels. What the heck was that mangonel shot? That went so far to the side. That was like a curveball. On Viper Cream. They're practicing connecting specific land IDs. Oh, in the map scripts. So it's zones you connect and not the land IDs, so make sure you're using the zones. But that is a new superpower in map scripts. I was using that for Kudam in the GL map pool before the Berlin land got canceled. But it definitely is a nice power. Yeah, it is finally a thing. It is an amazing thing. Oh, look at that. Double attack ground. That Fire Lancer really had to dance his way away. Okay, the scout is over here. The scout, what's that scout doing? Oh, here comes the siege tower. Okay, this is going to be a siege tower Fire Lancer play to run down the mangonels with Fire Lancers. All lands generating beach when placed on water. Yeah, beaches are tricky, as is water. Okay, dodging a mangonel shot with a siege tower. Maybe the mangonel needs some... Oh gosh, the mangonel doesn't need repairs. All the Fire Lancers die. Right under the TC, the mangonels maybe could try to destroy the siege tower. The siege tower is... They're so silly. As much fun as they are, I feel like the unit could probably use some type of change. Now that it's discounted, you see them so often. Oh, look at those dance moves. Getting trapped a bit. Almost down. 14... 4 HP, and oh, Fire Lancer goes down 2 HP. Okay, there it goes, there it goes. No more siege tower. I think that's crazy. like it was okay when it was like a meme before, but now that it's legit useful and cheap, and anti-monk rush, it's pretty darn crazy. So no one's gone through here yet. I'm still waiting for that. We'll have another TC in the middle for KingstoNe. So Combito with a Vil lead, still benefiting from that Kuman's boom he had. And he does manage to get up a castle. Still up by about 1.5k, a little more than that, resources collected. Well, KingstoNe doing a good strong push. He's only down by 10 vills. And I feel like if you outlast the Kumans as the Vietnamese, you will have a stronger late game composition, especially with Imp Skirm. And it's like Imp Skirm Fire Lancer should be crazy. I don't know what the Kumans do to overwhelm that. Even Cannon in the back to support against Kumans who could go Siege Onagers without Siege Engineers, but still could Siege Onager. Time Monk is popular with 95% of the players. That is sad. People don't know the majesty then of the monks. Kids these days aren't growing up with Eddie games. And ooh, nice shot on some fires. Fire Lancers keep poking down mangonels. See if we can get more repairs from those vills. Kipchaks on their way out. Fire Lancer going down. Like the forced Transformers move. I never saw Transformers. I feel like Lord of the Rings was made at like the perfect moment where we got past the 90s where special effects aged horribly, but we didn't yet get to the stage where it was like everything was done with a green screen special effect, like Star Wars prequel on steroids. So I feel like you watch movies from like the 80s, and a lot of them age better than movies from the 90s because of the practical effects they used. Very dependent on the movie, though. Of course, there are bad special effects in the 80s, but well done practical effects. Aged extremely well. Hey, man, gets a shot on the vills. Shot on the vills. Are there willow trees? Yes, there are willow trees. Right there, there's one of them. Everyone likes the willow trees. So we have Imp on the way from both players, a minute faster for KingstoNe. Combito still trying to hold. He will go up with a much better economy if he can hold. So that's better economy while being pushed into a civ that probably has the better army composition. What's this on the outside? Oh, those are some outposts. Right now they're just outposts, but that could turn into something more than outposts. There's a bit of walling here, but there's a hole in the walls. I think there's a hole there at least. Looks like there's a hole. I missed the palisade scanning. Maybe there's a reed there? I think there's a reed. Hold on. I can't double click. No, there's no reed. Only 2 reeds there. That is open. And here comes the Vil. On the outside again, Combito taking some stone. KingstoNe doesn't have awareness of that right now. Doesn't have scouting there. Doesn't have his own outposts. Well, he has an outpost here. Maybe he saw it. He has to be paying attention. Doesn't have outposts everywhere. That's the downside of the outpost if you're not paying attention. And then Mangonel still trading on the front. A couple of crossbows added in. So Fire Lancer, Crossbow, Monk, Mangonel, Repairville, and Outpost. The composition here, as KingstoNe wants a forward castle, can be risky as long as there's a Mangonel. And not going to do it too far forward. Going to do a chicken castle. What can outposts turn into? And they can turn into nothing. Select all. I don't even know what that hockey is. What do you know what that hockey is in Capture Age? I can try pressing that. Oh, select all idle military when they were monks. Alt F4? I thought you meant like some type of Capture Age select to see where the idle military was. Yeah, idle military with monks is an interesting one. Because sometimes the monks don't have all their monk juice, and you select it and you get a monk that can't convert. And it moves your camera as you do it, so it's harder to keep clicking on stuff. And if you have like reinforcing monks, then it moves your camera back and really out of position, and the monk is not one you want to select. But it can be a nice way to cycle through monks. I feel like if you individually hockey all of them, that works a lot better for the most part, but then also you're kind of limited there. You only get 9 hockeys, and you probably want to use your hockeys for other things. And okay, what are we having over here? We have a TC from KingstoNe, but a castle being raced up from Combito. KingstoNe finally going to see that Combito was out here, but Combito will get the castle up. And now those crossbows will be forced back. KingstoNe quickly going to try to stonewall this oyster mining camp here. Oh, that's actually sick. You can mine directly on top of the oysters, so you build the mining camp adjacent to them. Oh, that's sick. Didn't think about that before, but yeah, that's absolutely sick. Oh, that's great. You have 20 commander? You can. I don't know how many players actually have hotkeys for all that, though. That's true, you can have up to 20. And you can change the hotkeys for them. So maybe having some specific monk hotkeys would be useful. Okay, still no ballistics for Combito, despite going for the Kipchaks. I mean, he is getting pushed. Now, still up by 3,000 resources. He has 4 trebuchets. And if he ever feels like he has an army advantage, then he can push this. Maybe he just wants the Trebs to take out that workshop for now. He's trying to make a switch into Cavaliers. Bloodline's on the way. He's still falling back. He's still everywhere on the outside of the map, mining those oysters. If he gets to the middle, he maybe gets more gold access. Could try to sneak into the middle from here. All the extra gold is in these middle areas. But yeah, there's that workshop going down. And he doesn't want to lose another castle. At least he has one in the back. Over here, still keeps the vills working on the stone. Tower going up for KingstoNe, trying to prevent the stone mine. There is the first, or the final armor upgrade. And when the final armor upgrade comes in, I imagine we'll see then Cavalier Kipchak against the Arbs. Don't think we're going to have time for Paladin. And it goes right down to Arbs. Extra control groups hotkeyed on the monkey board. Got to get the strategic commander for extra hotkeys. Oh my gosh, those Arbs were clumped together, but nothing really to stop them. Treb? Oh, Treb goes down in one volley. That is sick. That's absolutely sick. And the bombard cannon just dodges. This castle, not enough repair vills. Only 3 vills are not going to repair enough. But, we have Cavalier numbers that are climbing. Res collected closing. Only 1k more for Combito anymore. And he needs repair vills. He's getting pushed on the side on this castle. Nope, he has towers there. He cleaned the Arbs. His Trebs are forced back. Can he take a fight? He's starting to fall back in a score. Elite, Fire Lancer, Ring Archer, Armor, Scale Mail, Armor on the way, doing his armors. If he goes, I think he has to go now. I mean, he has armor on the Cavaliers. I feel like if he goes now, he can maybe clean this and destroy the castle. He needs to make sure he's pulling the Arbs away and not losing the Trebs to bombard cannons. He needs to repair. And here he goes, one big fight. Or doesn't even want to take the fight, just wants to threaten with the Cavaliers. Wants to threaten with them. Poor Treb should be able to take out that castle. Maybe hard to fight the Arbs in a choke point now that Fire Lancers are there. If I'm Combito, I'm thinking you need more repair bills over here. There go the Cavaliers, trying to take a decent fight. That's a lot of Fire Lancers, though. Bombard cannons going down to the Trebs. Cavaliers getting in on monks, and the Cavaliers are getting shredded by the Fire Lancers. Kipchak's dying to the Arbs, and that was not the fight Combito needed. Maybe waited a bit too long and the Fire Lancers got upgraded. Trebs here, no repair vills. They are starting to go down, but the Cavaliers not enough. OP Fire Lancers, and he will call the GG. KingstoNe will go up 1-0. Alright, so that felt like a decent coup and boom. He had the Mangonel defense, but a bit too much strength from the Vietnamese in their army composition. Man, Fire Lancers are great. The Age of Fire Lancers, as Running says. He did maybe wait too long, but it's really hard to tell how his eco is feeling, and whether he actually has the production to push early on. But maybe he did wait a bit too long. Maybe he could have gone earlier. I mean, from our point of view, we see he had the armor before Fire Lancer, Elite Fire Lancer came in. But that'll be 1-0 for KingstoNe. And even the military pop advantage there, but fighting under the castle, that just dropped. If he could have timed it, I think this would have been the key. If he timed it right in this area when he had that advantage, and he waited that's so tricky to tell, right? Because he waited 1 minute too long. If he goes 90 seconds to 2 minutes earlier, then maybe that's enough for him to win the fight. And we can see that here in the graph. But he didn't have much of an opportunity early in Imp. was holding, kind of equalizing and pulling ahead, but then Elite Fire Lancer came in. And the final text for the Yarbs came in. Yeah, more res collected for most of the game, but KingstoNe evened that up. That access to the middle made it a lot harder for Combito. Yeah, right, and that's the thing. It's hard to know what the other player has, too. We can see that, but it's hard to know that. Which round is? It is the round of 16, so we move to the single elimination stage. And this is the first round of single elimination. Someone needs to update Wikipedia. That is true. Someone can do that. It's a wiki. Can't anyone do that? Alright, here we go. Combito, KingstoNe, Ngome will be the next map. Alright. Ready for something crazy. Water, and thank you Chris Morgan for the follow. Water's good, especially if you're a fish or a caster. Your needs to stay hydrated. Only 5 hours in though. This has been a short stream so far. There's more TTL going on tonight. Maybe we'll even cast that afterwards. You have the exact same water filter. It is a generic one I got at a Walmart years ago. Tried Galactic Battlegrounds earlier today. It is a mood. Galactic Battlegrounds is great, but if there ever is a game that needed a graphics update, it is Galactic Battlegrounds. AoE2's units, when you play in the original game, like 800 by 600 resolution, it looks beautiful. It still looks beautiful. Galactic Battlegrounds, they have some really creative unit designs, but they did not have the pixel density to make them work. Yeah, there are 2 matches happening in like 15 minutes, so maybe we'll cast them when the set is finished. Like I said, I have the Doubt Rex for tomorrow still. Alright, so we got 30 seconds left into this game. Hola, Adam. Hello, hello. Cast them? I do want to cast, especially when we're getting good viewer numbers like this. We're still at over like 300 with YouTube and Twitch combined. Even the non-DE version held up in the graphics department. I think there are still some like very subtle art style things that DE doesn't do as well as the original game. I never played Urban Assault. Let's go. That's the Spirit Exploding King. Like what? I think the gold mines are an obvious example. They're like this solid yellow color. Especially if you turn the particle effects on, feels kind of more like a mobile game thing, whereas the gold in the original game was still like gray with like bits of gold sticking out of it. There's like really subtle things like that here and there. Like a couple of unit animations, like the knights looking a bit hunched over. It's not too bad, but when you really look at it, it does kind of stand out a bit. Lack of skeletons, I guess, is a big one. Oh no, the poor deer is trapped by the lumber camp. Oh, thank you, Chris Morgan, for using your Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Like the granite with the gold. I'm just a boomer. That's a compliment. You hunched over too if you're wearing all that armor. Yeah, it's the gold seams look. I missed that too. That's the AoE1 look too. Yeah. The new wildlife is great and varied quite a bit. I like that we can mix them together now. Oh my gosh, KingstoNe. Has KingstoNe not played this map yet? No, KingstoNe. You can build a TC. This is the map where your Vils can build TCs right from the start. Well, we saw Bra win a game even though he didn't realize this. But that's when he was Celts and he drushed. Will the Romans drush? Does he really want double dock instead of a TC? Disaster Titanic. Watching from 37,000 feet on a flight from Vegas to Atlanta. I've been to Atlanta before in their airport. I've never been to Vegas. Well, they renamed it from McCarran to Harry Reid, didn't they? It'll always be McCarran to me because of New Vegas. Yeah, how much did you lose? Yeah, do you still have your clothes for the flight, or did you lose them too? Alright, fishing ships out. Forgot to bind the build TC and Dark Age button. I am not sure if that is not also a strat getting early fish. Well, I mean, to be fair, look at the fishing ship numbers. 2 versus 3, Combito with a TC already has the fish out faster. I wonder if he's going to realize this and do a TC eventually? But maybe just hope for the double dock and the more long-term fish production? Moving to more fish. I mean, the mill itself is 100 wood. So I guess it's like slightly cheaper. You do have 300 stone. Maybe it's fast if you want to go for a castle job. He's doing a second mill. I mean, 2 mills could have been a TC here. Right, that's only a 75 wood difference. And you don't need to collect the stone. So 20 to 27 vills. I don't think the fishing ships are making up for it. And he has all this extra food that he's floating. We're gonna do loom. Is he just gonna try to go up really, really fast? This is either he has some type of crazy strategy planned, or he doesn't know what the map is. Well, we'll figure that out soon enough. He's dead. My favorite was when Broad drushed, was like, oh, you can build a TC. Then he walked around and saw another TC and was like, oh, you can build more. So Combito has a second dock himself. He's equal on fishing ship numbers, while up by 11 vills. Has KingstoNe not played the map here during the event? Did he not read the handbook that said you could build more TCs? Did he not watch any recs of other players? Maybe the case. And like I said, I mean, players have won by doing this before. So there is a chance it's a strat, but if it is a strat, looking at the Vil difference, it is not one that worked out for him. Players not reading handbooks can't be. Sorry, McCarran because of Midnight Run. Serrano's got the discs. Serrano's got the discs. I've never seen Midnight Run or heard of that before. I'll have to add it to my list then. My list of changing names to Harry Reid was silly. How does the map look from F? You look up the flight number. Probably can't see any vills from there. Probably it's like super zoomed in, right? It's like, imagine if Capture Ridge could zoom out that as far as that flight. And then we'd really be in business. I'm furious with lack of prep right now. See, I have a very different style for tournaments than T90 does. I know T90 likes to have, like, very few civ bans and, like, encourage prep quite a lot for tournaments. I feel like I like to embrace the randomness aspect of AoE 2 more. Like, I miss the days when you didn't have force picking on the ladder and you get more random civs.
Salve. Prontus.
I like when tournaments can reflect that. Even you could see Huang eating TCs in Arabia from up there. Imagine Huang on a flight. Flight attendant would be serving food and asking him if he wanted the vegetarian or the meat option. And he'd be there trying to order a TC. So 9 fishing ships to 17, so if this was a fishing ship attempt, not there. And Toaster226. Thank you for the raid.
Salve.
Hope you all are nice and toasty. And not burned. Don't want burned toast, I want delicious buttered toast. Thank you for the raid. What is this map? This is Nagome. You are asking the same question that KingstoNe is asking. Because in this map, you can build additional TCs starting in the Dark Age. And KingstoNe did not recognize that. Did not. So we're just going purely into Fire Gali fight here. And he is going to be down 70 to 37 Vils. So I think what you rated into is a 1-to-1 set after Combito should win this map. Probably notice before hitting cat. I don't know, he's not scouting, he's not forward. Let's see if he recognizes the Vil difference. Must be thinking, oh boy, I'm killing so many fishing ships. But I wonder if he's curious at why the score is so different at this point. Now, he will be a minute faster to the Castle Age. Imagine he plops down 2 TCs immediately upon hitting the Castle Age. Outpost going up for Combito. He must be scouting. Well, it can't be water. He's winning the water. Oh, he has a transport ship. Where's he going to go with a transport ship? I can't do anything against that Vil. Oh my gosh, Combito's going to realize. He's going to realize he's won the game. This is like Metal RTS realizing they won the tournament. Well, hopefully better than that, because he actually has won the game. Do they serve tea on US Airlines? Usually they do. More coffee, though. And probably something... I don't know, do you have to pay if you want the tea? The water they give you for free. If you buy like an alcoholic beverage, you usually gotta pay extra. I mean brown water? I mean brown water with caffeine. There's a transport ship. I don't think that's been used. And where are these Vils going? You have War Gali on the way from KingstoNe. He is losing the water on the right. Oh my gosh, there are 3 docks here. 3 docks for KingstoNe. He needs to get War Gali. He's doing it over here. Still pumping out more fires. Wants to win the relics, perhaps. And I'm going to say Adirondack. Thank you for the follow. I'll try to add some vowels to your name. Thank you for the follow. Imagine he wins anyway. Well, that's what I said. Bruh won a game where he discovered the TCs during the game. So now Castle Age is in, and KingstoNe will no longer learn from his mistake. To see that there's a TC there. It could just be a Castle Age TC now. It could be normal. As a Brit, they give you tea, or you give them a devastated look back. Well, in America, we throw our tea into the harbor. So fishing ship's going down. And oh, look, that'll be a forward castle drop. This is not walled off, but the fire ships are over there. Maybe blocking this. I'll imagine this were a demo. But, nope, not going to get through for the castle. So KingstoNe buying himself some time, forcing the castle back. That'll not be right on his face. Hello, Bertus. I mean, I still have my coffee, my empty coffee from earlier today from Dunkin' Donuts. I needed to stay awake while casting. I finally got like my sleep schedule almost sorted out. Where I have a morning to do some programming, then an afternoon to do some casting. Thankfully there's enough TTL throughout the day, I don't need to start it super early. Did I go there? Yes I did. Yes I did. Programming, yes, programming. Morning programming, yes. Saturday morning cartoons. Nerd, exactly. I'll seem not to like Bostonians that much. That's true. Around New York, we don't really. We don't care for the sports teams, at least. Better than Philly, at least. So we have wheelbarrow and heavy plow on the way. There we go. And demo's out here. Fire's going down. Fire's all going down. Ooh, a trade. There's no trade cogs. That is a demo. It's a demo. Who has the better navy here? The player who's up by 50 bills. That is who has the better navy. Quality of the ship does not matter when you're up by 50 bills. There's Handcart from KingstoNe. He still thinks, what's going on? How am I this far down in eco? And I don't think he realizes what's happening on the map. Never done Lith Navy. Lithuanians are really a good water civ because of their uptiming. Oh my gosh, what if he does the amazing thing of a TC douche with hill forts? As the Lithuanians, Combito, you're building a castle. Give us hill forts. And take out this. Maybe they can hit each other anyway. He's not aware of that TC. Combito is. He sees all the outposts. Or he sees everything with the outposts. Combito, I think, has a chance of securing 7 relics over here. Not going down to some fires. And a couple of castles coming up here for Combito. Although Romans lack demos, they're a terrible water civ, even though they're a water civ. Well, Romans are good because of the, what do they have? Gali line plus 2 attack with ballistas. But that, then they also miss Bracer in Imp. So they have this weird more attack, less range Galleon. But before that, they're actually pretty decent. If it's a galley map. They do have shipwright. And they do have dromans. So it's like they got some pluses and minuses for the water. They're a weird one. Yeah, plus armor, right? They have the, what is it? +1 melee, +1 pierce armor. That does help. I guess, does that stay the same or will that change in the new patch? I forgot to look at the balance changes there now that I think of it. So, monks standing idle with relics. Oh my gosh, KingstoNe's about to be sandwiched between 2 castles. Oh, the poor man, Combito. Show no mercy to KingstoNe. And you didn't even make TCs for me to eat, and I'm hungry. I gotta get my fill here. I'm excited for Hulk memes. Oh boy. Oh, even walling him in. Walling him in. Oh, he's trying to do another TC. Oh, Castle, one-shot the TC, he deletes it. Trying to do another TC over here, because why not? Needs to catch up in Vills, needs more TCs. And some fishing ships going down. Still, he's trying to fight, and I think he must be completely oblivious to how big the eco difference is, and how much of an advantage Combito has from the early TCs. Yeah, there's Combito up to Imp. So maybe that'll end it when Imp comes in. I mean, your KingstoNe has cleaned some of the fishing ships over here. Maybe he's thinking, oh, I can get back into this if I clean him off the water. Maybe I can get back into an eco lead. I have lost to the castles, but, you know, maybe he's thinking it's just, you know, maybe it's water. Maybe it's scouting. I can come back on the water. He might not know how over it is. Well, there's a TC. He's still attacking it. His TC down here is still alive. Hope they never see the changes that side events. We'll see. I still feel like the African Kingdoms change that introduced the feudal fire galley kind of was honestly less fun than the Gali micro from AOC. I just feel like it took something that was like a lot of fun to micro and replaced it with something that's not fun to micro. That's one of the important things, right? Yeah, crossbow versus mangonel is fun because it's two different units, each with their pluses and minuses, and there are advantages to microing them and playing with the units. You don't just kind of like blindly send them into battle. Gali Wars weren't like that. It was mirrored, but at least it was, yeah, and 2 seconds before Imp, there's the GG. And at least Gali Wars were fun to micro. So 36 to 29 KD for KingstoNe. We'll have better economy for Combito. And better castle time for KingstoNe, but not enough to overcome this difference. And now, I wonder if KingstoNe looks at the... Well, he won't have the graph, right? He's just going to have... Well, he'll have a Vil count graph. The thing with the changes, I feel like the Hulk is just like a copy of the Fire, like making a melee ship. And probably not the solution that Water needed. See how it plays out in the long run if they do some balance changes, but... Still, I think it needs more work. Hello, lame monk. No one complains about Water, people just don't play it. That's true. Maybe they just won't play it after the changes, and it'll all be mute. So tied 1-1 now. How are you doing, lame monk? That's a nice villager boxing emote you got there. Answer to everything is Hulk. That's what the answer seemed to be in the show match we saw yesterday. So thank you everyone for tuning in. We have here Combito hosting the next lobby, getting ready to go for it. Oh, the dashboard telling me MBL's on a 10-match winning streak. Look at that. Happened in the show match, we saw lots of Hulks, John Loft. We saw lots of Hulks. And we saw in hybrid maps, monks were really useful because demos were so weak that they really weren't part of the water triangle anymore. And the Hulk kind of dominated everything, so we saw basically Hulk and Monk because the Hulk was so short-ranged on mangrove terrain trying to convert Hulks. What's the Hulk? It's a new unit they're adding. Awesome Master 5. Thank you, Lame Monk. You also get another visual mod that has Kraken tentacles instead of the harpoony things for the Hulk. Dude, if they added Krakens to AoE 2, I honestly wouldn't complain. They're in Age of Mythology. But what kind of unit? It's supposed to counter fires and be countered by galleys. It has one range and it's like themed like a boarding ship, but really it's really speedy and it still counters galleys, so it kind of counters everything. Not sure what AoE needs to keep attracting new players is even more complexity. Feels like last few years. More and more special regional units. Next is Narek. Next they're picking Narek. I agree with that for the large part. I feel like what they need to do is update the the interface, the menu and the matchmaking system more than they need to make in-game changes. There's even stuff like quality of life changes when they start like putting more stuff in. Kind of like they're adding stuff in without properly tutorializing it because it's not in William Wallace. So every time you add something like a force trap hotkey, or like the auto farm button, or like the fish trap location they're changing to the fishing ships, there's no tutorial for that. So it's more like there's more things you have to discover. And as much as you can add, you can add kind of like bloat or excess with too many civs, or too many. There are various ways you can do it, but I think too many quality of life features also kind of do that too. We don't need Twitch drops for AoE 2. Please no. Please no. Needs to be easier to make friends and add people you play with. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like that's how I found teen games when I played on Voobly, and I feel like it gave you a much more active teen game scene. Like you opened Voobly, you had a list of your friends, you'd spectate the games they're playing, and then when they're done, you'd join in. Now, like you open the game, and it's like you have to like clunkily you search for their name, it doesn't show up. Or if they have a common name like Hank, it's like a list of 10 million Hanks or 10 million Rays, and you don't know who's who. And like you have to like get this weird Steam interface to invite them to a party, but you don't know if they're in-game, you don't know what they're doing, you can barely see if they're online or not. Or you have to tab out to another Discord or use like another website for a spectator browser, and it's all like it's split up in a bunch of different places. And it's not all like combined into one place like we had in DE, right? Like the hope was that like in the HD edition we had to alt-tab to aoe2.net to find lobbies. The hope for DE would be that we wouldn't have to do that. And I feel like if there's like, work for them to do if they want to like bring players to the game, like addressing that and kind of addressing the matchmaking of like the new player losing 10 games, losing 20 games before you're at your decent elo is the way to go about it, more so than just like trying to add quality of life features or changing gameplay features. I think we start at 500. Well, I mean, it's the thing, like you could, unless you dynamically change the starting point over time, you're just gonna kind of get the same issue at a different elo eventually. And thank you, Exiled for Life, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The thing is, people come in is via streams or whatnot, so people have some odd knowledge in game. Not necessarily. There's probably people who played it like years ago when they were kids and then discover it's on Game Pass or on Steam. I still feel like the Twitch and streaming scene is rather niche compared to the entire way people find the game. I don't know, it would be interesting to see some stats on that though. An Epic Sea Dragon, hello. Yeah, I mean, that could be something where you like dynamically change the starting elo over time, or and like maybe try to hide it. Because I mean, elos. I think the elo system works really well if you're experienced at the game, and if you're like a 1v1 player who makes Smurf accounts to play different map types. If you have different skill levels on different maps. But I think there's a lot of people for whom it doesn't work that great. Some improvements to that would be welcome. Playing games on Twitch is niche at this point. I mean, that's the thing, right? Because we're here with like, 261 viewers, and I certainly wouldn't think I'm like a large streamer. But I look at stats, I'm in like the top 10,000 or so of Twitch streamers in terms of like average viewership. You can go to like a Twitch tracker and see stuff like that. So it's not like we're small in terms of Twitch, but I feel like in terms of like whatever's the overall marketing campaign for AoE 2, then it's a very small drop in the water. I think my Smurf accounts on DE compared to Voobly? I have no idea. I don't even know how we could track that. I mean, perhaps like in some absolute sense there are more because there are more players, right? Because I don't know if that's right. Maybe it's like a Smurf per player ratio we need to check, or like maybe different types of players have different Smurfs. Like I know that pro players sometimes specifically make Smurf accounts because matchmaking is faster for them if they're playing at a weird hour a night, and then like they have like a 7-minute queue every time, where they make a Smurf account where they get 3-minute queues and get the same matchups. I don't really mind players having multiple accounts, but I think it's more indicative of like weaknesses in the matchmaking system. Okay, KingstoNe hunting a rhino with a weak veil with no loom. I think this is safe though. I think this will be safe. I think the forums do kind of point out there are like, obvious cases of accounts that have like large numbers of games that end in under 5 minutes. That maybe could have more of an automated system to detect. But again, I don't feel like that's the biggest of problems. So barracks and stable here for Combito with 6 relics on the map, and it looks like he's going to fight for them. He's also going to have the advantage that 2 relics are down by him. Let me send a screenshot of this to the admin chat too. Say it's maybe a bit unfair. Alright, there we go. Sorry for that black screen for a second. It was alt-tabbed posting to my admins. It's so lovely to like run a tournament and like I'm not the one doing the map scripts. So I throw the bug reports there and other people fix them. I don't gotta like frantically fix them myself. This is luxurious. I have some TTL fixes I need to do, but this is heaven right here. Never beaten moderate AI or higher. Oh man, I miss the barbarian AI from back in the day on Boobly. That AI was so much fun playing against that. The market going up here for Combito. So Burgundians versus Wei. And I guess the Wei probably go for the Xianbei Raiders. Traction Trebs, you all know how OP those are. Combito with the Burgundians will have a great economy for booming. Wei will get the free villagers for every ecotech, so we'll see KingstoNe slamming down the ecotechs as fast as he can. Already has wheelbarrow and horse collar and double bit axe before even clicking up. And there's the range, so it looks like it'll be Xianbei Raiders behind, adding in vills with the ecotechs, maybe fighting for relics while booming. You can have Barbarian AI as a mod, but it was never, like the max never went and updated it for DE. So I think some other people have tried to make changes to it, but it's never been properly adapted by the original author. KingstoNe finding a couple of goats and leaving them out here. Yeah, there are like better AIs now, but I don't think anything is like as last I checked, and this is a while ago, maybe it's changed, but nothing's like as general purpose as Barbarian, where you can't just go into like a full random map with random civ and have it play. And for Lane, thank you very much for the follow, which is a lot harder to do now because there are more civs and more, more contingencies you need your AI script to handle. But some of the really good AIs, I think, can only handle a couple of civs. And are like specialized on micros or builds for them. They're the limits to what you can program as a hobby project. I know that there are people who have made like better compilers to compile stuff down to AI code and use different syntax, which are really awesome. And have some good AIs that use some great creativity from their authors. As human bots only get playing against AI? Yeah, some people, it's like playing AI. Some people like, training build orders against AI. Just having something to practice the game that doesn't require the stress of multiplayer. Yeah, everyone's different. Everyone plays the game differently. So Flemish Militia from Combito. Okay, Flemish Militia instead of spears for the relic fight. Don't know if that really makes a difference, though, when you're going to be against Xianbei Raiders. As here come the Xianbei Raiders now, double range Raiders. So double range is not going immediately for a TC. We have seen Cav Archers be very effective on this map, too, and Raiders should have a similar effect. Monastery at the front. Don't think you can ungarrison over those walls, but you can delete them. 2 wall tiles should prevent that. Yeah, and here's where the Flemish Militia doesn't become useful. As maybe he could fight the scout, but against the Raiders, not going to get anything done. Unless KingstoNe seriously messes up his micro. Yeah. Yeah, the AIs now have much better micro than Barbarian, but it's also done kind of in a select the units and like micro them all differently to dodge projectiles. You can definitely like look at it and see that it's not the way a human would micro. Barbarian was a bit less of that effect. Even though it is, it is better in terms of how it can work, but... Yeah, limited by what the AI engine gives you to work with. I haven't written AI in a long time. I didn't for the Saladin Showdown campaign. I had how to use fish traps and onager chop forests and use a siege tower. That was fun. It's a lot of fun to write the AI scripts. But also a good challenge unless you're going to really invest time into developing your own tooling for it. Yeah, no zombie remembers the Saladin Showdown. I'd love to do another one of those, but I'm stuck at that point of the AI scripts where if I want to do it again, I'd want to do more AI features, but that would require a big time investment for me that I don't really have. The monk taking the relic back to the monastery. Oh, double relics being taken back. So nice early relic control by the Shinbei Raiders. And KingstoNe, he did get a second TC up, doesn't have the third yet. But thanks to the way getting all those villagers from their eco upgrades, that's 3 so far, soon to be a 4th right now from Heavy Plow. That'll help keep him up despite maybe being a bit slower to have the TCs. 3 TCs now for the Burgundy. Oh, what is this? 2-man saw. Is that the Regicide build? Early castle 2-man saw from Combito. Oh, I love seeing that. Now we just gotta see that crop rotation come in. But 2-man saw for Combito. This is gonna be a smooth eco for him. And still only TCs, 2 TCs, so it does need to make sure he doesn't fall behind. Maybe he keeps clicking the eco text, keeps grabbing the relics. So Combito not really fighting for relics. He's gonna try to grab one. Don't know if KingstoNe will he pay attention to the minimap and see it disappear. If he does, he can run over and hit the monk. What does it do differently than a CA? It has a charge attack on it. Okay, oh, I like that from Combito. He actually took the relic and he ran to the side. He didn't run straight back, maybe recognizing that KingstoNe would realize the relic was taken and kind of protect that area. And now KingstoNe's like, where's the monk? I can't find him. And nicely done from Combito. Nicely done there. It has a special, like a charge attack that it shoots every so often. So it's like overall weaker aside from the charge attack. So if you shoot and run away, every so often you'll have a really strong volley with it. And then there's no heavy Shinbei Raider upgrade, but every civ has some bonus for it. So we see the Wei have more HP in Castle and then Imp. And you can see more HP when you're is 30 to 36. Not that big of a change, but it is something slightly, right? Because like in a head-to-head fight, that's much less HP than a Cav Archer would have. The 2 best Mexican players? Maybe Uzi's from Mexico, right? Maybe I'd still put Uzi ahead of Combito. KingstoNe, I think, definitely number 1, though. And yeah, there's that relic. So that's actually now 3 to 3 on the relics. So it feels like KingstoNe really invested heavily into those Shinbei Raiders for the relics. And now he has a lot of map control and a good army lead. But if he's just worried about booming, he's down in Vills to a Burgundian player who has 2-man saw and now heavy plow and handcart. Yeah, so res collected very similar. Bill counts slight lead and now good upgrade bonus. Those will be all the eco upgrades for Combito. Just needs crop rotation, maybe the mining camp upgrades. Oh, he even has gold mining already. So loom now for KingstoNe. I guess one thing he didn't invest into was a stable, so didn't invest into the stable for husbandry. You can also do bloodlines for these things, right? And that helps their HP too. But still less overall HP than Cav Archers. Hello, LC River, how you doing? Time for petards and a Shinbei snipe, maybe. Bill's going down. A live stream, not the live shorts. What are live shorts? What is that? Like you go live for 5 seconds? What? I mean, so many YouTube features I need to keep up with nowadays. Okay, some more houses coming up. Maybe they could snipe off a Ville if they come forward. That fortified tower, though. 13 range is crazy. Handcart on the way now for KingstoNe. We'll get a Ville from that now. But yeah, that's basically what the Shinbei Raider is. It's overall normal stats, probably worse than a Cav Archer, but the charge attack makes it feels like it's been dominating closed maps much more than Cav Archers would. And maybe just the nature of the fact you're taking fewer constant engagements, and it's more choosing when where to fight when fighting for relics that the charge attack matters. I don't know, I need to ask players more for their opinion on them. See where they feel their strengths and weaknesses are compared to Cav Archers. But for me, it seems like a unit that is very dominant in the relic fights on Arena. And perhaps just might be less with the unit itself than just due to the smooth eco of the way. The charge attack is nice. And we see the charge attack had been used there, picking off that converted one, so they weren't able to kill the monk. But then there are some charge attacks there. You can tell which is the charge attack and which isn't based on if there is a curve to the arrow or if it goes straight. The curved ones are the charge attack. Yeah, they're also a bit cheaper than Cav Archers, right? They're also cheaper. Oh, is this open? Or, okay, no, there's a tree there. There's a tree there. It's not open. So Imp on the way for both, slightly faster for Combito. And now we get to the point where, how well do the traction trebs do? Every time I've seen traction trebs, they're great. And what makes them great is they have 14 range, but they counter monks. They counter archery range units. I've seen games where a player tries to go like Monk Arb, and that is completely shut down basically by pure traction treb. They're not as great against buildings as normal trebs are, but you can amass a ton of them very quickly, especially as the Way, who have a discount. And have a really long range component, more like a bombard cannon, but feels even better than that. Even though it might be a bit weaker to buildings. You'll have chain barding armor on the way for KingstoNe, so he might also make a change to the Huiguang Cav to have a Cav unit. Could just go Hussars then and try to go Shinbei Raider Hussar. Not go for a double gold comp. Could go Skirms. Could go Skirms. We do have, oh my gosh, we do have Skirms here from Combito. What is this unit countered by? Skirms, of course, the best unit in the game. You can't have a tournament without Skirms. Huiguang Cav running around. Castle going up at the front. And thank you, Stephen DeGuao for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Only Skirms indeed. So, this is what the Shinbei Raiders lead you to. Some map controls, you get Imp, and now KingstoNe has the forward castle. And actually he's going to go for the heavy Huiguang Cav. Okay, so not going to go for the Hussars. We'll go for the double gold composition. Against Flemish Militia? Oh gosh, they're so golden now. And Skirm. Something tells me the Way army should be better, but maybe just more numerous for Combito here, and he's winning the fight. He can pick off monks with the Skirms. Down they go. These Flemish Militia do have +8 against Cav. Feel like they're not as good as Fire Lancers, but I'm training from the barracks now. Giving an extra unique unit to the Civ, basically. Here come the traction trebs. And now the question is... oh yeah, also, they're really good against trebs. They're really good against trebs. is they have low accuracy, but also a low attack dispersion, so missed shots still tend to hit fairly well. Yeah, where are the Tiger Cav? That's a question. He's just going Hui Guang for now. The Wei have a unique unit that is the Tiger Cav. That's basically like the Jaguar Warrior thing, where it's gains more attack from killing units. So it's basically an Age of Mythology Hydra, but called the Tiger Cav. So there is Stone Shaft Mining and Plate Mail Armor on the way for Combito. Skirm is still skirming. He's at 200 pop with 120 vills, so he has 71 military. 50 of it here. Yeah. Maybe hard to tell because the units are physically smaller than the Cav. But here's a fight. He's in a choke point on a hill. Skirm's still having their way with the Shinbei Raiders. The heavy Hui Guang Cav, though, winning this. And, well, +8 against Cav is not the same, what, +32 that Halbs would have? And maybe he got a bit overzealous with the Flemish Militia and should have been making some Halbs. More Flemish Militia coming forward, flooding out of that gate. He loved those Hydras, especially when you used bronze and you had the 5-headed bronze Hydra. That was crazy. That was so cool. And it's GG from Combito. Okay, so KingstoNe winning that. And so what happened there was the Shinbei Raiders gave him a bit of map control for the forward position as they both went imp. Res collected, Combito actually was ahead, so the Burgundians, boom, they're better than the Wei. Does he have a better open if he goes Halb Skirm? Rather than Fire Lancers Skirms? I feel like the Fire Lancers didn't do well enough against the Hui Guang Cav because they have a huge melee armor bonus, right? And that's going to stop a lot of the melee attack that the militia have. But if instead you're going Halb and you're spamming trash units, you don't need the map control for the gold, and you're doing better against the Hui Guang Cav, and even if you're trying to catch the Shinbei Raiders. And the question is, what is your gold unit then? But I think that's still your question if you're going Flemish Militia. And Tundra Blitz, hello Tundra Blitz, how you doing? Hello to you, wave back. 110 to 38 KD. Better eco for Combito though, but yeah, there you go, 110 to 38 KD. And okay, yeah, maybe you're not going to have as good of a KD if you're going like the trash units against the gold units, but that is still a bit too much. And you can see how much more military Combito had, but couldn't take a good fight with it. I wonder what happens if those are Halbs instead. Or maybe he just tries to go Crustelier? I don't know how the Hui Guang Cav do against like Burgundian Paladins. Maybe that could be an option. He's better against the Shinbei Raiders, maybe. Don't know. They can get out faster so they get free upgrades. Hui Guang, they wreck Paladins. Okay, so no Paladins then. Yeah, it's like, no, it's clearly like a slight eco lead for Combito into a unit composition that didn't work. And I don't quite know what another unit composition would be from the Burgundians. Alright, so let's look for them to get a lobby for the next game. And Treasure Beach will be next. Treasure Beach. And let's see, what even was the map? That was Narok. So if we go to a game 5, it'll be for Tulo. Army was good before the traction shrubs came out. Army was good for the numbers, right? Maybe if he could have, like, been slightly more forcing the fight, but that's kind of what the map control gave the castle position, so the army couldn't force that fight. So KingstoNe up 2-1. How long have we been streaming for? Just 6 hours. It feels like so much longer than 6 hours because it's dark outside now. Let's see, how's TTL doing? So let's check up on that. And thank you, Nefirauk, for the follow. We have 2 TTL sets that I think have started now. Both in game 1. So we'll keep an eye on that. If it looks like there's a set that's like maybe tied 1-1, maybe we'll cast the end of it. If they're both 3-0 sweeps, then maybe they don't finish in time. But hope you all are enjoying the late night streams now. Daylight savings, this is extra late night now. Alright, so they're still in their lobby. I think, did they launch? Okay, just launched. It'll be Treasure Beach with Jerchins for Combito and Mongols for KingstoNe. Ooh, this is the map with all the extra hunts, so we'll probably see some good boar from them. This is the map with the hunt and the little fence enclosure. We'll see. Right. Map 1-0 versus Sora. Right. We'll keep an eye, like I said. If it looks like there's a competitive set, we'll go cast it. No, I unsubbed from your emails. Yeah, thank you, Glass Repair. $15 savings on my $1,000 or my $1,025 quote for replacing my windshield. Thank you, thank you. Apparently someone in my YouTube comments said that the Hulks didn't get conversion resistance that other ships did. Oh, interesting. And hello, Otter. How you doing, Otter? No, Otter's been casting a lot of the Silver League. Live shorts are where these Super Network broadcasters promise a major game coverage and give us a little teaser 2-hour stream. That is barely enough to eat a meal. Hardly a set of barbecue party. Not heard of that before. Have I played it all lately? I haven't really played much. I've just been doing a lot of casting. Trying to reach you about your Treb's extended. Well, I'd love if a Treb had an extended warranty. That could be like a unique tech, right? Like, you know how the Saracens used to have that tech where their monks got gold when they were destroyed? That could be a Treb tech. Alright, so here we are on Treasure Beach. We'll have KingstoNe to the south as the Red Mongols, and Combito to the north as the Blue Jerchins. Now, Treasure Beach does have a ton of crocodiles in the north and the south where the treasure is. There will be fish and oysters down there should you want to dock, but your vills will have to be very careful when they go out there. We have seen double vill kills leading to GGs before. We've seen freaking Andy lost 2 vills out there the other day. You also have some shorefish in your starting area by the TC. You can mill them, you can dock them, you can ignore them. You probably don't want to ignore them. But these civs are the Jerchins and the Mongols. The Mongols, of course, have their speedy collecting from the hunt bonus. The Jerchins have their hunt does not decay, so you gather more food from it in the long run bonus. Each player will have a pen that they can capture. These are Gaia fences. You can capture them and delete them. You can also TC here later. I imagine both players will probably want to lure them in. Black Forest style. 4 of them, so a bit of extra micro. We have seen sometimes players just go for 3 instead of 4, but I hope they go for all 4. Gonna go for a bit. See you later, Epic Sea Dragon. Yours was double vill loss into domination. You're right about that, Andy. Yours was not double vill loss into calling the GG, like the Duzu did. Also, are you back from your China trip yet, or are you still traveling around? So, oop, that was a turkey getting stolen there. Okay, and here we go. Here's the boar lore. Here's the boar attempt. No loom. No scout to block. No herdable to block. And Combito will go for it. We have over here the fence taken for KingstoNe. Oh, he's sending 4 vills out there. As the Mongols, he's gonna mill. He's gonna mill. You arrived in Brazil today. Oh, nice. Are you going to the Onamaru boot camp then? Okay. Oh, he's taking only 1. Okay, Combito, he's struggling. He is struggling. Oh, you got this, Combito. You got this. 1. Oh, he's shooting it twice. Oh, he forgot the vill. He needs help. Oh no, Combito. Oh no. Combito needs to play some more Rage Forest, I think. Oh no. Combito's saying T-West needs to go cast some TTL. We have a pause. Pause by Combito. Oh no. Oh no. What's going on? Is he gonna try to claim the map's bug? Ask for an admin re? What's going on? We'll look away. We'll look away. We'll pretend that this is just KingstoNe. He walled his vills in so the deer don't run away. We'll look at KingstoNe. We're gonna ignore what happened over there. No need to look at a dead vill. Let her rest in peace. So KingstoNe, he's gonna do here is actually kind of cute. Is the boar themselves scare the deer and the ostriches, so the ostriches all try to flee. If you just mill this and leave it open, then all your deer will run out of the little opening there. But if you do one palisade and wall it in, all the hunt stays on the inside. You can hunt the deer in peace. And they can't get away from you. They won't run away from your vills or anything. So I've seen players do this before. It's a nice trick. Can someone translate this for me? Someone quick. Give me your translation. Give me your translation. Up, someone give me this. Sabes, P sabes si. Hi, I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. I'm assuming this is Spanish. Is he asking if there's a restart? There's a 14, an OK, and a 1. I'm hiding half of it? Oh, wait, there. Okay, or 2 lines of it. Oh, he's asking if there's a re. Oh, I'm hiding half of it. Okay, wait, that explains it. Let me turn that off. There we go. I'll hide it. Webcam's in the way. I wish I could just take the chat and move it up capture age. I need that as a capture age feature. I can move the score. Okay, so this is the start of it. I'm guessing he's asking if there's a re. And he's like, oh, well, why do you want a re or something? Normally, something 2 to 3 minutes. He's asking for a re. Going to check if there's a re. Okay. He's checking the handbook and coming up disappointed. That's what that is. Oh, he's trying again. And wait, 3 vills. Oh, he lost 3 vills. Okay. Well, that's. He needs to learn from Andy. You can lose the vills and still win. Where did he get another? Oh my gosh, up here. Did he lose a vill up here? There's a 3rd vill. Oh no. Oh no. Well, I'm sure Bozzy would like this. Well, there we go. KingstoNe will win 3-1. Combito 1-4. This was his home map. At least he won the game where KingstoNe didn't realize there were extra TCs. So, GG's for Combito. This is why we have a unique map pack. There we go. Everyone's like, I added too many enemies, Gaias to this map. Bozzy's like, I should add more. This is the type of gameplay Bozzy wants on his maps. So 3-1 in favor of KingstoNe. Unfortunately, we won't get to see Tulo, but GG's. Researching Loom makes your villagers harder to kill. You're right, he could have done Loom. And here I am saying that KingstoNe not lowering the boar was not playing the map properly. Maybe he had the right idea. Oh man, alright, let me just update the bracket real quick on challenge. And again, I still have the doubt set to cast. Doubt versus target. They played at like 4 AM my time, so I wasn't away. Or wasn't around to cast that, but I will cast the Rex of that probably tomorrow after TTL. And let's see, y'all can see the brackets be updated. Just making sure I'm not going to spoil anything. I've casted everything here. And that will be Combito over KingstoNe over Combito. This is, I gotta report it like this apparently. And there we go. 3-1. And the winner now will face running. Oh, we casted both these sets. Andy still looking for the winner of Dave Han and Siscon. And we'll have Doubt Target that we're going to cast. And then, let's see, 4 more sets to cover. So we've covered half the first round so far. Alright, so now to shift gears back again to some TTL. And we're just going to hop right into a set. That should be live right now. We have Duduzu Ziam and Gali Soruma. And let's hop into Gali Soruma, because that looks interesting, because I think Soruma is the favorite, but Gali won game 1. So we'll hop into Gali versus Soruma. Let me just update some overlays real quick. Hop into this. Update everything. This is TTL bronze round of 64. I can update my logo and update my title. Kuma versus Gali, exclamation mark TTL, hosted by T90 official. There we are. And I think we're good with everything updated now. I'll leave I gotta update the YouTube thumbnail. Don't forget about the YouTube thumbnail. You have thumbnails for your stream. You gotta update them. Change my TTL folder. No, it's my music thumbnails folder. I got too many folders. There. Both updated. Jordan Ozone does look like a great matchup. I agree. So here we will have Soruma playing as the Blue Lithuanians to the northwest, and he will be down. This is game number 2. You're joining midway through the set, down to Gali, who won the first game. Gali playing as the Red Jerchins, and Soruma going for a tower. Oh, I've not seen a tower rush on this map before, but he will be fishing and going for a tower rush. Gali ignored the middle. exactly, Tetracycline. That's what I think when I see the name, the Toe of Water. But he did not go water on this map, it looks like. Just going fast castle. Okay, FC with the Jerchins. And he has forward Vills. Soruma may be aware of the FC forward Vill strat, so he is sending a spear to try to harass this. Another spear on the way. And the Vills will need somehow to wall themselves in. This is the advantage of the spear, is it keeps the scout from engaging in the fight. 3 seconds from castle, the Vill's winning the fight, but it's going to be a Vill fight now from Soruma, and he is recognizing this is a forward, does not want the forward to happen, and this Vill needs to wall himself in. He will be a nice distraction, and the barracks should go up, as long as he gets HP on the palisades. Now the question is, can this Vill wall herself? And yes, she can. Ooh, yes, maybe, almost. Scout goes down, spears nice and speedy. The speedy Lithuanian spears make this hard. She's maybe one more chance by the pond. And no, she will go down. Take one last reflection before dying in the water. And this Vill will try to do a forward barracks. So far, well anticipated from Soruma. Looking for the sneak, getting the spear out there, having the outpost ready. Oh, hello again, Gabby. Yeah, Gabby is a set tomorrow against FedEx we're going to cast. And this Vill now not going to get the barracks up, as the archer from Soruma picks him off, and Soruma with the water control, stopping the forward up to castle himself. Feels like he's in a good spot to tie the set. And now, archers on one side, tower on the other side. It'll be rocket carts from home for Gali, but Gali's down 12 villagers and desperately trying to make barracks in an archery range. I got the scout. I think that was the other way around. Fire Lancer on the way. So maybe if both sets of quick walls had gone up, that'd be one thing. But yeah, as capture rate speeding up, this game is over as soon as castle comes in. So good attempt from Gali to do something different on the map, but Soruma ties the setup 1-1. What was map 1? I will check that. I just swapped straight from Stronghold Frenzy to this one, and now I need to go set my out of game overlay up. Rocky Forest was game 1. All right. Gabby here giving us the details. for Gali. All right. So this was the previous set we casted. Oh, thank you, Nightlife, for the raid. You're raiding just as I need to update my scoreboard. This is round of 64. Sora, Kuma against Gali. Best of 5. Change some logos. I don't have a draft for this. Let me just swap my webcam over. There we go. Still need to set up my scene. Oh, hello, Combito. Yeah, we don't worry. We definitely did not watch your final game. Don't worry. Vils. Oh, thank you for the follow. It's okay. Deduzu also lost 2 Vils on that map. You actually, Combito, did you see the Nagome game? Did you see that KingstoNe didn't realize you could build extra TCs? Yeah, greedy not getting loom. Yeah, the game you won was amazing. I hope KingstoNe realizes that and watches the wreck and wonders why he was so far behind. Alright, so game 3 will be Acropolis. Game 1 was Rocky Forest. Game 2 was just Jungle Swamp that we saw, so tied 1-1, we head into Acropolis. When I saw his Vils fishing in a mill, I think you did, yes. Absolutely. We had one game, I don't know if you saw it, where Bruh was playing earlier, and he drushed, and he realized early enough that you could build extra TCs that he still managed to win his game, because he drushed and saw the TC. But alright, they have launched the next game, and we'll have 0 seconds, Georgians versus Japanese. And let's go. Yeah, that's what happened to Deduzu, Sokratin. Actually, he wasn't even luring one of the far boars. He was luring one of the boars near his TC at the same time he was trying to deal with a crocodile on the dock. And he lost both. So yeah, on that map, maybe you gotta do loom. So we'll have Gali here as the red Japanese, and Soruma here as the blue Georgians. This is a map with deep fish in the middle, so the Japanese are great for fishing there. The Georgians with the mule cart are pretty good for this map too. I did set the map up so both players are guaranteed to have some type of forest towards the middle. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 1, and here is the other forest a bit farther away. So you'll have 1 forest when you go to dock, but the other forest will be a bit more spread out. And mule cart right now in the back on the wood line as the players are pushing in their deer. It's the juggling. He's trying to manage all of the Vils in different spots at one time that gets players. It could be a Cav Archer matchup from the Japanese. With how open the map is, Cav Archers usually are pretty strong. Georgian ones will heal, of course, but the Japanese +2 attack feels really strong for them. So 400 elo difference, but a win already on Rocky Forest for Gali. Feels pretty darn good. Have a strat on that map, but didn't see there was a lot of crocodiles. Yeah, you gotta be extra careful on that map. There are crocodiles up by the gold mines. So first dock from Soruma. Alright, first dock there. We'll have boars being lured in here from Gali. Only 3 on wood for... Oh, interesting. Is Gali gonna take Japanese and skip the pond? Could this be maybe a repeat of the previous map of skipping the pond? And fast castling? Okay, I wonder what Gali's plan is here now. Was that a Florida map? It must be T90's home map. Thanks for casting. Well, thanks for playing. Thanks for playing. It's always fun to have, you know, even the B tier tournaments still have high level players sign up for them. And it's fun to have some more creative maps, some non-standard maps into play. Then you can see fun stuff like crocodiles and boars killing Vils, but. Notice the crocodiles too when you played against Out, yeah. You know, it's weird. It's the type of thing that you might look at the map in the editor and it might not stand out right away if you're preparing strats. It's more the type of thing that you have to prepare. So I don't know if Gali recognized that Soruma stole the sheep, but that's the greediness, right? You push the deer before lowering your boar or grabbing all of your herdables, and you lose control of the sheep. The scout's getting some hits in. They stand out once you play it, right? They stand out once you play it. The question for KingstoNe is what is his preparation going to be like for the next round? Will he watch the rec? Will he see other Nagome games, or will he just move on? Lost a vill until you figure out how to dock safely without loom. Yeah, I think there are options to walk like directly or along the coast if you scout the crocodile locations and do the docks, and maybe wall the vill in, but it is tricky. That's for sure. Another deer being pushed in. We'll have Feudal Age and Loom on the way. Isn't Turs knocked out already? Oh, you're saying to help KingstoNe against running. Hello, the Penitent Bishop. Will I be doing any more AOM, pacifist runs, including AOM? I'd like to. All depends on time. There are a few scenarios or campaigns I want to do pacifist runs on. AOM, I don't know if that's possible as much. Like, the very first thing you have to do in the AOM campaign is kill the Cyclops in the tutorial. or kill the Kraken in the first mission. And I don't think that you can avoid as much in AOM as you can in AoE 2. Maybe I'm wrong about that because I'm not as familiar with the game, but I don't think it's quite as possible. You lost a lot in practice to get it down. Yeah, it makes sense. And we've seen that now. It's, it's Combito, Deduzu, Andy. They've all lost vills to the crocodiles. So there's nothing to be ashamed of. Oh, what is this? Walling in the... Oh, towering the dock. Okay. So Gali's plan is tower the dock to stop the fishing. Don't invest into the fish yourself and go for militia. So militia against the Georgians, an interesting strat. Because the Georgian mule cart will be at the top of the hill, right? The Georgians don't have to be down here where the militia can disrupt them. And Gali full on going for men-at-arms, even though there's nothing really for them to disrupt. So 3 men-at-arms just destroying the dock. And the vills, too. Okay. And yeah, that's going to open up demos. That'll open up demos. And... let's see, the tower will destroy the fishing ship. What will the demo get? Oh boy, oh boy. It's the demo time. So a spear chasing the scout away. The dock? Roughly destroyed. Okay, the Vill's pulling back. Here's a demo. And it will get both men-at-arms. And the dock will stay up then. So, yeah, don't think this is the best use of villager time for Gali to attack the dock like that. I don't mind the tower. Tower to destroy the fish is nice. But then you need to react. And now we're going to have forward archers coming. Archers probably running into skirms. And Gali right now very tight on eco, trying to add in a fishing ship. It isn't walled in. I mean, the dock will be destroyed. Will a demo come out in time? I don't think so. Demo's going to maybe delete the palisade and go right there. Ooh, this is going to be close. Fewer vills here, so not going down as fast as it was before. 100 HP. I think it goes down. Scout coming over. Can the scout distract? Okay, deleting the palisade is maybe a bit too obvious. And it does go down. Okay, there it goes. The Vill's coming forward to fight the tower. That scout is very weak. And the scout will go down. Vill knocks it down. Yeah, okay. So man-at-arms here in the Vill are trying to free the other Vills. 2 Vills in the tower. Oh gosh, you know what would be insane right now? A transport ship to save the Vills. There's another dock. And okay, the Vill's escaping. Vill's escaping. Yeah, no transport needed. But 2 fishing ships now, and Fire Gali stuck behind being housed. Gali gets the house up there. And running around the front with a spear, and still looking for skirmishers. Skirms on their way out. Archer, man-at-arms, and a skirmisher. Forward lumber camp has to be careful. Maybe take more wood at the top. Archer's coming forward. Hill bonus here. Vils will start going down. A lot to micro for Gali. Skirm attacking the archers. Want to kill the tower before the dock went down? It's all about the timing, right? I wanted to bring the Vils forward and maybe didn't think that he had the archer support to stop the men-at-arms before killing the tower. Maybe if he did it in sequence with a demo, that would have been one thing. But I think he wanted to make sure he had a healthy number of archers and was resigned to losing the fishing ships anyway. So I wasn't too worried about having the timing on the dock. Still though, Gali with fish right now, and that's something that can't be said for Soruma. 2 Japanese fishing ships taking the deep fish. And it is a 31 to 28 eco unit lead with 29 to 28 Vils. And then double bit axe on the way just now. Walling up at the top, defending with skirms. So walls and skirms. Ooh, overchop though. Gotta be careful of the overchop. And now this is where town watch would be really useful if you're going for this, right? No town watch yet. And overchop. So a couple of just small things here. Town watch so you see the army earlier. Avoid the overchop. And well, that's what Acropolis is. Right? It's overchops are part of the map. As you get more experience on Acropolis, you get better at avoiding that. Clutching is in on the archers, and this is great micro from Soruma to block the Vils. And there's a GG from Gali. Alright, so 2-0 lead for, or 2-1 lead for Soruma. 11 to 3 KD. And interesting strat with the tower, but I don't think spending all the Vil time destroying the dock is the way. And I don't know about the men-at-arms opening against the Georgians, because like I said, the mule cart will be easy to pull back if you did go for the middle, and easy to keep working at the top of the hill. So I feel like men-at-arms against the civ that isn't going for the forward lumber camp is harder to pull off. Yeah, you can maybe do damage at the top of the hill, but it's too late to hit the dock, and maybe a bit too late to do the damage it needs to on this map. Not sure, but I mean, men-at-arms is still good on the map, but it was kind of like men-at-arms into no follow-up, so the power spike didn't really do anything, and then just died to the demo. So let's see, it's an 11-3 KD. More eco for Soruma. Everything working out there. Shall return to looking, looking forward to hopefully seeing more in the future. I do hope I get time to make them, because they are fun. But it's the challenge that now I feel like I've done a lot more editing. I have a higher standard for them, and it's going to take more time than it did at first. Alright, let's try to see this game. It'll be Zong! Yes, it'll be Zong. Burgundian's Way. Oh, look at this matchup again. Burgundian's Way. I mean, I don't think losing the men-at-arms even mattered that much at that point. I think it was more just not having damage done with the men-at-arms at all. Archers were still coming forward at the time. Maybe the tower stays up longer if the men-at-arms are there. Hello again, pokering. I literally just splashed water all over myself. I can feel it. Ah. Alright, so here we are. We will have Zong. It'll be Gali as the Red Burgundians to the northwest, and Soruma as the Blue Way to the southeast. Soruma, heavy favorite, up by about 400 elo points. But Gali won game number 1 on Rocky Forest, a very tricky map to play. We'll see if he now has a plan for winning on Zong. Burgundian's Way to two standard closed map civs these days. On this map, you do have the 2 shrines. You can chop through the trees, 150 wood each, so it's like chopping through 3 trees. And then you can train priests in the feudal age, which are like monks. They can pick up relics. But you can't put the relic in a shrine. You need to build a monastery, and for that you need to be to the castle age. So you often see players build a few priests, bring the relics in their gates, drop them, and then go to try to get all 5 of them. And it can be an interesting mechanic against the timing of the way. We saw them, if you saw our Stronghold Frenzy set earlier, where it was this Civ matchup and the way went for the Xianbei Raiders. That is a Castle Age unit, as a replacement for the Cav Archer. And you're not going to have them in Feudal like you would if you go for Scouts to stop the Feudal Age Priests. So maybe a bit of a timing advantage here for Gali as the Burgundians. And honestly, maybe, I wonder if this is a situation where the Burgundians, if you do want to do the Priests, could go for a Feudal boom on the map. Do your early eco upgrades, click up to Feudal fast, and try to boom with Priests to grab the relics as quickly as you can. I don't know, do you chop through fast enough to do that? He has 2 villas already chopping, and it looks like he wants to go through really fast. Maybe like a 19 pop up into Feudal is too fast. Do Celts get picked much for chopping faster? Not really, although I can see why you might want that. I don't think it's what, 20% faster? I don't think it's enough of a bonus really to matter. You get a priest out a bit earlier, but I don't think it's enough to really change the relic war. And then you run into the fact that the Celts usually not a civ you play on Arena. Maybe more so back in AOC, but not these days. They've really been power crept by a lot of the new civs. I do remember Celts being picked a lot back in the day on Chaos Pit, but a very different map and a very different civ roster. And hello, Josh. On the contrary, do the Maya get picked for this map? I feel like same thing like on Arena. They're not a very good closed map civ these days. Maybe still a bit better than people give them credit for, but again, power creep and some nerfs have really affected them, along with some meta playstyles on Arena maps. I do miss that. You know, back in the day, people would debate Aztec or Maya on Arena. I always felt Aztec should win that. But plumes definitely were a challenge for the Aztecs to deal with back then. Until you got to your late game siege. Only Dobbs so far, but he plays into crossbow timing. Yeah, you also do feel, I think you're a bit farther apart on this map than you are on Arena. So that makes the trush a bit weaker. Oh, also, yay! Oh my gosh, I forgot what I did to this map, but it's a proper map. 1,800 HP walls, so no trushing. Oh, yes. I forgot that from last season, but yes, we have proper walls. Which means I need to do the bug fix for Byzantine HP that I did for cartographers. Ah, that's a bug report for myself. Great, great. Casted a game just to find more work for myself. Okay, Zong, Byzantine's wall HP fix. Yeah, Byzantines won't get their proper extra HP on top of the wall. I need to fix that. Ah. I'll try to fix that tomorrow morning. There's a Scat Cav running around. Okay, I have a couple of small tweaks I want to make. Same to Acropolis. And Vils will head out to the gold and start mining that. Sheep on the way here for Soruma. Vils pulling the gold back. Oh, long distance gold mining. Long distance gold mining. Okay. Could do the market blacksmith and sell to click up. Or no, that's just for an early monk. Oh, he wants to do 2 monks then. Wait, did the way get a discount then? I thought they were 100 gold. How's he doing a priest for 75 gold? I thought they were 100. I'm missing something about the way. I don't see a bonus there. Am I just blanking and they're actually 75? I thought they were 100. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Not so if you're playing. They are 75 gold. They're cheaper? Okay, they're cheaper then. Oh, you know, that's why. They are, by default, the priest is 100 gold, but the map makes them cheaper. Yeah, the map edits them to make them cheaper, right? And the Portuguese, they pay 60 gold. That's the change I made, so the Portuguese have their proper discount. So scouts and monks here from Gali, and I think I was right about the fast feudal into priests. So fast feudal into scouts for some map control, and priests to take relics. So priests and scouts for Gali, and stable here for Soruma. So not going to play straight into the range and Xianbei raiders. We'll adapt and do the scouts to deal with the priests. Okay, at 75 gold, now I'm remembering the change I made last season was so that Portuguese get their gold bonus. And actually have a discount, because they didn't get a discount before. That was Margugu who was practicing and gave me that bug report. Right, so if you scout the map, of course, you do see the relics. And when a relic is picked up, it does disappear in the fog of war. So the scout here looking for a priest will find it. Ooh, footprints. He didn't see the priest, but he saw the footprints if he's paying attention. Alright, the scout will loop back around. Oh my gosh, he would have seen the footprints. The priest grabs the relics. That'll be one relic for Gali. And a second priest on the way. Gonna run back to the walls where the priests can heal. We don't want to be converted there. This map won't be in silver. No, this is from the previous season, and bronze is using maps from the previous season as the qualifier for the next season. So the next season will have its an entirely new set of maps. I know everyone loves Zong though. It's a closed map, right? Yes, the closed maps are the best. Scout's still running around on the hill for Soruma. There's some great games on this yesterday. Hello, JBR. What do you mean by yesterday? Because you were on Aussie time, right? Now, there was an hour 18-minute game on the Mullisaukko set earlier. I didn't catch that live. I joined their set right after that, though. 24 hours ago. Okay, so longer than that. Okay, there was a great game on it earlier today, then, apparently. The scout's still fighting over by this relic. And let's see, we don't have a relic count, but we do have a relic drop off. So one on the inside there for Gali, none taken here for Soruma yet. And here's the spot where Gali needs to be careful to not do this. Yeah, the priest needed to swap conversion targets there and stay behind the wall. Ooh, okay, that's rough. That's rough. Now, instead of having a safe spot to retreat to in the scout fight, Gali has to run around and wait for another priest who's over here and has maybe picked up a relic? Where did this relic go? Oh no, that's been picked up there from Soruma. So 1-to-1 on the relics now. And this priest needs to come forward by the wall and give the scouts a spot where they can retreat to. Beaker versus Benangi and Husiel versus Mauricio. Alright. So Castle Age first clicked from Gali. Okay. But not that much ahead. Only like 3 or 4 seconds ahead of Soruma. Maybe 5 seconds. They're on the opposite sides of the screen. Okay, I look at one and then it's changed. Double blacksmith. Oh, double blacksmith from Gali. Oh no. Not the double blacksmith. And, you know, we look at this and it is honestly, it is surprising how much micro it takes to boom while microing your scouts and microing monks. So I completely understand. I'm sure I've done this myself too. Double blacksmith. He's doing an infantry upgrade, and both. So maybe he wants the double blacksmith. Maybe he can do more upgrades. But yeah, it's a couple of missed micro things, right? The double blacksmith, the priest coming forward outside the walls, and now that makes a huge difference. He's going to lose all 3 of his scouts. That initial priest stays behind the wall properly. And then you don't do the blacksmith or eco setup, and you're feeling like you're in a much better spot. Oh, but what? What is this? 2 vills forward for Gali, and whereas Soruma Kuma found the sneak in that first game, he's not going to be aware of the sneak this game. Little dirty squirrel. Should just double down on scout production. Would have gained more food from the relics anyways. Well, it's a double barracks Flemish militia rush. And we'll see a workshop as soon as Gali gets up next. That's what that attack upgrade's for. What got... Wait, why is that deleted? Well, that market's deleted. I don't think that was intentional. How good are they? They seem to be good last... Oh my gosh, the Vills went for a TC, and the Flemish militia denied the TC. But now Soruma will be completely aware of this. So had Soruma gone for the stone side for a TC first, wouldn't have seen it. But yeah, the Vills found it. On one hand, the TC is denied, but on the other hand, the sneak is found. And going for a ram. Maybe you should go for a siege tower here and hop over the wall. Get in faster. The tricky thing about the ram now is that it can be walled out. And if you don't have monks and you don't have a ranged unit, this will be stopped by one mangonel. You delete the barracks so we can select all barracks and get units. Oh, you know, maybe that was planned. Maybe it was deleting the barracks, so that select all barracks is only over here. Well, the scouts can't fight this at least. Well, if he goes, yeah, there's the siege tower. Okay, siege tower ram. So yeah, you have to get inside somehow to stop the rewalling. This is now tricky for the Vills. If you're not going to bring the Vills in, maybe he has to bring the Vills in too. Otherwise, he doesn't have the militia to guard them. Thank you, Birdie, for the follow. Okay, ram, double ram and tower. Okay, so you need, I guess, a couple on the inside to stop walling, and then the rams to... Yeah, if you get to the inside, that stops the mangonels too. I like that. It's an interesting play. Up and he's saying, I don't want to bring the Vills in. I'm going to leave them here. Leave them here where they're safe. Wall them in. I guess that's the thing, right? You don't have to send all of your militia in. You can split them up. Put some inside, some on the outside. And third ram. Priest's on the way over. I guess maybe Gali needs devotion. No devotion yet. And same thing from the scout fight. The monk with more range will make the wall a safe spot. Ooh, scout's getting a bit forward. Oh, but remember, siege tower stops monk rushes these days. Ooh, is this wise to bring all the monks outside the walls? There's the siege tower coming out. Okay, that's a lot of priests being cleared. Maybe this is still tricky to stop. Okay, don't put all the militia on the inside. Protect the rams still. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. So I'm getting the rams. Okay, Gali's continuing the pressure. Yeah, mangonels won't do anything if the militia get in, right? That is a house. I think the house should probably block the gate. Here we go. And that's what I said, don't leave. Still some militia on the outside. Vills might need to wall themselves. Yep, there they go. And Gali with the quick walls. Getting ready. You can't hop back inside the tower. And nothing here that's tower hoppable. And ooh, that was a good mangonel shot. Now the mangonels are forward. I got the way to deal with the... Oh gosh, hop over again. Hop over again. Don't get mangonel shotted on the tower. Okay, I guess that didn't matter. Needs to ungarrison maybe. Okay, the tower will go down. But the rams are in. Dual mangonels now. Only a palisade gate. So now it's the 5 rams. And a Vill trying to wall. The rams blocking the re-wall. Oh gosh, the Vill can wall from the... Oh gosh. The Vill's gonna get a wall up. Oh no, Soruma, you could have walled. You could have walled. And he's walling behind the mangonels. This is the downside of the ram push. Is it stopped hard by mangonels if it's prepared in time. And scouting it early may have saved him. Maybe you have enough rams you can spread yourself out and the mangonels can't get there, but I think 3 mangonels should be more than enough to stop this. Those rams are low in HP. Everyone starts with a siege tower. That's the theme of the tournament. Can't siege tower hop the gate. And that's 4 mangonels now. Unless Soruma makes a big mistake leaving that gate open. The rams are completely stopped. Alright, so 1 layer of wall. Siege tower ram was good enough to get through it. But double layer of walls, especially with the house wall. No success there. And now this will be walled up. And this is maybe what makes the monk rush so successful compared to this is monks can convert the Wallingville, and eventually you get redemption to do with mangonels, so your own siege and monks kind of complement each other. Here the militia have really accomplished nothing other than keeping the scouts away, but they've kept scouts away from siege just to let the mangonels destroy the siege. Behind this though, we now have some more TCs, 1, 2, 3 TCs for Gali as he's trying to boom. But that's against Soruma, who now has 4 TCs and an 18 villager lead. And ooh, that was a lot of mangonels. Okay, 5 mangonels could go down. Oh, we gotta hop over now. Oh, they're in? They are in? Okay, the siege tower is in, so the rest of the army isn't in. The siege tower shouldn't have gone in. Ooh, oh, nice mangonel shot there. Ooh, militia going down. Oh, what is this mangonel micro? What is nearly done to the pathing for that to work? Also, yeah, 4 relics to 0. Gali never picked up this relic. And wheelbarrow on the way. There goes all the forward pressure. Gali maybe gonna hope beyond all hope that Burgundians can beat Way after a stifled boom, but for what we've seen so far, I think that's a struggle. Like the idea, maybe we call the start survivalist start with a siege tower. Must commend the high quality video. I hope you like the 4K quality on YouTube. I'm glad I'm able to stream on that. So I upgraded my GPU earlier this year just so I could do that. I have a market on the way here from Gali. And the mangonel defense. Soruma, lucky to have scouted it. Or fortunate to have scouted it with the TC vills. And if this were a surprise and this wall isn't up, then it's a shock. But went for the TC in the right spot. Maybe that's a lesson for Gali is don't go for the gold side. I don't know if there's a preference for which side players go to. We have a brief pause here. Soruma needs a second. Yeah, watch 4K on YouTube and chat on Twitch. That's the way. I don't know if there's a preference where players TC the gold or the stone. Maybe the lesson is try to sneak to the stone side, but that could be TC'd too. Maybe what you need to do is go much farther to the edge of the map and try to do your barracks and workshop right against the edge. And that way, even if the TC comes up, you're not being spotted. Flemish Militia still in the middle, but the castle is up and Imp is on the way. Bloodline's on the way. Gali about to click Imp. There we go. So he won't be stuck forever. Oh, something jumped there thanks to the pause, I guess. Unless that was a GG when Imp came in. That's just the spectator delay and DE bugging out. Pauses will do that too. So that castle will not go up, for sure. Outpost being rushed down, Vills come forward. And a castle going up here for Gali. Some arrows shoot the militia back. Oop, castle will be back. Don't want to get into a treb war right away. Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav, again, Flemish Militia only +7 versus Cav, not the +32 that Halb would have. And I feel like the Tiger Cav probably win a fight hard once they get good numbers. So castle going up for Soruma. Militia still hoovering around the front, looking to take a fight. And we're going to have Mingguan armor and forging on the way for Soruma. And militia take out a lot of the Cav. So Imperial Age on the way, Custilier. Here for Gali. And Mingguang armor finished. So these things will now have 6 melee armor. So, okay, Gali up to imp chemistry on the way. And down by 4 relics. Needs to pick up that final relic. A priest or a monk eventually. And traction trebs. Okay, not so scary against buildings, but scary against pretty much everything else.
Sim. Os Davis.
Treb's going for the castle. Monks want conversions.
Sim.
Castle being trebbed down. Tiger Cav clearing the Flemish militia. Yeah, Flemish militia there do not hold up to Imperial Age Cav at all. It did really well against the scouts earlier, but now, gosh, Gali's trying to stonewall. We'll have more castles coming up around here at the front. Castle getting besieged. And Elite Tiger Cav on the way. This has been over since that forward was spotted. Tiger Cav. This upgrade always puzzles me, because they go from orange and tiger looking to white. And no longer looks like a tiger cav. It looks like a generic cav unit. I don't know if this is historically accurate or anything, but the big color change always throws me off. Those look fancy. Are they like white tigers? I guess they're supposed to be. So they're the GGs, and Soruma will win that one 3-1. Ooh, 59 to 26 kitty. More res collected. GG. Ooh, alright, so that will be... I think that'll be it for me today. We casted for just about 7 hours. 6 hours and 51 minutes. So I think we are just about... Oh, I should update the score here. 1, 2, 3. And thank you, Glum Gold, for the follow. And thank you, everyone, for all the follows we had today. Thank you so much, because we hit 14,000 followers. And not even 8 hours. I know, I need to make sure I'm, get my good sleep so I can cast Gabby versus FedEx tomorrow. So we'll end stuff on YouTube and Raid on Twitch, and again back at, I think, 17 GMT. We'll be casting more TTL tomorrow. And I'll get some TTL and Stronghold Frenzy, because I need to cast the Doubt Rex. I think there's a set tomorrow being played too live. So we'll do a lot of casting tomorrow.